Saint-Germain family. Hopefully, everyone has had a great week. Hopefully, you guys have enjoyed all the European football that was played during this week. But Paris Saint-Germain is finally back in Ligue 1, obviously, which we didn't play last week. Dembouz, 5 goals, will be there. I would absolutely love Osman Dembele 5 goals. But I mean, there's even a question mark if he's going to start the game. Uh, I don't think any predicted lineups have dropped yet. Yeah, no predicted lineups yet. Gonna have to wait a bit for that. Wa alaikum salam, Mustafa. And all the reports that have dropped recently, well, we can take a look at them. Yo, what's up, Christian? All good, all good. Hopefully you're good too. All right. Because the two reports have dropped that we can take a look at. The first one is here from Le Parisien. Yo, Sapako. Goal scores tomorrow. I mean, I'm predicting a 5-1. It depends really on the lineup. If Gonzalo starts, I'm predicting him to score, maybe even a brace. Hopefully, we get a Kvara goal. Hopefully, Dembouz goal. Yo, what's up, Hanan? Welcome. Congratulated. I know. Yo, what's up, Lee? What's up, my jock? So, the following report: Luis Campos' plan to extend the contract with Brad Barcola, Canguilhem Beraldo is also concerned, according to L'Equipe. And if we go, if we look at the contract situation of the players, detailed, detailed contract. So here are, as you can see, the shortest ones. As you can see, the top one is actually by Donnarumma, and I have some tweets bookmarked here regarding that. If I can find them. Yeah, right here regarding Gianluigi Donnarumma's future. Discussions about an extension of Donnarumma continue, according to people close to the case. Seeing him sign a new contract with Paris is a real possibility. Situation in recent week has not been clearly resolved internally. So Donnarumma not finalized yet, but Paris Saint-Germain definitely looking to extend him, especially after his recent performances versus Liverpool and cheeky Aston Villa. So Donnarumma, 2026, only 1 year left. We gotta extend him. Kimpembe, obviously, he's going to leave the club. Hopefully this summer we may get a small price tag for him, or maybe he leaves on a free next year. Arnaud Tenas, I don't really know about his future. Maybe we just sell him. We were supposed to loan him last summer. We were supposed to loan him in January. That obviously didn't happen. Fabian Ruiz, once again, if I can find, I think it's a bit old. I'm very sure Fabian Ruiz contract. I'm very sure. No, I've seen reports regarding Fabian Ruiz extension at PSG. Real Madrid. It would be very extension, maybe. Yeah, because all the Fabio Ruiz ones are in French. Let's take a look at that. English to French extend. Nah. Well, anyways, Fabio Ruiz. There are also discussions about extending him. Luis Enrique wants to keep him. Fabio Ruiz wants to stay. Paris Saint-Germain. It's a question mark somewhat. Mayulu will obviously get extended, but there's no hurry in that. And now we're coming to the 2028 boys, which Paris Saint-Germain are looking to extend. And as the report mentioned, Bradley Barcola, Canguilhem, and Beraldo. So if you look at the contract that ends in 2028, Zag, obviously, he's going to leave the club. He recently also got extended. But yeah, Beraldo they're looking at. Barcola, Canguilhem, no Gonzalo, no Dembele, no Lucas, no Marquinhos. The reports mentioned Marquinhos' future is uncertain, looking to recruit a centre back. So I think, Marquinhos' future is uncertain. Dembele and Lucas just joined and have big contracts, so maybe they do that next season. So they're focusing on these. Interesting that not Gonzalo Ramos, because you could pretty much pair all of these together. with Lucas Hernandez and Osman Dembele being older, all of these are 24 and younger. Nothing about Gonzalo Ramos. Brad Barcola extension makes sense. Beraldo, despite him not being at that level yet, still makes sense. The only one is Kangin Lee. I thought we were gonna offload him this summer, but yeah, we'll have to wait and see. But nothing about Lucas Hernandez, Osman Dembele, and Gonzalo Ramos. Marquinhos, Paris Saint-Germain are looking to offload. Bonsoir, bonsoir. I didn't watch it, but yeah, insane game. That's why I was, very intrigued and excited to watch the United Lyon game because I mean it's two teams that cannot defend but are good offensively. So yeah, great game, man. Arsenal knocking you out. Yo, Sebastian. I don't know. I'm good. How are you? Nope. I'm doing well. It's hopefully you're doing fantastic too. Yo, what's up, Alvarez? 100%. Fully deserves it. On rotation, I want to make sure that the players don't get injured. We have 3 games before Arsenal clash, and they're going to be very physical. I know, but when I've looked at the upcoming PSG games, I think Nantes you rest. The upcoming midweek game, I think this is a game where you rest your players, and Le Havre you start strong and Nice strong as well. Wesh Orléans, wesh Khoya. Yo, what's up, Thomas? Yep. I don't think so. Too unathletic and too weak. Kangili is obviously back. He could start tomorrow. Yeah. Yes, sir. Turkey will be really good for Madrid. I don't know why they're not linked to him. Yeah, I saw that, man. And he's cooking. Obviously, he's recently signed a new extension at Porto. So his release clause went from like 55, 60 million to like 100 million. So doing well, Hannah. Hopefully, you're doing well too. It's a huge dub for United. I could have when the draw was made, I could have seen United go through. I went with Leon Bar. This is it's a huge moment for United because this is seasons where a lot of things are going bad, but maybe this Europa League can be something special for them. They're obviously going to face Atletico Bilbao, who are the favorites for the Europa League. So that would be a very interesting game. But yeah, if United can push here, and who knows what can they do? Nope. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. I mean, look, when it comes to Marquinhos, it feels like it's a discussion I'm tired about having all the time because if people genuinely cannot see, the consistent mistakes from Marquinhos in big games, I mean, yeah. I mean, look, if Mora wants to go to Chelsea, it's his own fault. I mean, that's a very stupid decision. It's the same thing with what's his name, the young Lisbon guy. Um, the young Sporting Lisbon dude, man, the right back. Quenda is stupid, right? Quenda is stupid. He is stupid. He's ruined not his career, but the upcoming years of his career. So if Mora does that, yeah, thank you. If Mora does that, I mean it's his own fault, man. We got Mr. Georges here. Wanted to hop on today, share his thoughts around Paris Saint-Germain. Welcome, Georges.
Hello, man. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
It's been a long time. I'm doing fine.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Great to hear. Great to hear. Um, anything special you want to start about talking about, or
No, not really, but like I'm really happy with the performance on the UCL night. Obviously, I want to congratulate the players.
yeah,
And yeah, looking forward to the Arsenal games.
yes, sir. Are you feeling confident?
I mean, yeah, kinda.
What would you give it percentage?
I feel like it's a 50-50 matchup because our strengths are their weaknesses, and our weaknesses are their strengths. So I feel like it's a bit of a 50-50 matchup.
Okay. And what do you think is the edge then for PSG? Is it that we have talented players who have better moments players that will decide the tie?
Yeah, I think we have players that could decide games on their own from moments, like
Yep.
Vara in the Aston Villa game that came from nothing, or Doué.
Yeah.
I think we have that kind of player that can change the game, especially from the long shots, because Arsenal will be really defensive, especially in the Parc des Princes if they come with a lead, if they beat us
Yeah.
in the Emirates. So I think that plays to our advantage. For the Emirates game, I think that we should be more compact, try to take more shots and dominate possession, avoid making stupid fouls around the area to avoid another Declan Rice masterclass in free kicks.
Yeah. Overall, set pieces.
Set pieces overall,
Yeah.
because we're not great. We're not great at all. And hopefully fix some inconsistencies we have in the defense. I feel like Nuno, as good as he's been attacking, he's costed us many goals in the UCL. In the Liverpool game at the Parc des Princes, I feel like the goal we considered it was his and Donnarumma's fault.
Yeah.
Also in the Aston Villa game, this first and second leg, I feel like he was responsible for the Villa goal at the Parc des Princes, and also the first goal at the Villa Park, Tielemans. I feel like he didn't track back. So I hope some inconsistencies are fixed.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think against Arsenal, the biggest thing is just being focused because Arsenal aren't really a team that will, have large points of momentum. Having a lot of chances, having a lot of the ball. They're more and more of a moments team. They can be, not do that much for 10 minutes, then get a corner. We lose a little bit of focus, like Nuno Mendes. He always loves to lose focus in the biggest moments, and that could cost us. So for me, especially at the Emirates, it's all about it will show our mentality. Just like the Anfield game. We went to Anfield 120 minutes and didn't concede a goal. Why? Because we were fully focused and concentrated the entire game to not concede a goal. We need to do that again because that's what we didn't do versus Villa. We were
Eh,
completely
For
reckless,
for
leaving
the
good
Villa
space,
game,
making
yeah, after the two
mistakes.
goals, we were all over the place. I feel like the players like backed off for some reason. They thought the tie was done, and they, instead of being compact and holding the ball, they tried to attack and then didn't track back. I feel
Yep.
like the McGinn goal points that significantly because it's a goal where McGinn picks the ball in his own half and
Yeah.
basically drags the ball outside our box and takes a shot and goes in completely unmarked. Yeah, so I hope those kind of mistakes are avoided in the Arsenal game because conceding versus Aston Villa and conceding versus Arsenal are two different things. I
Yeah.
think against Madrid, they showed that they are defensively excellent, like no mistakes at all. So yeah, I hope that we're more focused.
Yeah.
We have to be. We have to be.
Um, Ibrahim asked her, "Would you be okay with playing Park the Bus at the Emirates? Consider how hard it is there."
No,
Absolutely
because
no.
no, because our defense is not good enough for that. For the Emirates game, we have to hold the ball, create as many chances as possible, and hopefully box Arsenal into their own half and dominate so they don't get many chances to score. I feel like if we go out of the game, if we get a result of like a draw or a win, that's the perfect result come back at the Parc des Princes and completely unleash on them.
Yeah.
Like go full attacking, have as many shots as possible. So in the Emirates, I would still be keep the ball, pass it around more, a bit more useless possession, just so the clock ticks down, and have some shots and avoid Arsenal having the ball.
Which game would you rather be more conservative, and which game would you take more risks? Because for me, I feel like we should take more risks away than at home.
Uh, okay, I feel like we should be more conservative at away because both are round of 16 and quarterfinal. Both games have been at the Parc des Princes, and from other ties this year, I've noticed that having a good result in the first leg is a bigger advantage than having the second leg at home. So,
Yeah.
like Arsenal winning 3-0 at the Emirates completely killed that tie for Real Madrid. They could not come back. Instead of like being a 1-0 lead for Arsenal and going to the Bernabeu, that's a completely different scenario. But a 3-0, the tie was basically done. So for the game at the Emirates, I would rather keep the score low, don't risk as much. Yeah, play with the ball, etc. Have some shots, and just don't let Arsenal touch the ball.
Okay. Do you think they'll press as high as they did last time?
I think they do because Partey suspended, right?
Party, yes, spent
Yeah.
first leg.
So Partey is like the guy that picks the ball from the center backs and progresses the ball forward to Declan Rice or Odegaard or the wingers. So Arsenal won't be able to sit back as much as possible. So they will want to press high. Also, I think that our weakest part of our game is defensively. So they have to press us high and win the ball back by pressing us. It's a bit easier than try to break us down because we are very high presses and have too much energy for them.
Yeah.
So they should they should probably press us high if they want to win.
Yeah, because I'm trying to think of why did they play like that against us? Did they play like that against us because that's how they always play? Or did they see PSG were not in the best form? Dembele was missing. We played like a Kang, Desiri Due, Barcola attack. Do you think if with Kvara and Dembele there and Paris Saint-Germain obviously playing much better football, you think that will affect how Arteta looks at the game?
Definitely, because I feel like the addition of Vara transformed the whole attack. I feel like it became more unpredictable. So the Arsenal defenders will have a much harder job defending and trying to track our runners and try to block us from having shots and moving the ball in their area. So they will be more defensively compact and more defensively aware in a
Mm.
sense. Barcola, I didn't like his game against Aston Villa. I feel like he was only good in the first 30 minutes, but I feel like when we try to control a game and be technically hold the ball and be technically excellent, he holds
Yeah.
us back. So for the Emirates game, I would rather play the front three of Dembele and Desire Doué.
Sure.
Yeah.
Because like the reason like Dewey started the first game versus Villa and Barcola started second was like because of space at the back.
Yeah,
Villa step back. At the other
yeah,
game, it was space
because
behind.
Villa had to go for it. Villa had to go for it, so they would open up naturally, and that's why we scored the first two goals. It were two counters. The second goal we built it up actually from the defense, but the first one was purely counter attack from the left hand side. Barcola whipping in the pass, Martinez making a very bad save, and Hakimi shooting the ball. So I don't feel like we'll get that much space against Arsenal because they will be very aware that of the explosiveness of our attackers and be more defensively compact. I don't feel like we'll get these chances at the Emirates. Maybe at the Parc des Princes, but definitely not at the Emirates.
Okay. Uh, we'll definitely come back to more Arsenal conversations soon. Um, Looking at the upcoming game against the Havre, how do you look at rotation? Think we should rotate to La? That's
Um,
the upcoming 3 games that we have. So we have,
I
we
feel
have Le
like
Havre on the weekend, no midweek, and then Nice.
yeah, I feel like we should do a more not completely rotation, but like every game in some areas. Like
Mm,
for the Le Havre game, I wouldn't, for example, rotate the defense. I will keep it the same because Marquinhos hasn't played that much and has looked very rusty. Almost costed us the game against Aston Villa.
yep.
So maybe if I would do like a rotation, I would rotate maybe Nuno and put Lucas Hernandez in. Um, in the midfield, I would give Warren a full 90. I think he needs it. He hasn't played at all the second half of the season. I feel like he should be getting more game time, especially how tired João Neves looks in the last couple of games. He looked
Yep.
completely dead against Aston Villa past the 60th minute. Um, Also, I would probably start Barcola. I would start Gonzalo, and I would start Kangin Lee in the midfield, not in the right wing position. I would probably keep Vara because we're gonna face a low block, and Vara is exceptional at breaking down low blocks. He's one of those players
What
that
what about do it then? Because he's the only attacker that didn't start the Villa game.
do I will keep in the midfield over Fabian Ruiz probably. So I will
So
go.
you play a Kang Due Warren midfield.
Yes, probably.
I mean,
I thi-
it's Le Havre. They're gonna park the bus.
Yeah, they're gonna punk. That's what I mean. You don't need a Vitinha or a João Neves in this game to start, for example, because we're gonna have the ball like 100%, and I feel like the only way Le Havre can hurt us is by counter attacks, and
Yep.
Vitinha and João Neves by playing against Aston Villa are probably very tired, and for the goals that we conceded, they didn't track back. Vitinha on the first and João Neves on the second. So I don't feel like they have the energy to uh, start the game, probably bring them on in the second half. So for the first half, I would like some more energy. So play the players that didn't start versus Villa. So my lineup will be Donnarumma, Hakimi, Marquinhos, Beraldo, Lucas Hernandez, Kangin Lee on the right hand side of the midfield,
Yep.
Warren in the middle, Due on the left, Kvaratskhelia, Gonzalo Ramos, and probably Dembele or Mayulu. I would give Mayulu a game.
Okay. I went for a stronger lineup.
Okay,
That's what I
that's
went
fair.
with.
That's fair.
I
That's
went
fair.
with obviously Patrick suspended and like
Pacho is out with an
has illness or
illness.
something. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah, I played the stronger 11, but so I'm resting. I think Vitina, especially after those mistakes he made, I want him to start this game because he made so many the defensive mistakes. and I would like him to start to get up that confidence, resting Fabian and Neves. Fabian and Neves, and then in attack, it's I'm going full strength because I want some kind of a stat pad session. You don't think like how we ended the Villa game? There's
No,
some
I
fire.
feel like this will be another. This will be very similar to the Angers game, where we
Uh,
basically couldn't break them down and just got the one goal out of Ekvara and do a brilliance. So something like that.
okay.
Yeah.
What in your attack was Barcola, Kvara, and Gonzalo.
It was Kvara, Dembele, and Gonzalo, not Bacola.
Oh, you have Dembele starting.
Yeah, yeah, I had Dembele start on the right hand side.
Okay. Tosin, welcome.
Yo, Wagwan, fellas, what's good?
Welcome.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. How you feeling, bro? I was watching back the watch along, and I watched the best moments video. Bro, I've never seen a more contrived and nonchalant gimmick than the one you had for those minutes, bro. You were shitting yourself, but you were trying to do everything to stay calm. You know.
No, I was calm, Tosin, but obviously when you see fucking Marquinhos give his ass to a Tielemans 5-yard header, obviously that's gonna affect me. But no, I was, you know what, Tosin, I was so calm. I recorded the video the day before that we had already gone through. Like, are we gonna face? Arsenal or Madrid? I recorded that before we went through.
You know what's funny though?
Oh,
Like Vitinha, you know, like as fans we can be arrogant, we can be overconfident, that's what it is, but that shit emanated, it transferred over to the players.
yeah.
And I feel like the most arrogant player on that night on our team was Vitinha, man. I think Vitor was just super arrogant. you know he didn't respect them at all. He looked at John McGinn how we look at John McGinn, who was this fat, clunky, stocky, dude with little technique. Like honestly, bro, Vitinha was super elitist on that night, bro. Like he was doing things he never does. Like he turned his back to Rashford in the box. Like Vitinha just didn't give a fuck, bro. Like I swear he
Yeah.
did it right though. He turned it. They turned into us. The players turned into us, bro. That's really what it was, bro.
Yeah, even
And
Dembele
Marky
after
almost
the
sold
game
it.
said that
Yeah.
we felt we were better than them, which was a bad thing.
And Marky, man, steering the ship. He almost capsized the whole boat. You know, bro. Can you actually show that second half comp, please? It's
We
only a minute.
Georges, have you seen that video?
What video?
The Marquinhos.
Yeah, I caught it.
Please put it up. Please put it up.
Shameful second half. I feel like he's the only player that consistently shits himself in big games.
Yeah.
And it's like, how much more can we defend this kind of performances until we say that he needs to be replaced or at least challenged? Because I don't feel like he has it in him anymore. Like he was one mistake away from costing us the game. And this comp is made of like 4 to 5 mistakes that could all of them been goals for Aston Villa. So he should thank Donnarumma, put a picture of him on his wall, I don't know, frame it or something. He owes him his life because the abuse he would have got if we went out, it would have been
Yeah.
insane.
No, that John McGinn goal. For me, it's the
No, that was shameful
biggest
by
disgrace.
everybody.
No, but honestly, watch it from this comp though. Just wait, please go get to that action. If it's only that action, please get.
Yeah.
Yo,
Yo, what's up, DJ?
Yo,
what's good? What's good?
Welcome, DJ.
Thank you.
So for me, with this first clip, like the yellow card he took on McGinn here, for me, it's like Marquinhos. I think athletically, his pass is best, especially because we play with a high line. We need defenders that have pace, that have strength, that have good recovery speed. If this was Pacho, Pacho would not make a foul here. Why? Because he's quicker and stronger than McGinn.
Yeah.
And
Marquinhos, though,
honestly,
he knows
honestly,
he's not
he
quick
was
enough.
lucky. He was very lucky to only get away with a yellow
It
card.
could have
If
been a
it was
red.
a
It
big,
could have been a
it,
red.
it,
It could have
it
been
You
a
could
red.
have
think this could have
very
been a
much been a
red?
red. Yeah,
Yeah,
it
because he's
was.
like a
My thing
last
was
man
to
kind of thing,
Nah, but
almost.
But
not last man,
Hakimi is
not last
there.
man, not last man. But my thing was through. So it could have very much been a red with a different referee. So keep that in mind. We could have been with 10 players in minute 45.
Second one, obviously, here we looked at before. The ball just goes through Marquinhos. Big chance for Rashford. And
This for
this is
me
the
is
McGinn
just
goal. This when I remember when
from
I watched this clip back, I blamed it on the two midfielders, Tosin not recovering. But they're saying it. But isn't
but it's not
Marquis
even that.
marking this guy?
Everybody's
No,
at fault here.
Hakimi, like
Everybody's at
everyone's at
fault.
fault. Everyone's at fault.
Everyone's
But
at
look
fault.
at by the time he shoots, look at who's blocking the ball. Just 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 go to a still of when he shoots. Look at Hakimi.
Yeah, no. Hakimi goes
Hakimi, why is
out.
Hakimi recovering? Hakimi and Pacho both going there while our captain
But
pussies out. Also,
no, but
bro,
isn't he
no,
like
no.
ready for this
Hakimi,
guy?
no, because if Marky charges, Hakimi can cover. He can cover whoever that is on the at the top of the box right there.
Also, Mo, if
It's
you
just like Marky's just a pussy, man. He's such a
drag
pussy.
it, drag the clip a little bit back, a little more, when it was, yeah, like here, basically, if they had some intelligence, they should have be like risked the through ball and played an offside trap, probably, and bait McGinn into playing a through ball to Rashford or whoever and bait the offside trap or like block the pass. They
Yeah,
shouldn't
but
be
why
letting.
is Marky's back turned to the play? Like it's just it's so
So
No, but
gross,
isn't
man.
he
so
ready to
basically,
run with
yeah,
Rashford?
basically Marquis is trying to cover Rashford's left foot, right foot. So Pacho basically has to commit there. Like Pacho is too late to commit. He commits too late, basically. But if it's all a catalog of errors because if Pacho commits, then that Villa player who's in front of Vitinha could very much slip in and have a 1-1 with Donnarumma. So again, the midfielders have some responsibility. Also, Hakimi is way too wide on this action. Like, there's no reason to be this wide when the winger is basically on the touch line. It's a catalog of mistakes from all the players there involved. It's not just Mark.
But part of why this happens, if you notice, our press wasn't as good because Markey, for some reason, he was afraid for the defense to push up, and
Yeah,
so we had so much
and the
space between
midfielders
our
weren't
lines.
tracking back. And the midfielders and attackers they weren't tracking back. Like look at Fabian Ruiz,
Because they were trying
how
to
much.
press. They're trying to
Yeah,
press.
yeah, they're trying to press, but when Aston Villa hits you, you have to come back. Like look how much out of the action Fabian Ruiz is. He's too he's too far away. And Donnarumma was also a bit too out maybe. That's why he had he didn't even attempt to dive and say it. He was too out of his goal, probably. It's just a catalog of errors. If we do this against Arsenal, we're fucked.
Uh, And obviously, the last mistake is this one. For me, this one is completely. It's for me. This one is by far the worst, and there is
Yeah,
legit no
it's
excuse. Like this is
100% on Marquinhos. This one, 100% on Marquinhos.
a normal cross coming in, and you don't even know how to clear it.
Oh, he basically assists Tielemans. It's an assist to Tielemans here.
Oh yeah.
Man, God is good, man. God is good all the time. You know, when you have someone just absolutely working against you. These kids, man, these kids are
Oh
good,
my
man.
days! So he's trying. He hits his ass, but he's trying to do a back heel clearance. Look, he's trying to clear it with his back, like with a back heel. And this is an easy cross
Seriously,
as
man.
well.
The
No
spirit is just
deflection, no bounce.
I mean, to be fair though, he has to touch it because if he doesn't, back post, second post, basically post, that player is gonna have a shot if he doesn't touch it. So he has to touch it, but it's a bad touch, it's a bad clearance.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
No, what I think what Mark has to do here, you see his body is like he needs to put his body towards the ball, but he's still like sideways. Like if he
Dude,
was
if
just in
it's a
front of the ball,
normal,
it's an
if,
easy
if it's a
clearance.
normal, if it's a normal League On match, he finds a way to clear that ball into safety.
He
Simple as that. He just hit himself.
miscalculated it. He miscalculated the cross basically, and turned his body where he shouldn't have, and it was a very bad clearance.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a bad body rotation. It was a bad read on the cross.
No, this is nuts. This is so nuts. This is so nuts.
Wait,
Like,
did he head it back?
Yeah, my man tried to look at the assist he tried to get. Bro, yo, God is good, man. You just gotta
Yeah,
give God all the glory.
is he trying to head it back to like Pacho?
Lord knows what he's trying to do, dude.
He tried his best to eliminate that. Basically, he tried his all.
Yeah, no, this definitely has to be the year, man. Even Marquinhos Juju isn't working against us. But it's
By the
Aston
way,
fucking Villa.
It's
We
time for
can't be having this.
No, he can't play on these away grounds. It's time for Beraldo.
By the way, how did you feel about that Rashford performance? Because so many people were hyped, and I didn't get the hype basically. So, what did you think of it?
I mean, he just got his battery charged for like 15 minutes. That 15
Yeah,
minutes off.
I feel like he had a good game, but nowhere near where people.
No, he
The
was invisible in
reactions,
the first half.
the reactions for people, like I feel like you need to have that reaction if somebody's going for the Ballon d'Or.
No, he's
because
Manchester United though. He's a Manchester United product. You know, it's Premier League. You know how it is, man.
And it's not just Rashford getting overrated. It's also Aston Villa. I'm seeing like videos on YouTube called Tactical Review. How Unai Emery's tactics
no,
made PSG
they lost.
uncomfortable.
We gave them the win. They didn't
Exactly,
win. They didn't
exactly.
beat us. We gave them the win. It was
I
because
went
of
to
our faults.
you know ESPN FC. They always talk bad about PSG. I went and listened to their stuff, and they actually made sense. They said Villa beating PSG is way more on PSG than it is on Villa. It was PSG being 5-1 up, taking the foot out of the gas, which is obviously something we cannot be doing, especially in the Champions League. But
We were so arrogant, man. The players were so arrogant.
yeah, it can't happen again, man.
That's why we must not let Liga postpone another game. Last year versus Dortmund, we had the same thing where we didn't have a weekend game,
Mm-hmm.
and we basically bottled the second leg.
But technically, though, we still had the same thing versus Barca the round prior.
No. Didn't we play Rennes midweek?
No.
Midweekend.
It was back-to-back games.
It was back to back for real.
Yeah. But I actually agree though. Like I don't like having no game in between. Like players want to play. Believe it or not, players want to play. They want to keep that rhythm. So I think it's a good thing that we're playing Strasbourg midweek, in between those two games.
Also, I feel like Lucho didn't make enough subs. Like when we consider
No, this was not the game for subs, man. This was not the game for subs.
Don't you think like if we had Warren in the midfield after Joao was completely killed, it would have been better. Like defensively, we would have been better because Joao wasn't striking.
I don't know where this defensive
wasn't striking
actions
his runners basically.
But I don't. Warren just runs. He doesn't defend like that. Warren just runs. He doesn't really defend.
Yeah,
It
but
gives you more legs
that's
in
what you need.
transition
Like
than Fabian and Coutinho.
the McGinn goal was basically because they didn't run, and they let him have the space.
They were already behind the play, but if that was Warren, he'd also be behind the play.
No, the midfielders were completely out the picture.
But Warren has better recovery speed though than Fabian and Coutinho.
No,
he definitely does.
Yeah, if there was a player that should have been taken off, if there was a player that should have been taken off, it probably should have been Vitinha, not Neves. Because you still need your best defenders in midfield.
But who's playing DM in a game like
I agree.
that?
That goes back to the point. Like there was just no point in making a change. You just had to.
Okay, that's a valid opinion, but I think Joao for Warren would have been a better option. Especially after the.
This is actually what Lucho said about it. I was the most criticized coach because I rotated a lot in different clubs. Now that there's a match where I only made one change, I'm also criticized. I trust a lot of players. The more players we have who can start, the better we are. I need 16 to 18 players. They need quality minutes. That doesn't mean I don't trust them if they didn't play against Aston Villa. I do things when I'm 100% convinced. So, I mean, he basically didn't say anything.
What that was is like, you guys played yourself into this shit. Now play yourselves out of it. That was the message to the players, man, to the starters on the field.
I think
you guys were so arrogant to be 2-0 up. All right, now you guys give up the lead. Play yourselves out of this shit. You fucking clowns. Like, I don't even think he was thinking about the bench. He was really pissed. He was really pissed.
I mean, the game, the loss was basically kind on Lucho as well. Like, how can you be leading 2-1 at halftime and not put Lucas Hernandez in for a midfielder, for example, and play the 3-back with the 2 fullbacks and basically be more compact?
Oh, like, you think you should have done...
We should have gone to a back 5? Is that what you're saying? I don't know, dude.
No, because like Nuno becomes like the winger. Maybe you take out Barcola and
Nuno's already. If you guys notice, Nuno's already taking these offensive positions in our attack. Like he's in midfield, he's playing off the shoulder of the last line. Like Nuno, his movement is way different now because Fabian or Vitinha or Neves, any of the 3 midfielders, they get back to form the base of 3. So
he's no longer a third center back. He's basically our 2 fullbacks are the same. They have the same role. He has Hakimi's role where he has total freedom to move, and probably like Vitinha stays a little bit further back to cover that third center back spot.
Yeah.
The funny thing is Vitinha was actually the closest. So what I loved about that second goal is it was our 4 fastest players on that attack, on the counter attack.
Yeah, and that's what it should be. That's what it should be.
And the player trailing those 4 was actually Vitinha, I think. So like, there's really no position. It's just Sometimes it could be Neves that covers. Sometimes it could be Fabian. I think Fabian was covering for Nuno in the build up to that goal. So it's just fluid. It's super fluid, like in terms of the rotations between our midfielders and attackers. Like we have to win this Champions League, man. This is for the romanticists. This is for history, dude. Like if we lose, system ball is gonna be the everyone's gonna be like, bro. The Arsenal gas is just gross, dude. I'm sorry. Like we gotta shut that fucking hype down, dude. No, seriously, man. Like you see what Arsenal are doing? They're gassing Rice. These corny statements. Oh, you know how Rice cooks better with the lid on. Like just
Yeah,
say,
but
Come on, that was a
it's
must.
deserved though. It's deserved though. Like
bro, he's
he was the
hella
best.
mid. He is so
No,
mid.
no,
Bro,
no,
how
no.
is he mid, man? What the fuck are you talking
So
about?
he's
Across
hella
across
mid,
the
bro.
tie,
How is
across
bro?
the tie, he was the
Come on,
best.
man.
No,
player.
yeah, he could be. Of course, he can be the best because he's playing against other, brutes like himself. That's all it was. It was like brutes v brutes in midfield.
The nigga went
Arsenal got more
3v1
brutes.
against Madrid, bro.
Oh gosh,
Respect
sure he did,
Basmati,
man.
man.
When
We'll
it's
see,
real
man. We'll
football,
see.
when it's real football, you won't be seeing that
Well,
nonsense.
that wasn't real football at the Bernabeu.
No,
With the free kick wasn't real football.
man. Like you know how that clock strikes twice a day. You know how that should be, bro. Like this, he just hit. Like that goal was just out of nothing. It's like thunder.
Isn't it strikes
It's like
once a
lightning
day?
strike. It's like lightning striking twice in the same spot. That's just what that shit was, bro. Like it's just it won't happen again. You think that's gonna happen against PSG? Come on, bro.
Could, bro.
Let's
It could.
Nah,
It
we have
could. There's
Gigi and
always a
goal.
possibility. He gotta be on set pieces now. Like after that Madrid tie, he's gonna be on set pieces. So you never know.
Yo, Donnarumma not getting beat like that.
On set pieces, bro. Are you serious?
I think he's longer
Like,
than Courtois.
Bro, did you see how he saved us against Liverpool at Anfield? Like he
Yeah.
single-handedly
Tielemans.
Yeah,
commanded the
that
whole
was
box.
that was the only game where he was good on set pieces.
I mean, he'll bring it back for Arsenal, man, because we know that's Arsenal's strong point. So that's part of the game plan. We got to limit them, in the aerial. In the
Yeah,
air.
but the biggest threat won't be there, which is Gabriel. So
Yeah, that's good, right? Kiwior is food. Like a lot of these people they're gassing Kiwior is straight food, bro. Come on, if you're a France fan, you saw him in the Poland. Was it the Poland game, bro? He was getting cooked by them boos, bro. Gave up the penalty and stuff for Mbappe to score the Euros, bro. He is food. Kiwior is straight food. And whoever they have on the left back, whoever that is, Skelly, whatever. Okay, cool.
nah, he'll play
Probably doesn't
midfield
get
for
hype.
Party. It will possibly be
Then that's
Calafiori.
cooked. That's cooked, man. Their buildup is going to be non-existent. We're going to have 70% of the ball, okay? And what they're going to do is they're going to try and hit us on the counter through Martinelli or Saka holding up the ball to give them territory. Like that's really it. Like this team is not. Honestly, I think less of this team than I think of Liverpool and Villa. Like Villa actually have legitimate counter-attacking weapons, that can scare you. Liverpool are just Liverpool, Arsenal, bro, we can't lose to no fucking Arsenal, my G. Like, we can't be losing to no Arsenal. Like, I ain't trying to hear that shit, man.
Bro, like their strengths are our weaknesses, so you never know.
Bro, but
When
our
they-
strengths, our strengths is
Yeah,
any
I said it-
team's weakness. Our strengths are any team's weakness. Like let's actually establish that as well, bro. Like we have the best counterattacking weapons in the world, and then we also have teams. We have players that can unsettle a deep block, a mid block. We have like 3 of those. We have Doué, Dembele, Kvaratskhelia. Like they can all unsettle a mid block or a deep block at any point. And then we have these counter-attacking weapons that move like fucking horses. Like, come on, bro. We should not, bro. We should honestly
we'll see, man. We'll see. Just the game is like 2 weeks away, so a lot of things will change in 2 weeks. Like we might not have some players available. They might not have some players available. We don't know yet, so let's just keep calm about that.
No, but physically, I think we were a little cooked physically in the Villa game. So we
Yeah,
gotta get,
no, they were tired. They were so
yeah,
tired.
yeah. Arsenal, I don't think we'll need to run as much as we ran against Villa today. Arsenal will not make you run as much, bro.
It depends. I feel like it depends on Arsenal and how they approach the game. Because if they let us have the ball, they won't run as much. But like Villa
Oh, they
didn't
will
let
run
us.
a ton. They will run a ton if they let us have the ball. Arsenal will run a ton if they let
No,
us have
no,
the
no,
ball.
no.
Trust me, trust me, trust
I
me,
think they'll
bro.
come the box. No, they'll put 5 players in the box and let us have the ball.
They still have to run when
I
they
don't think
recover
they'll
the
run.
ball and they're 80 yards from they're 80 yards from their goal, and then another ball loss, and then they're getting suffocated. Bro, that is so tiring mentally, especially. Like, bro, we just have to play our game. If we play our game, we will cook Arsenal, dude. Both
We just
ways,
need
not even just the first
we
leg.
just need
Both
to
ways.
get a result. We just need to get a result, bro. Like a 1-1 or a 2-1 win, basically, or even a 2-1 loss. Like we can turn around the 2-1 loss at the park. Just don't go and lose like 3-0, for example, like Madrid. Don't go and do that.
You know.
So
The Partey thing though is kind of a blessing for them because then they can really like set out on this low block, mid block, aggressive mid block, low block tactics. Whereas when they get Partey in the return leg, they'll be a bit more risky. I think it's the opposite, bro. I think they're going to be riskier away than at home.
it depends on the first leg, though.
Where's the first leg?
It's
It's
at
at the
Emirates.
Emirates.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. Do you think it'll be better for us? Like, which way around do you think it'll be better for us? I think home first would have been better.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
I disagree.
I feel like we
Do you
overall in the
think home
Champions League
second is
we've been
better?
better.
I think
We've been
home
better
second's
with.
better, man. Like we gotta
I just feel like
get
I don't want
that
to have to
final in
come
front of our
home
fans,
needing a
man.
result, though. That's the thing. You know?
I don't think we'll be needing a result after coming out of the Emirates.
Okay.
Bro, you're so confident, man. You're so confident. Why are you this confident, bro?
Bro,
You're like
we can't lose to no Arsenal, G.
you're like
Like
more
we
like
came this far. We've come this far. We're gonna lose to Arsenal. Like that's not even like their best team, like out there. Like look at the injuries they've been decimated by. Like we're gonna lose to that Arsenal, dude. Come on, bro. It don't make no sense. Man, this is it, man. This is it, man. This is time for players to put their names in the record books because I don't remember Neymar scoring in a Champions League semi for PSG. I don't remember Mbappe scoring in a semi for PSG. I don't remember Zlatan. I don't remember Cavani. Dembouz, man. Kvara, step up to the plate, man. Let's be legendary.
you think this is the year?
Let's be legendary. It's got to be the year, man.
Bro, like we've made like 4 out of the last 6 semifinals.
I agree.
And
It's been that confirms it being a successful season. And now
I feel
let's go for let's get it all.
apart from the Leipzig game, we've never looked good in a semifinal. Like against City in 2021, we basically lost the tie after 20 minutes.
Yeah, we played one good half. Both legs.
Against Dortmund, we basically just couldn't stop hitting the post. Like that Warren chance in the first half where it could have been 1-1. Just killed us. So I've never felt confident in a semi-final like we played well and we deserved to. We were undoubtedly the best, like that. So I hope this time that we can show that we can progress past semi-final and, don't have a ceiling at the semi-final every year.
But this is also probably the best PSG to play a semi-final. Definitely better than last season's, better than 2021, and
This is the best PSG team in the QSI era ever, dude.
Nah.
It is, man.
Bro,
It's only number 5 that's ruining it. Ruining it.
nothing will ever top 18-19 PSG. We were just unfortunate to go out to a shit United. Like, we would have won that year. We would
No,
have won.
but the thing with 18-19 PSG is we only saw our best 11 that season, like maybe no more than 10 times that whole
Yeah,
season.
but when we did though, it was the best team in the world. Like that
I agree.
Liverpool
No, that
game,
team was nuts. That team was
Liverpool
nuts.
game, bro, that was nuts. That was incredible.
No, I agree. But this team is just—they've made me fall in love with football again. We're flying the flag. Like, this is our heritage, man. Just keeping flair, exhibition style football, to the masses.
We're the kind of team that you turn up your TV and watch
Facts.
without picking up your phone and scrolling TikTok. Like in the Prem, like I don't feel like I can sit through a whole game. It's just so boring, bro. That United City game, it was so boring. I basically turned off the TV at halftime. I couldn't watch it. It was just unbearable.
Yeah. What was that game we watched in the Premier League game?
Arsenal United.
That game was awful. That game was one of the worst. Oh, Declan scored in that game, by the way. Interesting.
Was it the one in OT?
I think so, at Old Toilet, yeah.
Okay. I mean, to be fair, United are terrible, and that was Arsenal in terrible form.
But that game was pretty bad to watch.
Speaking of United, did you guys see the disaster last night? I'm still not over it, man.
Yeah,
Them beating
man.
Leon.
I've never seen. How do you concede 3 goals in 10 minutes? Like, how is that even possible? Like, I don't.
Honestly, man, Leon
Fonseca
should have.
needs to be back in his bags, but by the end of the season.
Fonseca got everything wrong from the starting 11.
How do you concede
Like,
3
everything.
goals?
He
Like,
got
think about it,
everything
guys.
wrong.
If you concede 3 goals in 90 minutes, yeah, you look at it and you say, okay, that was a bad defensive game for us.
But they
How
were
do you
down to
concede
10
3
men
in
as
10
well.
minutes?
They were down to 10 men as well, though.
Like, it's not like it's make it take it, where you have to give the ball back when the opponent scores. You get the ball back after you concede, and
I know, but they were 10 men. They were down to 10 men.
Well, so you can't keep the ball for 20 seconds.
He was
didn't have an outlet.
He was subbing defenders in the 115th minute. He subbed out Tagliafico in the 115th minute, bro. Who
And
takes
that last goal was a
defenders
foul,
out?
Maguire. He pushed them.
Who takes defenders out, bro? Just take Lacazette off, for example. Why are you taking off Tagliafico? It makes no sense.
Nah, everything really starts with that Almada penalty. Like, just you can, like, how do you score a fourth and then you just give up that penalty? It's just so dumb, bro. Like, you can't be giving up a penalty after being up 4-2. At that point, you just set up shop and you go through. Like, man, it just robbed Sherky of his moment, man. I'm seeing goofy ass United fans say, "Man, bring him. Don't let him leave without signing a contract." Man, he don't want y'all. Sherky don't want y'all, bro. Like, the man held his nuts after he scored, bro. He was motioning, holding his nuts. Like, and for them to just bottle all that, man, they're just like, that was his moment, and man, I'm just.
Where do you think he's going though? Like, he's definitely leaving Lyon, so where is he going?
PSG.
Nah, I don't think so.
I think he's coming to PSG.
Textor will never sell to us. Never.
Yeah, but Textor can't do anything if it's the will of the player and the agent.
Bro, he blocked the move last summer. The reports are there.
Yeah, but that's when he was with FISA. That's when Cherokee was with FISA.
But Pfizer wasn't the problem though.
I mean, that
Bro,
whole agency was the problem. Like,
do you think if Nasser told Cherokee himself drop Pfizer, he wouldn't drop it? He already dropped it, bro.
yeah, he dropped it
He
after
dropped it.
though, after the whole fiasco.
Yeah, he dropped it after, but like in the summer, don't you think like if Nasser told Cherokee drop Pfizer, he wouldn't drop it? Of course he would.
I don't know. I don't
No,
know.
but
if
yeah,
it
but
was
she I think she had like potential power at that point because Cherokee wrote to Texter that he wanted to go to PSG. Like the
Yeah, yeah,
DMs
I
that
remember.
Texter leaked.
Personally, I want Mora. I don't want Cherokee or Akliush. I want Rodrigo Mora. So
I mean, yeah, it looks like Akhliosh is more pushed by Nasser from the recent reports, and Mora obviously Campos. Could you guys see both coming?
it doesn't matter though because like Lucho is the ultimate decision maker. So it doesn't matter who wants who.
Yeah. I feel like
By the way, I think like the price tag on Akliush I saw earlier today it was 70-80 million,
Yeah.
which is a joke.
wait for
He's
Akliush.
yeah, bro. Like Monaco is slapping crazy numbers. They think they're gonna get Mbappe money on it. He's 24 and basically not that exceptional for the market out there. I feel like if I had the option to pay 70 for Rodrigo Mora and 70 for Akliush, I would go Rodrigo Mora. So
For Rodrigo Mora though, he's still got his baby frame, man. Like, do you want to wait 2-3 years for him to grow into his body?
bro, like
I feel like
age,
we need someone now, bro. That's why I really want Cherokee, man. We need players ready
bro,
now. First of
age,
all,
age in football, age is just a number. If you're good enough, you play. It doesn't
yeah.
matter if you're 17. So
You think he's
I
good
don't
enough
think,
to just
bro,
blend in quickly?
he's the hottest prospect coming out of Portugal. Probably the best under 18 player Portugal has ever seen.
And what is Cherokee, bro?
Bro, Cherokee is like
He's one of the best we've ever seen, talent wise, as well.
I don't feel like he'll work at PSG because he's better coming off centrally, and we don't really play with number 10. So what's the point of it? Maybe like if we sell Kangin Lee, you get both, but that's a big if.
It'll be interesting because yeah, I don't see Cherokee as a number 10. I even see like striker potential, support striker like potential
Bro,
because he
support
scores
striker,
goals. He gets in very good positions. He in our system he
support
would
striker
score
is
goals.
basically a number 10, bro. You're behind the
I mean,
striker.
yeah,
Is
yeah.
number
So
10.
and a bunch of players can play in that zone on our team, from Kvara to Dembus to Due to like they can play in that zone.
Yeah, yeah.
Like it's
I'm
just
not.
about getting a bunch of players that can form, you know,
Yeah,
connection,
I'm
chemistry.
not saying that Cherky isn't good. I feel like Rodrigo Mora has a higher ceiling and works better for our system than Cherky. I feel like Cherky could be like a better player at Bayern for a club like that. So yeah, that's what I think basically. So it doesn't matter much.
That's funny because
Whoever,
I did say the next best big team for him if it's not PSG is Bayern.
bro, he suits them perfectly. Slav Musiala on the left, Olise on the right, and Cherky behind Kane. That's perfect recipe for the next 2-3 years.
Yo, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
So, bro, you repping Arsenal in 13 on the 29th?
Ooh. Nah,
Whoa.
nah. I think nah.
Sure you don't feel some type of way?
Nah, because I just think the treble transfer the treble you can't pass that up. More than anything else, I just hope for like a good tie.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I think
For
the
Arsenal
Villa
win,
tie,
huh?
like we had a chance to get like a real stinker over 2 legs. So like, unfortunately, we fucked up ourselves. That's what made it interesting. But like, if Villa had played the second leg the way they played the first leg, like it would have been a snooze fest. But.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Honestly, one thing you have to learn about with Europe is that now that the away goals rules have been scrapped, bro, when at the point Villa were 5-1 down, they were just like, fuck it.
yeah,
That's where we should have just been also we should have had that same mentality. We could have hit we could have scored 8, 9, 10. If we were really ruthless, if we like bro, I'm still heated about that Hakimi to Dembele ball in behind. Because at that point it's 3-1 instead of, a reverse 3-2. That's a huge swing, man, in the game. Because if we score that third goal, we're chilling. We're chilling at that point. But yeah, what's past is past. Oh shit, Gyökeres going to Arsenal?
um, he could go. I've also seen this recent tweet regarding extensions. It said Luis Campos' plan to extend the contract of Barcola, Canguilí, and Beraldo. Marquinhos' future is uncertain. And I'm looking at all the shortest contracts we had. So Kimpembe, obviously, we're not looking to extend him. He's gonna leave. Donnarumma, the extension talks are progressing really well. He will surely be extended. I haven't read anything around the Tenas future. Fabio Ruiz, we've seen reports that a potential extension could happen. Mailo will be extended, not yet. No pressure on it. And then if we look at all the 2028, so we're trying to go on Beraldo, we're trying to extend Barcola, can't get Lee for some reason. The report does not mention Gonzalo, and no Dembele or Lucas Hernandez or Marquinhos. Marquinhos probably leave. Lucas and Dembele, maybe it's because they have bigger contracts and they're older, so we feel less pressured. But would you extend Beraldo, Barcola, Kangidi?
It's not really an extension though. It's just basically like they get more pay, like they get better salary out
Okay.
of it.
Okay.
Because like you don't need to give them a contract, but like you're protecting the asset,
Yeah.
kinda. Like for Barcola, you're gonna make him a 2031 or 2030. What's gonna be in the summer? 2035 year contract. For Cagliari, I don't agree. I feel like it's time to sell.
Yep.
The second half of the season, like he hasn't contributed or hasn't looked important in any way.
The
And I
Can
feel
fans
like,
gonna be mad, bro. The Can fans gonna be
but it's the truth though. Like sporting wise, his role has been a bit less. The game time has been very limited. So for his sake, I would say sell now that there is interest from the Premier League especially, and we can get a good fee for him, like 60, 50 million possibly, with add-ons included. For Berardo, I feel like the extension is warranted. He's gonna be our future. Whether it's a starter or a backup, it will definitely be in PSG for another 5, 6 years. So I've got no problem with that. Yeah, Bradley deserves it because of his role in this season. He really stepped up, so he deserves to be paid accordingly. What do you guys
Yeah.
think?
Yeah, what you said about Kangili. Kangili's been at this club for 2 years. Still not, put enough competition cemented the spot. Then you take a look at the Ziri Due. signed this season and is performing at such a high stage, we're having to push Barcola out of the starting 11, who's also having a good season. So I think Kangli, he's gotten a lot of opportunities at PSG. He's just not good enough. A bit the same with Gonzalo Ramos as well. But there's less pressure on getting rid of
Yeah,
Gonzalo.
but Gonzalo though is getting the numbers out of the backup, out of the super sub, so he's more
Yeah,
useful.
as a super sub, 100%.
Yeah, yeah.
100%.
Kangili, for example, has many goals in Ligue 1. He's like on 6 goals, but that
Yeah.
was at the first half of the season where he had a much bigger impact and a much bigger role,
Yeah.
where Desiree was basically spending on the bench. That's why maybe he had a bigger role. Now he's not really needed as much, and he's also been injured.
Yep.
Maybe that's kind of fair of him, but yeah.
And
I
Kang,
feel
it's
like
also about the money that we could get. Like if we sell Kang, we could get at least 60 from a Prem
yeah,
player.
definitely.
Bro, we fucked up last summer with the Kang thing. We had a 70 million offer.
That wasn't real, bro.
No, bro. Like he wouldn't
Newcastle,
go though.
Newcastle was 70
That
million.
wasn't real. That
No,
wasn't
that
It
wasn't
had
real.
to be. It had to be real.
There's no
Only
way that was-
the Saudi offer was real.
Who would have?
And
Why
he
would they have
didn't
offered that for Kang, bro? Come on.
No.
Is he-
No, DJ. They've seen with Heung-min Son how much Spurs earn money from that.
Well,
They know
market.
Kang is, yeah. Like I think I said it
Well,
before.
remember,
Kang
Newcastle
as
have-
a player is 40 to 50 million, and then you add like 20 to 30 strictly because of his marketability.
Marketing. Okay. Right.
But
What did
we'll
we
take a look at
what
that.
did we pay for him? How much did we give?
About 15, 20, I think.
Yes,
20
17 plus 5 million in bonuses, something.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money for a nobody. When we signed him, though.
I mean, that's what you pay for.
Yes,
Like,
a
That's
little
a lot of
over
money.
17.
how is 17 a lot of money, bro? Come on.
Bro,
That's nothing in football
for a
nowadays.
player from Mallorca, bro. You think?
Yeah, like you're buying
That's-
Mallorca's best player for 15 mil. Like that's a reasonable fee.
Yeah, it's not a big fee to be
Yeah.
honest.
It's not a big fee, but I feel like for his reputation at the time, it was a big fee.
I mean, but he's seen as he's seen as like the next face of Asian football after
Yeah, true.
Son,
Sure.
Heung-min Son. So
But bro, like we've seen the level. There's levels to this game though. Like the way is much better.
Yeah, and plus we're looking at Mora, Akhlios, Cherki, who
this is really why I want Cherki, because like there was that time where he switched Kang and Lee to the right wing and Dembele central, and Kang and Lee was getting so much 1v1 coverage out wide, but he just wasn't cooking. You know, he was just very predictable down that flank. I just wanted, like, if that's Cherki or someone, it's a totally different game, you
Mm.
know. So I just feel like he's the one player that's upgradable. Like if you get Cherki in a spot,
Yeah.
and then Due, they both prefer their zones of like they can play anywhere, and then you have like 4 players that can unsettle any block with Due, Cherki, Dembele, Kvara. Like that's so elite. That's more elite than we've. I think that's historical. It's not just it's not just elite. It's actually historical.
this was by the way the report. Kangili hoping to do much better this season. PSG is also counting on Lee after already rejecting a 70 million offer from a Premier League club, according to Santi, who is a good reporter.
Yeah, he's a
Santi's
decent-
nobody. Nah, Santi's shit, bro. Like
No,
Santi-
you're doing too
nah,
much now. You're doing too much, man. You're doing too
Santi's
much.
shit. I don't rate
Bro,
Santi.
he had the exclusive on the Mohamed Salah extension.
Bro, like my nan
was the
club
first one-
tweeted
he was
that,
the
bro.
first
Like,
one.
It was,
Bro, he was the first one to. He was the first one.
bro. Everybody knew he
talk
was
about
going to extend at
Demboo's.
Liverpool, bro.
Demboo's to PSG. He had the exclusive on Demboo's to PSG.
Yeah,
Mbappe
that's
to
fair.
Madrid.
Bro, Mbappe, are you serious, bro? You saying that's an
Mbappe to
exclusive,
Madrid,
bro?
yeah. He dropped it in like January before Mbappe confirmed it. Like no, he dropped it in
Nah.
like late December
Bro, I could have
before
dropped
Mbappe
it, bro. Like,
confirmed it like 2 months later.
there
he
was a
started.
99% chance Mbappe would sign for Madrid. Wow, congratulations! How surprisingly he got it right in
But he was the one with the
January.
first. But he was most likely privy to the meeting that's probably took place. The free agent meeting between Mbappe's reps and Real Madrid, and that's where he dropped the exclusive. Like, bro, you gotta respect what these dudes do, man.
Okay, wait. Think logically then. Do you guys think a Premier League club would pay 70 million for Kangin Lee?
Right
Yes,
now, no. No, right now, no. Cap at 60
What's the
with
highest?
add-ons. Cap
50,
at 60
50.
including add-ons.
I'm gonna say 50
Okay,
to be
fair.
honest.
And
I'm gonna say,
that's on a good day.
I'm gonna say 50. Yeah.
Yeah, the only unfortunate thing is Kang has not been good this season, especially not towards the end, which means it'll be harder to get more money from him. Um, just want to take this soup chat right here quickly. Thanks so much, Brandon Diaz, for the soup chat, man. I appreciate it a lot. Signing Cherky and Mora in the summer, we will have our attack set for a couple of years. What about Tell? So thank you so much, Brandon, for the soup chat. Would you guys go for Tell?
Absolutely not.
Nah, we ain't doing that.
Absolutely not. He's infected with the Premier League virus, and he's actually been really mid for Spurs. He just runs into the void. He doesn't really have a position yet. Like, he can't really be a center forward, and he's not really a winger either. So
Yeah,
I think he's looked better playing
second striker.
centrally than on the wing. He doesn't really have any 1v1 ability, but I think as a striker, like a sort of fake false nine, he looks a bit better, more comfortable, I think.
Yeah.
To be
Well,
fair,
no,
I really liked him, but that's just me. So
no, he was one of the biggest hopefuls of that '05 generation with Warren
I
and
feel like
Dewey. So,
he needs that one coach that will set him on
he
on
needs to go to
one path.
Frankfurt.
yeah,
He'll be good.
Should
he should have
replace
gone.
Enrique.
He should have accepted a loan to another Bundesliga club and cooked, not go to fucking England, Spurs. Now he's just gonna not play, and
Yeah,
guys like
I don't feel
Solanke
like
and stuff will bench him.
I don't feel like Tottenham or Ange can unlock his potential. I feel like someone like Lucho could have, but not someone like Ange.
No. You're saying we should sign? No, I'm good off that, dude.
Yeah, bro. Like I've said it since last summer that we should sign him. So I'm a very
What,
big
what
fan.
do you see Mora as? Don't you think they're pretty much same profile, like second
I think
strikers?
I think Mora is more of that, a bit of like left center mid, drifting into the number 10 behind Dembele and creating that like double duo in the striker position.
So like a second striker that drops.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you see his
Or
goal
is
today,
cooking though. He cooked today. I saw both the goals. He scored
bro,
twice, right?
the first goal he basically picks up the ball from the left, dribbles through a whole low block, and basically scores a curve shot around the
Didn't it
keeper.
get deflected?
But I don't know.
It got
I think
deflected. It got deflected. I know, but I remember the goal. Yeah.
yeah. I'm maybe confusing like the
The
first goal
second
for
goal
the
was
second
nuttier
goal.
though.
I don't know.
The second goal was nuttier. You went from right to left,
Yeah.
curved it. It was like a Kavar. It's not like Kavar, but it's similar to Kavar's goal versus Liverpool, the disallowed one. He just went from right to left, curved it, top corner. That goal was sexy. I'm not gonna lie, because it was with a bunch of shoulder drops, a bunch of feints, and then he goes from right to left and curls it. But no, he's an interesting talent. I just think you got, man. I just think we got to get Cherky, man. I think he's the best playmaker in the world.
Okay, that's valid. Like for me, like in the right wing position, like the backup or the starter, I feel like you should get someone more direct forward. Someone like a bit more like Olise, for example, not like Cherky.
The thing is, Olise, though, he's not like, he don't got the feet of a Cherky, man. Cherky got situation.
True, very true. But I feel like we need someone that can provide a bit more output than Cherky. in terms of goals, not assists.
But Cherky probably has just as many goals as Olisa this season. Easily. He's got like
Yeah,
12
but
right now.
he's playing as second striker, not the right winger.
The thing is, if you look at
He's not playing touchline though. He's definitely
you're,
not playing
you're,
touchline.
for Cherky,
Yeah, for sure. He's not playing touchline.
I mean, he kind of is, but it's
He may
it's
receive the
fluid,
ball.
but he
He
kind
may
of
receive the
is.
ball there, but he cuts straight immediately.
Yeah, he'll follow the ball and drift. I know what you're saying. I just don't see how that can't translate to us.
I
Because
feel like
if you
we
look
need
at
someone
a
more
lot
of a
of our
winger.
plays, if you look at a lot of our plays though, like I was looking at the map where they give you the percentage of where our attacks come from. On the right and the left, it's like 33 and 35% or something. Like it's even higher probably. And in the middle, it's just a little low. If you can bring in Cherky there, like I just think that you get like it's equal opportunity. Like there's no bias in terms of where we're attacking from. It can just come from anywhere. That's why I really want Cherky, man, as that central creator. But
Okay, that's
and
fine.
then Due, I mean, Due will just keep progressing. I want Due to eventually end up in midfield. So at that point, there's not really any place for Mora, if you think about it.
What do you feel about Seni though? Like, do you think he's good
Who?
enough to stay Seni Mayulu?
Oh, okay.
Like he's good enough to like
Yeah,
stay
I
as
think
the backup, or that needs a loan to like progress because he's not getting game time.
he
Like,
usurps Cherky during the Club World Cup.
so loan him out.
No, we can loan. Did I say Cherky? No. I meant Warren.
Mayulu, we're talking about Mayulu.
Yeah, Mayulu. Like I think he usurps Warren in the rotation.
I feel like Warren though will be like more of a right back going forward than a midfielder.
Yeah, but I
I,
mean, we
I don't
already have.
think that.
Yeah, Warren is just Mayulu is naturally two-footed, like Dembele.
I feel like
And
he needs a loan
Mayulu,
though. He needs to play in like Bundesliga, something like Nkunku.
I think he can get that just playing with us. Because I
But
think,
he's not.
look, this is
But
why
he's
we
not
really need to
playing
win the
though.
Champions
But
League. We really need to win the Champions League because Lucho, after he does that, he'll build up so much credit that he will try the wackiest shit next season. He
you
will try
think?
the wackiest. Yeah, he'll
Yeah.
have license to do whatever the fuck he wants. So he'll try the wackiest shit. He might have a squad with not a single 9 in it. He might
Destroy everything after winning a treble.
not necessarily destroy, but just be more experimental.
No,
You
bro.
know,
Like, why? Why would he do that? There's no way. Like, there's
most
no
coaches
reason to
do it.
do that.
A lot of coaches do that. You know, Pep did it.
No.
You know, coaches they switch it up sometimes.
Nah, Lucho is the most stubborn person in the world, bro. Like that dude had us playing like high line, attacking football 5-1 at Villa. That's why we basically fucked the whole game up and gave Villa the win because instead of like sitting deep and playing like possession and moving the ball around, we let Villa have the ball and creating chances, and that's how we conceded 3 goals.
Yeah, no, it was partly on him as well.
What do you think that? What do you think will be the centre back signing?
Probably Konate.
Yeah, I think so too. That's my number one.
With Ginger, you weren't here. I mean, obviously, but so I know a Bayern dude, and he sent this from like a how can I say like a Bayern insider. Again, he told me he's good. I don't know how good he is. Maybe you have heard of his name before. Have you heard this guy? Again, he could just be another fake insider, but he once again he put out, that Upamecano is not going to extend. And from all the recent reports I've read regarding Upamecano, it doesn't look like he will extend at Bayern.
I think like Pletty did a report earlier this evening. I don't know if you want to search it up.
Oh, is it this one? But I still want to
Yeah.
extend Upamecano contract long-term basis. Talks are ongoing, but there's no full agreement yet. Despite progress being made, Bayern consider the current wage amounts of 50 million euros too high. Although
When is
deals
this-
still on.
When does his contract end?
26.
I think
Next
he'd be
summer,
a-
basically.
I think he might be a better fit next to Pacho than Konate.
Bro, like, though,
I think my only
like,
issue
I
with
agree.
Pro-
Konate
I agree.
profile-wise.
I agree. Look, on his same agent as Due, Cherki, Dembele, Kolomwani. It's coming, bro. We're
Akola.
getting Upa. We might get Upa, man. If we get Upa,
but
I'm
though,
not mad.
like, you're giving though 15 million in salary, and you're getting someone who's very injury prone. So, do you think like it's a good idea to get someone that injury prone? Even though we
I
have
mean,
a
we did it
fantastic-
with Lucas, right?
Yeah, I know
Did it
what
with
you're
the
gonna
Blues?
say. Like
Did it with
we
the
have
Blues?
a fantastic medical staff, but like that's someone I think like Upa had ACL injuries, like Lucas.
No, I don't think he's had
Has he-
ACL injury. I think.
let me check.
I don't
I
think
think he's
so,
been
no.
pretty healthy, like at Leipzig and Bayern.
He had some big injuries. I remember. I think like there was a year where he missed like
No,
a
no,
lot
no,
of
that's
Okay,
games.
okay. So his biggest injury is the recent one.
cartilage.
Cartilage damage.
That's an injury, right?
Has to be. Yeah.
I don't know.
He-
Is
Before
that
that, the
cartilage in
longest
another part
like-
of your body?
2 pages of injuries, bro. Like, what are we talking about?
cartilage is a smooth type of
No, but Mo,
connective
cartilage is just part of you. It's like it's tissue. But like, what I'm saying is that I'm pretty sure there's cartilage in.
I mean,
like,
knee is the first. It could
yeah,
be
knee,
ankle as
ankle,
It's a
well.
knee. It's
Yeah.
a knee thing.
your
It's a
wrist
knee
as
thing.
well.
It's a knee thing.
Okay, that's not
I'm
great.
reading about
Bro,
it.
two
But
pages of
Gio,
injuries.
it's
bro.
yeah, but it's like one game. Like it's no this is the only major injury it has, and then
A lot
this
of
like
muscle
hamstring
injuries, though.
injury as well. Yeah,
A lot
But
of
it's
muscle
it's
Yeah,
just
but
like
that's
he's just being rested for one game here, basically.
I think with CBs, like I'm also more comfortable buying a young guy and then developing them.
I feel like Konate is a better
Right.
fit.
Mm.
Personally, yeah.
I guess we can't really do that, can we?
Like you said before, DJ, with the profile, I
Mhm.
think because when you look at Patrick, what are his strengths? 1v1 ability, defending
Right.
in space,
Yep.
aerially, duels, and so on. So
Mhm.
next to him, you want someone that's great on the ball. I think that's the main
Exactly.
priority. And that's
Yeah.
one of like. It's not that Marquinhos is bad at progressive passes. It's just that there are much better alternative and options.
Right.
at
Mo,
progressing the
Mo,
ball.
Mo, Mo.
And
I would
Opa is
su-
a
I
much
would
better
suggest-
passer than Konate.
Mo, I would suggest going on a website called Data MB right now if you can.
Mm-mm-mm-mm.
And like put Upamecano, put Marquinhos, put Pacho, put Konate on it.
Yeah, the only thing
And
I
you
want
see
to
the
tell you,
stats.
Gio.
No,
I
Data
had-
MB is a garbage site.
No,
Data
yeah,
MB
yeah,
is a
Gio. I
garbage
don't want.
site.
I want to tell you. I had
Oh, for
huge
real?
altercation
wow.
with this website.
Oh, I forgot about this.
Yeah, because I was exposing them, Gio, and then they became really mad. They came to me in DMs. They said they warned me they were gonna sue me for like I don't know what sue me for. So basically, we kept on talking, and I mean they talked to me in a nice way. One of their co-founders was a PSG fan as well, so they talked nicely to me. So I was respectful back, and then he explained to me why they have different numbers than other sites. So, for example, FBRF, the site that I always use, they use OptaStats. This dude told me they wanted to use OptaStats, but it's too expensive. Like having OptaStats costs a lot. So they have other stats,
Okay.
other metrics that are worse off. But we can still take a look at it. It will give us.
I didn't know it. Okay, I didn't know that. Wow. Okay.
Wait, who do you say? Opa, Marky, Konate,
Konate and Pacho.
Pacho.
Bro,
Oh, so
use
then we
whatever
can look for the
website
best
you want. I
partner.
don't know.
Pacho is yellow.
Yeah, so like we need someone that's gonna basically take over in ball carrying and for passes. Who's the blue? The
No,
blue one basically.
more progressive passes than
Yeah,
forward
yeah.
passes. Yeah. Blue
The blue
is
one is
Opa.
basically Opamecano, yeah.
And look, he has insane aerial percentage as well. And really, he's the second best in duel as well. So we'd have like a great dual combo in Opa and Konat and Pacho.
Interesting. Okay.
No, Upa's the guy, man. And you have to understand, they don't play with DMs. They play with Kimmich and Goretzka ahead of him, like two clowns. They can't even keep the ball with other teams because either outnumbered or Goretzka is. I know you're a big fan of Goretzka from when I last spoke to you, but like he's pretty bad, dude. So yeah, like, and that's what Upa has to work with, man. He has to defend acres and acres of space. And I think it's traumatized Kim Min Jae. Kim Min Jae is a nothing player now because of it. It's destroyed him. Like he's far from that center back he was at Napoli.
But don't you think it's also a bit more about how like the teams play? Because Bayern and company, they're trying to play, the Lucho, the Pep ball, the high line, higher position. I don't know if that's Kim's game. Kim is the definition of a Serie A centre back. Like he's an Acerbi, he's a Devray.
Ouch. I think
He's
he's
gonna-
right.
Oh, it's just
He's gonna go to United though. Watch it.
No,
Watch
he-
it in the summer.
Wait, Kim? Just like
nah. He won't get to United. Like, if anything, they need maybe like a left-sided guy because they already have their CCB and what's his name?
United love buying center backs though. Like, they just love buying from there.
what stats? Okay, so progressive passes per game. Marquinhos and Opa basically the same, but obviously Marquinhos plays for Paris Saint-Germain. Pacho the lowest one. So I think that has to be the main priority for the center back that we get. And looking by here, Opa is the best. What other stats would you guys want to see, like defender wise? Maybe
I feel like
dribble.
So let's see defensive actions. Let's see that.
Yeah, and aerial duels, which is really important
Okay,
on set pieces.
So Pacha has the most tackles per game. Opa second, Marky third, Konate last. Um,
Tackles one. Let's see
dribblers.
tackles.
So tackles percentage, Marquinhos is the best. Pacho second,
Wow.
Konate third, Opa. But none of them really take. It's less than one per game. Blocks, Marky first, Pacho second, Konate third, Opa fourth. Interceptions, Opa first, Pacho second, Marquinhos last.
Ooh, see,
Tackles
I
and
like that
interceptions.
interceptions. I like that interceptions because we're playing high up, man. Like
Yeah, and look, tax interceptions, Pacho, Opa by far the two best. So Pacho gives us the ball carrying, the progressive passes, and he's a aerial and a dual, like insane. Okay, we can look at carries. So Opa has the most carries per game, most total carrying distance per game. Him and Marquinhos pretty much same progressive distance, progressive carries. Marquinhos, Opa second, carries into the final third.
wow, I'm surprised Markey is that high, man. He must be paying.
No, it's just for a system for gaziness. It's those passes to Hakimi he always makes. That's a progressive pass. Wait, there was one stat. I feel like there was one stat you guys said about that I didn't check.
Aerial duels.
Okay, Ariel Deuce. Yeah, I need to go to Sofa Score because they don't have it. Wait, maybe they do have it.
They probably should. I don't see why they should.
Yeah, I probably need to. Okay, I need to do this. Okay, so we can check Marquinhos first. I need to go into the advanced scouting report.
Marquinhos is not gonna be great.
Okay, wait, Ariel.
Just hit Control F. Hit Control F and just.
Yeah.
Okay, Ariel's one loss. Okay.
yeah,
It's-
it's like below average, I guess.
Okay. Now we can check Opa.
Yeah, I mean he's one of the smaller CBs, so you can understand that, I guess.
Who, Marky?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but look, even Opa here. So, okay, so he is.
Oh, so
Yeah,
he
but
attempts a lot. He attempts a
yeah,
lot of aerial
Yeah,
duels.
but you look at the
this is
percentage of
five
the
again.
amount he wins. That's not very good, is it?
Yeah,
But though,
57%.
like,
Yeah.
do you feel, guys? Do you feel like
So he has to
Konate
defend
again?
more aggressively. That's what that tells me. He has to defend a
Yeah.
lot more aggressively.
Do you feel like in progressive passes and those stats, etc., like Konate and Pacho, Konate and Uba are comparable? Because I feel like in Liverpool, like Van Dijk is the progressive passer, not
And
Uba,
not
Not
and
Konate.
not Konate.
yeah.
Sorry.
And by
Yeah.
the way, even looking at Pachos here, Pachos is not that good either. I think what it's mostly about, these are all three possession sides that have majority of the ball. So,
Yeah.
like the highest aerials one, if I click here, it's gonna be some Park the Bus defender, Ivan Ordets.
Who the
Yeah,
fuck is that?
Ukrainian. He's Ukrainian. Where does he play?
And he's only
Yeah,
6'1" as well. Interesting.
yeah. So
Wait, can we see the guys he's similar to? If there's anyone actually good on that?
Like Dan Burn and shit.
Dan Burn,
Um,
Tarkovsky, O'Shea.
yeah, so it's pretty
Yeah.
much like you said, relegation sort of battling CVs
Mm-mm.
and Dan Burn.
Wow, Yeri Mina. That's a name I haven't seen in a while.
And
Everton.
when you said George's, do you mean maybe Konate's ball progression is better? It just the numbers are lower because Van Dijk is like the conductor in that defense.
Yeah, basically similar to Pacho. I feel like Pacho is better on the ball than what stats suggest because Marquis is usually the one progressing it more.
No, I agree, but like I agree that he's better on the ball, but his role should not be to be the main man on the ball. He should just focus on being a stopper. So you need someone who's much better, more assured on the ball, which is what Markey is currently.
Yeah,
And
but
why
do
he
we
plays.
really need a stopper when you have someone like Vitinha as your six? Basically, like Vitinha already drops like in between them. So what's the
But
point of a oh,
you're going to be playing pressing systems you know, all season. So
By the way,
everyone needs to
yeah.
be good on the ball. It can't just be one guy.
Yeah, definitely in a rich system. Yeah, definitely. Do you think like Marquinhos is definitely out this year? Like not like leading, but
I
like
don't think
from
it's definite. I
his
don't think it's
starting
definite.
position. His starting
He
position.
needs to he needs to leave.
He needs to no, bro. Like I can
He needs
handle
to-
another. I can't handle another exit like that.
Nah, I'd actually be very calm. Bro, I survived Verratti. I can easily survive Markey.
No, I think it's the end, Georges. I remember all the reports I've been following. We haven't been trying to sell him, but we've been okay in the idea of selling Marky when Saudi came and offered money for him. But then it's Marky who says, no, I don't want to leave. And we never wanted to push Marky out like a Velat. But I think this season, it looks to be the last. Like even the
Yeah.
reports are mentioning, they are looking at it, especially he has an insane wage as well.
Oh, okay.
But you have to find the replacement though.
Oh, no,
And
no,
can I-
definitely.
in,
Can I-
in the past, I don't feel like the replacements out there were available.
Can I
You know
suggest a
what I
name?
mean?
Yeah, did you?
Okay, so Ruben Diaz contract expires in 27. How would
No,
you get?
bro.
No, he's
no,
he's
no,
rushed.
Bro,
He's
He's
rushed.
rushed? Okay.
Ank
All
don't
right,
got
all
it anymore.
Okay.
Plus, he's not even that. Like he's good on the ball, but is he really a ball upgrade?
He'd get absolutely smoked having to defend in our system.
No, bro, like
Okay.
I can't take a center back like seriously when he plays in the three at the back. Like Maguire looks good in a three at the back. Like,
Maguire
I
never
can't.
looks good, bro.
No,
All right, what
no,
about Tatsuba?
he looks very good now. In a three at the back, he looks excellent.
Excellent is a massive stretch, bro. Like,
No,
United
bro.
have people.
United are shit,
You
but
should not be
Maguire,
calling Harry Maguire excellent any day of the week, man.
he's their best center back though. Like
He's not
excellent.
better than Euro. He's not better than Euro.
No, he's better. He's better. Euro has been very shaky.
Yo, Euro.
No, Euro's been
I'm
good
not gonna
for
lie,
that.
bro. I watched
Since
the
he
game,
moved to
bro. I watched the
LCB,
game. Euro was hella shaky when he had to defend. He was good
Yeah.
on the ball though. Euro was good.
since he moved
really
to
good on the
LCB,
ball.
Euro's been good in my
But when he
opinion.
had to defend, he was super shaky. Euro, bro. He
Do you think-
slipped. He slipped and like blocked the shot with his head when Malik Fofana dropped him.
That's
Dropped
good
him.
defending.
Nah, he got lucky. He got lucky.
No, that's not luck. That's a skill. He mastered that.
Do you
He
think
was
he
looking
can be an
hella shaky.
option? Like, do you think like we can go back in
Nah,
for
the
him?
train only comes once. The PSG train only comes once, man. Nah, you snaked us for United. Nah, you can stay there, bro.
The only train that comes once,
Yeah,
because
man.
we had another train that only comes once, and
Nah,
it
that's a
ended up
fake train, man.
it ended up coming 3, 4, 5 times.
5, no 6, no 7. But it wasn't even a train, bro. It's just the Uber. It just parked outside the house. Whenever you're here, bro, we'll take you. Okay, what about Zabani at Bournemouth?
No. I mean, he's backup good enough.
Okay.
Even Dean Huysen, I don't think Dean Huysen is mature, experienced, and good enough to be immediately like come in as a starter. I would
I
bring
agree.
like an Opa and an Huysen in. But I've seen Huysen, he's not even gonna go to Madrid anymore. He's gonna go to some Prem club.
We need some experience, bro. We can't
Bro,
just.
I don't know why we're not
Opa
going in for that,
experience. Played in a
Yeah,
World
yeah,
Cup
he's
final.
experienced.
No, but we-
Konate as well.
Konate
For me, it's
Nova,
Opa or
both
Konate.
experience. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
And no Van Dijk. And like, do you guys still want
No,
Van
but
Dijk?
Nah,
I
he
don't see why we
extended,
can't.
No,
I
bro,
don't
he
see-
extended.
Okay.
It's not even realistic. So
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know that.
Bro, I don't see why we can't hijack that Dean Huysen thing, bro.
no,
I don't know if he's
Yo,
ready
we
to start
can now
every
that
week,
Madrid
that's
is
the only
out.
thing. Yeah. I don't know if he's
Bro,
ready to start every week.
we had him close last year and just didn't end up pulling the trigger.
Someone should be fired for that, by the way.
Like we
Well,
had the
from back out,
chance
that's
to
it.
like lock in and basically decided not to sign him when they got patched.
Yeah, what happened, Georges? Was it our decision? Because my
Yeah.
opinion was that maybe he wants to be a starter because he was at Juve, didn't get enough minutes, went loan to Roma. So he wants to go to a club to get starting
No.
minutes. Was that
I think it was like he agreed to come to PSG. We just didn't. Juventus gave us the price, and we just didn't come back for him. Some Italian media said that it was done, but it was like it ended up never being done. I feel like if you go on PSG report and search Dean Huysen, you will find more information of exactly what happened. Because I don't remember exactly, but I think that personal terms were agreed. He wanted to come, but we just didn't. We just didn't end up meeting the valuation Juventus wanted, and he left for Bournemouth. And we just decided to go for Pacho, which we ended up paying double because I think the deal for Huysen was like 15 million guaranteed and then 5 million add-ons,
Yeah, something like that.
if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, because I think Juve, they asked us to pay like 25, 30,
Yeah.
and then Bournemouth came in and offered 15, and they accepted. Like,
Yeah. I think it was kind of like that.
Yeah.
Which
Honestly,
is
though, I think I'd still pay the release clause for him because
60 million. You think is reasonable
I think so. Like when you look
For
at the
like-
potential,
for lower table? One season wonder.
I just think like certain players, you just see it in them immediately, and I see it in Wilson.
Okay, so all the reports I'm finding on Dean Huysen, it said the Spaniard gave his agreement to PSG by Fabrice Hawken. Dean Huysen is prioritizing a move to PSG, Matteo Morotto. So it was more between PSG and Juventus then, I guess.
Okay.
Nah, Juve are on some. They were on some bullshit. They sold them for cheap to Bournemouth and quoted us like 40, 50 million.
Funny, man.
Goofballs.
No, I think we got coded 25 plus
Yeah,
5, and
something
we
like that.
wanted to pay 15 and 5, and he
Yeah.
ended up going for 15, 5. So,
Ridiculous, man.
and we signed Pacho, and by the time he went to Bournemouth, we already made the centre back signing. That's why he went to Bournemouth and didn't come to PSG. So Also the screener transfer fucked us because he should have left in the summer and he didn't. That's why we didn't sign two center backs and we only signed one.
Where was he linked to?
He was linked to Saudi. Saudi
Ooh.
was Saudi was basically a done deal. I think Fabrizio reported that,
Okay.
and we
Can
agreed
you-
with them. We
Can you
agreed.
remember if it was like one of them deals where they were choosing Saudi were choosing between two players and they chose the other one?
Yeah, yes.
Was it
So
one of them?
basically- So basically, it was like we
Was
agreed.
it
with
Simakan that they chose?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh,
It was
yeah,
that
because
deal.
then
But wasn't it Spurs
Gajada
that
went
didn't
to
wanna go?
Leipzig, didn't he?
Yeah,
What is that?
basically, Skriniar initially agreed, but then backed out. So
Okay.
they went for Simakan
Yeah,
and got him in like 2 days. So
I forgot about that.
and now we're basically not gonna get anything for Skriniar because Turkish clubs are poor.
Finally,
I don't-
go for cover of the money, man.
I don't think we will get above 20 million.
I mean, I'll take
Wait.
10 at this point, bro.
But we Skriniar basically turned down the 40 million offer, bro. We could have gone in 40 million for it.
You think it was up to 40? That I don't
Bro,
know.
Serge the report on Fabrizio, man.
I didn't know it was that much. You know, that's crazy.
No, it was.
Okay.
Like 30 plus 10 or something.
Yo, did y'all see that? Did y'all see that video of Lamin's father in the Real Madrid kid?
Was it recently?
I don't know if it was recent. It just got leaked.
No.
Yeah, but that was like
Lamine.
It was in 2022
years
when
ago.
he won the
Look,
UCL.
I'm just saying, Lamine to PSG. As soon it could be this summer, man.
Nah, I don't think so.
Yeah, I think it's too early.
Maybe
I
when
don't think
he's
he
like,
ra- I don't think he rates Barca, man.
bro, like the problem with these kids is like, yes, you're starting out from you're 16 years old, but you're playing. He already played 2 seasons of professional football. Like his body will break down by 25. So he will start declining by 27, 28. So I don't think that he needs to move like quickly, but he won't. I don't know.
I just think we might get one shocking. Would you guys just give it all up for Haaland?
For who?
For Erling Haaland, because you know how he was writing
Why, bro?
midweek
Why?
on IG. Bro, on IG he was like,
I thought you said we don't need a striker.
After Lucho, maybe.
There is no after Lucha. He's gonna be here forever.
No. Wait, you guys don't remember what Lucha said ahead of Face City? He said something along the lines of, "We play with a false 9 because we don't have Haaland."
Is that what he said?
he said
Yeah,
that. Yeah, he did say
Yeah,
that.
and DJ, I'm gonna explain what he
Ooh,
means.
okay.
Because Pep and Lucho same manager. I think Pep Guardiola, you tell him play with a striker, he tells you no. But if you tell him I'm gonna give you the best striker in the world in Haaland, he will compensate for that. And I think Lucho meant the same way.
You mean
It's
Kane,
like,
right?
What do you mean?
Be serious.
You mean Kane?
Oh,
No, just
Okay.
yeah, please.
No, I mean Kane is the best striker in the world. Yeah.
okay. He would take Kane as well. Yeah, he
All
would
right,
take Kane
all
as
right,
well. So I
yeah.
think what
Now we
Lucho
can
meant by
see
that
that.
is like, would I start an Osimhen? Would I start a Gonzalo? No.
Yeah.
But if you give me a
Maybe
Haaland,
throw
then
up a
yeah,
little
I
bit.
can compensate the false 9 because he's that good. So no, Project Haaland is in full force. The only issue is obviously the
Bro, he signed
insane
his life
contract
away.
he's
He
And-
signed
wait,
his
release
life
clause.
away. His
There's a
professional
release
career.
clause, George.
What is the
But there's a
reason?
release clause. There's a release clause.
What
I
is the
think
clause?
150 or 170.
Really?
No
Only
chance.
150? That's actually quite reasonable, you know.
Yeah.
No
I
chance,
think
no
it's for 2029. I'm gonna find the report.
Oh, okay, so it's still quite far away then. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so Dembele might be washed by then. No, not washed, but like he might be in the decline. He'll be in his Messi arc.
I don't know. You know, Dembouz, his best qualities are not even athletic qualities. It's his football IQ. It's his passing. Now it's starting potentially to become his finishing. So
Yeah,
I don't know. Dembouz could have like a I know he doesn't have the passion
The Griezmann
like
out.
a Ronaldo to play like 40.
So I play like a second striker, playmaker role, like Griezmann did.
Then Boots could become like a central midfielder. You'd be
Okay.
Mo, you just basically left out his best quality. Like his best asset, you didn't mention it.
Which one?
His pace, I think.
His dribbling.
His unpredictability. You never know what he's gonna do.
Can go left, can go right, can shoot, can
That
dribble.
that's why he's having the season he's having, bro. You see Davies. You see Davies said like he's the most unpredictable winger I've ever faced. Like you never know what he's gonna do, and that's why the central position. That's why he's exploding right now because his unpredictability coming from the middle, he can go anywhere.
Yeah.
That's
It's
why
like
he's
the goal versus Liverpool. That entire goal was
Exactly.
created by him, dropping and finishing it off.
or the goal against Brest, the first leg, where he basically started off from the right, and the keeper basically fell on his ass because he was expecting him to shoot it far left when he did it for the right. I don't know if you remember that goal.
Yeah, the near post,
But, yeah,
championship.
yeah, that unpredictability, bro, is what makes him the best.
That's very true. So that's one thing I think. I think he could like do it for a longer time. Not like Mbappe. Mbappe, for example, he's someone that abused his athletic ability. Like Mbappe is an athletic specimen. But
Dembele still has supersonic speed, but what he's learned now playing the central role is like, I don't need these IG highlights, these Sports Center highlights where I can just hug the touch line and kill 2-3 fullback, 2-3 defenders.
Yeah.
Now it's just about conserving your energy and just playing a more like mature type of game, bro. Like right now, bro, if he just got one more GA, like that goal, or he had more so like the lucidity to just slot Due in. Because I actually watched like his the isolated cam. I don't think he saw him. His head was down the whole time, but he should have played the pass. But it's just if he just had one of those actions, like it's another day, like it's another day in the office.
Yeah.
What I didn't like is we didn't start giving him the ball until we were down. That's where it's scary, man. Like you can't be fucking shit up like that, bro. I'm just glad that we're past that shit, man. I'm just glad.
Man, I wish I had Johan with me, Tosin. I'd have wanted to see your reaction those last 30 minutes.
Nah, I would have left, dude. I would have been like, "Yo, I'm some bad luck charm or something." Like, I would not have stayed if we were just. Bro, we conceded 2 goals in 2 minutes. 2 goals in 2 minutes, dude. I thought it was cooked, and there were still 30+ minutes of game left. Like, what the fuck? Do you know how I was shitting it, bro?
Yo, but that's why I want to say shout out to this team. Because we can see the 2 goals away at Villa Park. The momentum is on their side, but we survived.
Don't shout them out, bro. Don't shout them out, bro. Villa had the Tielemans chance and the Asensio chance.
Okay, cool. Look, George, Tielemans chance. That's not a chance. That's fucking Marquis.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Don't think the team.
Marquis was doing everything. Marquis was doing everything. The fuck.
No, it was 12v10.
Bro, I cannot believe this. Marquis almost
tried his best. He tried.
You know what? Give them Vitinha as well. The thing Vitinha did when Rashford cut in, absolutely disgusting, man. Like that was. At least Fabian, he's just aggressively going in.
He got infected with the Marquis.
But that's the Marquis move, Tosin. You take the hands like this, you put it here, put the ass out. That's what Vitinha did. But no, you're right, Georgios. No, Donnarumma deserves huge prop. I mean, when we reached the Champions League final, we had many games where Keylor Navas saved us and so on. So, like, we're just back to Donna is carrying us out.
On his line,
when we need it.
Donnarumma on his line, just on his line, he's the best goalkeeper in the world. When he's on his line. Now, when he has to command his box play out from the back. Yeah, you see all that. But just on his line, on some classic shit, he's the best.
I wouldn't like just he's improved a lot on the ball. Like we haven't even talked about Donna being bad on the ball for such a long time because like even against Aston Villa, sometimes they're pressuring us. He's putting the right pass. He's taking an extra
Bro,
touch.
but remember, I don't want him to do too much on the ball. But yeah, he's
Wasn't there
just he's
once
keeping it
he
simple.
went in between like two players or something? Was that some other game he did that?
The scariest one is the Liverpool one.
Oh, on
The
Luis
second
Diaz.
half on Luis Diaz. He nutmegs Luis Diaz on a pass. Bro, if he doesn't nutmeg Luis Diaz and he concedes that, do you know like Donna is done?
Oh,
He's
good, cool.
done.
Or when he had the chest bump versus Aston Villa, like Donna 2 years ago, that's an own goal. I remember when he used to put it out to the throw in all the time as well. Um, but no, I do want to shout out Georges because yes, it's like 10 minutes of arrogance, of lose of concentration, of disorganization. But then when they look at each other and say, "We're gonna keep it now," we're gonna keep it. Plus, we could have even scored. Like people mentioned the chances Villa had in the second half after their
Yeah,
two
Due
goals.
had the
We also
chance.
had chances. Like I remember Kvara having a good 1v1 opportunity versus Matty Cash. Then Booz as well off the right, had one off the left as well. Um,
Due had the chance.
my only worry, as you mentioned before, Jurdus, why didn't we try to kill the game off? Like we've been with Lucha for a long time. Whenever we take a good enough lead, we just Lucha ball, you shape it until the end of the game. Play more conservative, not leaving
Is
a lot of
is
space. Why didn't we do that?
is the
Why did
Lucho
we try to kill them?
is the Lucho arrogance of playing attacking football until the last minute.
No, but
I know,
That
but
if
he
you're
will.
gonna
hasn't
play,
done this
if we're
before.
gonna play that attacking though, we all lines need to be, you know, in understanding that we're gonna press the attacking line, the midfield line, the defensive line. Markey did not give a fuck. Markey was saying, "Yeah, let's go back, let's retreat," and so we were stretched. Our lines were open, and
Yeah,
what
that
Villa did
space
is they,
between defense and the midfield
yeah,
was disgusting.
bro, and Villa, their game plan was to, you know, um, overload the midfield. That's
Yeah,
why they
bro.
played like four midfielders.
They no, they played five midfielders. They had five midfield zone.
Yeah. So
That's
we
that's
just
why Rogers was so shit in that game because he basically played as a right midfielder and not an attacker. Like in the park, he was playing right wing, back post. Like the goal he scored, where basically Villa cut the ball to the back post. He wasn't in that position in the second leg, so because they were playing five midfielders.
Um, So I want to bring up two reports that just dropped. The first one, obviously, me and you, Georges, in the beginning of the pod, we discussed it. The upcoming game tomorrow, obviously versus Le Havre. L'Equipe just came out with their predicted lineup. Safanov, Lucas Beraldo, Marquinhos, João Neves as the right back, Warren, Fabian Mayulo, Barcola Gonçalo do it. Like a heavily rotated lineup.
this is not the
Dona
game to
rested,
rotate.
Nuno rested, Hakimi rested, Pacho obviously is ill, Vitinha rested, Neves rested, Dembuz rested, Kvara rested. I mean, it's Le Havre. It's Le Havre.
I know, but this is not the game to rest. Like, this is the
No,
game that
I think this is too much rotation.
Yeah, I think so as well.
Because we play Arsenal in barely a week, like 1.5 weeks time. Like
I
you
feel
can
like
rotate
Neves.
for the nonce game. You can rotate for the nonce game, not this game, man.
Yeah, because Nans are basically butchers, so just play the
yeah,
kids in that
because
one.
then Nice, you go back to like pretty much the best 11, trying to kill the game off in the first half, and then sub the players out, just like we did versus Lille
Mhm.
before we played Liverpool.
Yeah, I feel like in this lineup, Neves needs rest. Like if you're gonna basically rest Hakimi, you might as well play Vitinha in the midfield and put Warren right back.
Yeah.
Mayulu, okay, I agree with. Savonov, I wouldn't play. I feel like what's the point of rotating goalkeeper when Donnarumma is on fire? So there's no point in that.
Okay, this is a good point from Thompson mentioning. I don't think it's the purpose is to rest only. As we saw with the substitutes versus Villa, only one being used. Maybe Lucho wants to, how can I say, improve the form of our bench.
Yeah, bro. But how are you breaking down a low block with Lucas Hernandez at the right back, Mayulu at center
Yo,
mid? And
you remember last year against Nantes away when he scored that screamer?
yeah, bro. But that's a different Lucas though. Now he's one step into Saudi.
That was one of the worst games ever.
He needs to learn Arabic for real though.
No, Tosin, that was the first game Mbappe was benched, man. That was a testimonial game, man.
By the way, do you think like Mbappe peaked already? Like it's only downhill from here.
Look,
Do you
man,
think
most players, most of the great
he
attackers,
improves?
he just follows the long list of most of all the great attackers that have passed through PSG. Their primes were here at PSG, and they just declined. You know,
I feel like he's too stubborn to develop though.
what
Yeah,
else
no,
can he
George. I
develop?
don't think he has the hunger anymore. Like when he wakes up, he sees that he has 100 million followers on Instagram, and he's making, I don't know, 1 million a day. That makes him happy. He doesn't have the hunger in the sport anymore. It feels like because he's not
Isn't
being
it?
mad. He just got fucking cooked by Arsenal 5-1 in his first year. I don't see any
But
anger.
that
I
wasn't
don't
all
see
on
any
him, bro.
accountability.
Like
No,
the,
no, no.
the
I
team
know,
as a
but
whole is very flawed. Like we can't just blame Mbappe for
no,
that.
no, I'm not saying he should take accountability for the defeat, but he should take accountability for his two disgusting performances,
But the
especially as
performance
the
is part of
leader.
the team being bad. Like it's not set up to get the best out of him, though, is it?
No, bro. He has a
But it's
responsibility
Mbappe.
because last
You're
year they
one of
won
the
the
best players in
UCL.
No,
that
but
team.
he's not a miracle worker though. Like you put a great player in an awful team like that. How is he supposed to perform?
Bro, he's the
And
reason they're
we
shit
both
though.
know, no, but we
That's
both
not
know
Mbappe.
Mbappe isn't like
That's
Messi,
not Mbappe.
Neymar, where he's gonna create his own opportunity. He needs to be playing in a good system where he can actually play to his best ability. You like that, bro? Come on, that Madrid team is a mess. Like
Bro,
Carlo,
Honestly, you
Yeah,
know
he's
what?
he's
the
part of
I'm
the
reason
gonna, I'm
mess.
though.
gonna, I'm
Mbappe is
gonna.
part of the mess.
but
But
he's the
He
only one showing up. Like, bro,
But
Vinny's
let's
been
be
gone
honest.
most
Let's
of the
actually be
season.
honest. Let's be honest. Like
no,
before
both have
Mbappe
been.
even went to Real Madrid, like Real Madrid were just getting, they were winning these ties by the skin of their teeth every time, bro. And that was before Mbappe came. Mbappe just came, right? And now it's just
So like they were on a
he's
downward
compounded.
spiral.
Yeah,
Mbappe got there.
they've been on a downward trajectory this whole time, but on that same downward trajectory, I don't know, they're winning Champions Leagues. It's crazy.
Bro, he
Like,
unbalanced the whole side. They had a perfect system of basically getting the best out of their best players, which were the midfielders, four midfielders, two attackers, where basically only one wasn't striking, which was Vini. And now they have three attackers, which nobody tracks back. Their midfield is fully exposed. Bellingham from playing number 10, he was playing 6, 8, 10, every position. Chouameni is all over the
Bellingham
place.
has been exposed. He's been exposed. Like sure, Bellingham can take up different
But
positions,
he's been
but he's
exposed
been exposed
in a
as a
sense
final.
where
He's
he has to do everything. But he has to be everywhere and do everything now. Because last year he was basically only a number 10 and pressing high and basically the box striker of the team. And now he has to go back, play right, cover for the right back, cover for the second midfielder, be in the box as the striker because Mbappe doesn't want to play. Mbappe, Vini, and Rodrigo doesn't want to be in the box. That's why he's shit this year because he has so many roles that it's basically impossible to play well.
Nah, I think you're just giving him an excuse. That's all that
Nah,
is.
nah,
Because
bro,
even in last season's knockout phase, he just got it. He's
bro.
just all he is he's one thing that he's like a jack of all trades, but is like 7 out of 10 at everything he does. He's not like
Nah,
the best in
it's
the
not
world.
FIFA, bro. It's not FIFA, man. It's
Bro,
not
he's a jack
FIFA.
of
Like
all trades that is able
you
to
can
score timely
you
goals in
can
the box. Like that's all
tactically
he is, man.
You can tactically find the reason that the team is basically doing so bad, and it's because they have two attackers that don't. It's the same problem we had when we had
Bro,
MSN.
Madrid
We had
had these
MNN.
same. Madrid have personnel issues. They don't just have tactical issues. They don't
No,
have
bro.
fullbacks. They don't even have fullbacks at Madrid.
They have the same fullbacks for the last 5 years, bro. What do you mean they don't have fullbacks? Like
No,
they want two
Carvalho didn't play. Remember,
they want
Carvalho
two
tore the
UCLs with the
ACL.
same set of fullbacks.
Carvalho tore the ACL. Remember, bro?
Fullbacks that were honestly weaknesses. Yeah, they won just because. That's what I'm saying. Like they just win shit despite being very flawed. They haven't had
The 21-22
any
team was pretty
impressive
good, though.
system.
The 21-22 team was pretty good, and there was actual balance.
Benzema is actually the guy. Benzema gave Vinny and Rodrigo a career. He
The
genuinely.
Mbappe signing completely ruined everything, and the 4-3-3 is basically the reason they're lacking. They need to sell an attacker in the summer and go back to 4 midfielders.
4 midfielders isn't doing anything. They're still gonna get cooked.
No, bro, he's doing everything, bro. A number 6, 2 number 8s, and a number 10. They're gonna
I feel like it's
basically work La
more to
Liga.
do with the setup with Carlo than it is necessarily the players not being good enough. Like I understand the fullbacks are weakness and the attack isn't balanced, but I also think like just the way they play football in general, I don't think is the most conducive, you know. And for me, that's on the manager, that's on the coach to be able to coach a style of play.
Bro, they lost Tony Kroos as well, which is fantastic player.
Yeah, with the build up.
He was basically the glue in everything. So
right. Like you go from
that's
Cruz
nice.
to Tchouaméni being your 6, like you lose.
Yeah, that's different.
But that you're cooked, man.
It's gonna be interesting though in the summer because, in my opinion, they have to sell an attacker. Like they don't have a choice. You have to sell either Rodrigo or Vinny because I don't think they're gonna sell Mbappe like he's the star boy.
No,
He's
you
the
can't.
whole
Yeah.
he's the whole project. So
I think it'll be easier to sell Vinny than Rodrigo, probably. In terms easy isn't the word, but easy isn't the word. But I think Rodrigo would fit better.
I think Rodrigo's a better player though, so he might has more demand.
Ooh, that's a take.
Bro, he's so clear on Vinny. Like,
Interesting.
No,
After watching those 2 ties against Arsenal, you thought Rodrigo?
No, I think Vinny's the one that's in trouble.
Bro, but he's playing completely out of position. Like he doesn't.
Bro, he's
even
played
get
there for 3 years. Like
no, bro.
You can't say, oh, he's playing right wing. That's why he's not playing good. Like he played well the past 3 seasons.
Yeah, but that's not his position though. He's not comfortable. Like he has flashes of brilliance, but like to get the best out of him, you have to play him left wing. Like you have to, and he's gonna be a completely different player when he plays left wing. It's the same with Bradley for us because when he plays right wing for us,
he's shit everywhere he plays, bro. I don't think the position is the issue, to be honest, bro. No offense, of course. So Omo, Junior wants you to put him in.
What?
Junior wants you to put him in. There we go.
I didn't see that. I want to show this because finally a report actually mentions what we've been talking about for a long time, which is a certain Warren Zaire-Emery.
Okay.
And the report mentions the following: the areas of work have been identified and things have been put in place for Warren Zaire-Emery. Internally, there are no concerns. They know his potential and they point out that he's only 19. Why are we doing these gimmicks, man? How old is Dewey? The person concerned is well aware of this slight downgrade. Who do they mean by the person concerned? Do they mean Warren, right?
Yeah, probably Warren. I think they mean a downgraded role, maybe. Like his role, he's lost his place to Fabian essentially. So.
Yeah, but I mean, this is the first like critiqueful of Warren's performances, and I like it. Like for him, like he has to work harder. He needs to be self-aware. Like you're not playing good.
Yeah,
And
but he needs to play though.
but he
I
he
feel
has
like,
played.
bro, I feel
But
like
he has
Fabian
played.
has started like 10 games in a row now. I
No,
feel
but
like yeah, to speak.
no. I just remember Warren. Recently, he started like 3 games in a row or something, and he was just ass. Like even against Dunkirk, he was bad.
Yeah, bro, he's doing right back.
Did he play
I think
right back?
of the
Hakim.
season he's basically like diminished to a backup right back.
Okay, Angers. Did he play? Yeah, maybe he played right back that game.
Man, if you can get 80 million, I think you do it.
No, bro, like he's a future captain. Like no chance. We said him.
I don't know if he has the mentality. Yes, he's from the club. It would be nice, special, but I don't. At the moment, currently, like Neves is what 1 year older than Warren or 2 years older. He has a way better mentality than Warren.
Yeah, bro, but that's just because of personality. Like Warner is very quiet.
No, I'm just saying that because you said like future captain. Like I will give Warren more chances than other players because he's from the academy. Even though I'm against that, I don't like treating players differently, not based on performances. Like I don't care if his a player's French, if he's from the academy. It's all about what you do on the pitch. But Warren, I would give him like one, maybe 2 extra years because like he's been mid for 1.5 year now, and we're acting. The report is like, oh, it's okay because he's 19. No, it's not okay. Even if he was 15, this wouldn't be okay.
Maybe okay, maybe it's Lucho's fault though. Have you thought about that? That
What has
basically
Lucha done different though from like last season?
Warren doesn't have the technical excellence to be a PSG midfielder. And maybe Lucho doesn't trust him. That's why he turned him into a backup right back. Do you feel like Lucho failed Warren in a sense to develop him? Like he failed to develop Warren to a player that basically is a guaranteed starter midfielder.
I mean, maybe you could say that. Maybe you could find something, but I think it's
Because
mostly like Warren mentality.
last season, first 6 months, where he basically had that ball recovery role, where he basically was just a runner and ball recovering and getting us through transitions,
Yeah.
like that Milan game where he made the assist on Havre. I feel like he doesn't play like that anymore because Lucho doesn't allow him to play that.
Are you saying like Warren is playing like the Ugarte role?
That basically Lucho doesn't get the best qualities out of Warren. Like he's trying to make him someone that he's not.
Okay, I would say the main difference, like in how we used to play, that could have potentially affected Warren, is last season Hakimi was inverting alongside a midfielder, and then Warren was pushing up.
Yeah,
This
that's a good point.
season, Hakimi is on the side, Warren is more in the middle. So last season,
I don't think
Warren
it's
had more
that.
of
I
a
don't think
free
it.
role, more of an
Nah,
advanced role.
I think it's
I don't think it's that.
it's
Man.
more
I
so
just
think
think
of
he's ass.
circumstance. I think one of the
It's that
big
simple.
no,
Like Yo Fonko explains it well in the chat. He's just a runner, man. Like initially he was
I
there to
disagree.
help with Hakimi mountain forward, and I guess you know make some off the ball runs to make space for Dembele on the right wing. Like that was his role last season, just as a balancer down that right hand side. Um, Now he's just more that, and that's the extent of his role. Like when
No, I
Neves plays
disagree. I
there, he
disagree. I
interprets the role
disagree.
way better.
I disagree.
He's just way more impactful.
I think we're forgetting
Just
like
everything.
we saw him
Warren
first
doesn't
six.
bring anything at this point. He doesn't bring anything defensively.
I think one of the biggest
He doesn't
things
bring
is
anything offensively. He just brings legs. He runs.
I disagree because
But I
we
think
saw
running
we
is
saw-
important though. Like that's not.
Yeah, it's
that's
true.
Not
It's not unimportant, but like you can go and say like a lot of what
I mean,
João
a lot of
Neves does is a
players-
lot of
Fabian
running.
runs and he's slow as fuck, but Fabian makes a lot of high intensity runs.
Obviously, we don't have the numbers, but I think Warren probably covers more ground than some of the other midfielders, apart from maybe Neves.
I mean, I think
also
we're
he's
disrespecting
Covered
Warren.
more ground than
I think it's
Vito or
disrespectful to
Neves
Warren
or-
and to reducing him to simply
I
like
don't know
Probably
about
the
Vitinha.
same distance, but yeah.
I don't know about Vitinha.
I think it's just like he's
But
more than
end
just
of the day,
runner.
Warren is just like a guy to balance things out, you know.
I think
If
one thing
something
that
is
you
too
guys no one's
offensive, he's
mentioned.
there,
When
you
did he
know,
get
but,
injured
like,
again?
That's really it. He's a balancer.
Well, he's been injured multiple times. So he got hurt in the Stuttgart game, I think, and then he got hurt again afterwards. Recently, he was out for like a week or two. Am I right in that?
I know because one thing that I thought is that you have to think
Wait, what was that? Sorry.
when did
So
he
I
get
said
hurt?
He's been hurt twice this season.
Yeah, well, what like I know what was the longest one?
Yeah.
The longest spell that I was injured was it like early like beginning of
Once
2025?
before, was it international break?
No,
And then there was
in
a
March.
recent one.
No, I think maybe the
He
previous.
played in March.
I think also, I think part of the issue with Warren is I feel like the expectations almost got raised too high. And I'm not trying to make excuses for him, but I think at 18, like a player just being like a decent squad player shouldn't be like all doom and gloom, you know. Especially when you look at the squad that we have right now, like Warren not being a star, I don't think that's like should be viewed as disappointment. I guess the money part of it, you can argue that, but
No,
that's something in of itself. But
the DJ, he's
What's
not
up?
even putting competition on anyone. Like
on the stars,
we used to have like
but that's just how
Warren,
good the stars
Warren
was,
or
wasn't it?
Fabian next to Vitinha and Neves DJ because Fabian wasn't good in the beginning of the season.
Yeah.
But ever since Fabian has come into good form, like the only thing we've maybe said is should maybe do a move into the midfield. Like we never mentioned Warren as a competitor for the starting midfield positions.
But I also think one thing that you have to think as well is that Warren's been extremely unfortunate in that the time in which he sort of, if you want, lost his place in the hierarchy coincides a lot with the fact that his injury. Like a lot of like if you think of PSG's ascendancy when we really got good at the beginning, end of the December, end of 2024, really beginning of 25, and ever since then. And during that period, for a long stretch of that, he was injured. And so sort of by default, you go and you think, well, Fabian was sort of the natural replacement. If Warren had been fit during that time, obviously I'm not saying that, he's definitely getting in or whatnot. There's maybe a different thing, a different conversation around, is it Warren, is it Fabian? And because he wasn't able to go and play weekend routinely in that, he wasn't able to get the rhythm, so on and so forth, and is now sort of coming in 60th minute and sort of grappling games, and it hasn't been able to really find mesh and link with the other midfielders.
The only thing with that, Junior, is all the time he had before he got the injury. Like he was mid this season. I was not happy with Warren this season.
But I mean, a lot of the players have, well, at least before that time, were not like excelling, or weren't like exploding forward either. Like setting the world alight.
Warren was like levels below.
I don't think Warren like this. Like I thought Fabian was for me for first part of the season. Fabian was worse for me.
Again, you guys mentioned before, Tosin. By the way, if you're talking, we can't hear you. I see your thing. I see your speech bubble moving, but I can't hear you.
No, you had it right the first time.
He was probably going off.
No, I've said it before. That's why. I don't know. I have high expectations on Warren because I've seen Warren at his best.
Mm-hmm.
And it was for a long enough period where it wasn't just a purple patch. I just think Warren Zaire-Emery, maybe not now, but for a very long time, he's been comfortable at this club. High wage, girlfriend at the club, goes to galas, goes to shows, this and that.
Bro, Warren ain't doing all of that, man. You're
Bro,
going
he's been
Yeah,
in the first team for 2 seasons, bro. Relax. Like if
You gotta have high expectations, man.
If you're gonna play the confidence card, maybe you can like blame Deschamps for like his use in the Euros where he didn't play.
Non-use, yeah.
No, but George, I saw that as a good thing. I was like, you know what? He hasn't played Warren. Warren is gonna come back extremely hungry.
Let me put something in his perspective. I actually do feel a bit for Warren because you have to think during that time last season he comes out, breaks out ridiculous, has a ridiculous first 6 months, so on and so forth. Then gets injured, and then it's a bit more difficult. Oh, I mean, okay, bar the Dortmund game, so on and so forth. After that injury, it becomes a bit more difficult. During that time, remember, French national team, fans, we're talking about like the midfield going into the World Cup, like Warren is like guaranteed starter. Like the hype around him was extremely high. Then okay, goes through a bit of a downward patch, end of last season, etc., so on and so forth, becomes a bit more mediocre. But then you think at the Euros, at the time, first, like, I don't want to go and say that these things are all necessarily like these are professional football, so on and so forth. We also have to think he's at that time last year, he was a 17-year-old kid, 18-year-old kid. I know he had back in France, that's when he has to. No, as in, like, to just put context around the situation for the Euros before going into the Euros. Remember, last summer it was the Olympics in France. If Warren hadn't gone to the Euros, he would have been definitely on that Olympic team, and most likely, potentially, very much so, an integral part of that team. So the fact that, for example, that he got took into the Euros, didn't play a single game, not a single minute, nothing, all that, plus things that he had, like, for him as an 18-year-old, he had to sit exams, big exams for him. Obviously, I'm not going to say that this is nothing, but in France, his final exams as an 18-year-old, all these things, the change in stature, all these things, a lot of things hit him. And as a young 18-year-old, you can't go and say, oh, well, you know, I just expect him to go through it. I mean, these are things that you have to digest, so on and so forth. And I think those things, things that off the pitch certainly had an effect. And then on top of this season, the fact that, again, a lot of the team, yes, okay, at the beginning of the season, Ligue were doing okay. But in the Champions League, if you want, a lot of the team was sort of mediocre. Dembele wasn't all that. Doué, like, I would say still that, like, Warren Zaire-Emery, the first part of the season, had a much better first part of the season than Doué. Much better in comparison. But and then it's been Doué.
I wouldn't say much better. I would say better, but
no, for me it was much better. I mean, we had a conversations here going and saying that, like, Tosin was saying that Doué was a waste of 50 million. Like, we were going saying, like, this stuff, like, we were saying that. We never said. I mean, we were saying that maybe like there was some games where, like, I mean, yeah, maybe Warren was like average. But we're never going and saying, like, we're never going and saying that he's not good enough, he needs to leave, etc., so on and so forth. And as I said, he got injured, unfortunately, at the wrong point during the season, in which PSG. Okay.
No clue what just happened. Continue.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me still?
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I was saying that, that the point where he got injured was just unfortunately coincided with the fact that it's when PSG really started to get good and you started to find a bit of rhythm when Dembele was starting to click, Barcola was getting assists, Doué was coming into himself, Fabian was sort of installing all these things, and it made him, now it's difficult for him to get into the team. I think all those things come into effect.
Man, it's just he's just not, at this point, we overrated him. Like, now that we have, the benefit of hindsight, we overrated him. Like, all he is a balancer. Man. That's all he is.
No, I just,
he can play. He can play. He can play. He can play in the pockets. He's very but he's very he's very good on the turn, like on the half turn. Like, he can play in the pockets of space. He's good in tight areas, and he can kickstart transitions for the team. Like, he can show a lot more than what he's shown. We know this, but ultimately we don't need that.
Okay, wait, Tosin, I have a question. Intrinsically, overall, do you think that Warren Zaire-Emery, in terms of talent and potential, has more talent and potential than, like, a Fabian?
Redondo? No way, man.
I don't think he's out. Like, Fabian's another level to Warren right now.
Yeah, that's a generational player.
Fabian or who?
No, Fabian is 30 years old.
Fabian.
You guys think that Fabian Ruiz is more talented overall than Warren?
No,
Yeah,
Warren is more talented.
He's better technically, and I think he understands the game better as well.
But Fabian is a more conducive to a high-level team, right?
Yeah,
Bro, I mean, guys, we're talking about this is like, because I think this is like this is some Warren's slander. Of course, he's going through a rough patch now, and so on and so forth. But
we didn't disagree that he's more talented. We didn't disagree there.
But that's what I'm saying. That's why I was asking specifically. Like, do you guys think intrinsically he's more talented? Because he's going through a talent patch.
No.
I can understand.
What is talent? What is talent though?
As in, like, some players might be more or less talented, but like, what's it? It's like
Fabian is a very talented player, and also
so like for example, I say that Eden Hazard is more talented than a Mo Salah, but you could say that like people could argue, Mo Salah's had maybe a more illustrious, more prolific career, but I'd still say
that's not because of the talent, because there's other shit that's come into that. Yeah, but yeah.
But it's interesting, as in talent, and even like terms of like potential and ceiling.
I don't think
talent is just ability. Talent just means ability.
How talented is Warren? Like, I
No,
don't.
Warren has probably more talent than yeah, he's
Like you
more
got to
talented.
think, like to put into things in perspective.
Yeah.
Warren Zaire-Emery went to the Euros under 17 Euros. Zaire-Emery was there and everything, and he was the best. To Matisse tell, and he was the best player there.
So he was good against other 17-year-olds.
True. But
The
like,
thing is, Fabian wasn't. We just saw Fabian at the Euros, and to be honest, man, Fabian at the under 21 Euros, he won the MVP. I think he won MVP twice, or he won it once, and he played the tournament twice, or maybe that was Ceballos that played it 2 or 3 times. But he won the MVP at the under 21 Euros, and he won it also at the recent one this past summer. So
Guys,
yeah,
I think you're all doing too much. I think you're all doing too much. I feel like the easy explanation is that in a Lucha system, the current version of Warren Zaire-Emery is not technical enough to play in that midfield.
Yeah, that's probably the answer.
So
no, even that I disagree with.
No.
I think
no,
Warren's
he's technical enough. He's
technical
technical enough.
yeah,
He's technical enough.
technically, he's not better than Fabian. He's not better than Neves. So automatically,
No,
and
No,
he's
I'm
not
not
in the
even.
conversation with the
Mayulu is more technical than Warren too, but I don't think I don't think that's it, Georgios. I think it's just more confidence. Like he's not playing with confidence. He's not progressing the ball in a good way. He's not recovering, tackling in a good way. He's not taking shots. He's not trying to play make. He's not trying to make runs in a confident way. I think it's most about the confidence, which I
But
think has to
it-
do with what
It
Junior said.
depends
All
on
the
what
stuff that's happening in his
Lucho's
life lately.
requests.
But I also think it's part of comfortability. Warren seems to lack hunger. And
No, I don't
someone
think
just
that.
has to
I
get the
feel-
hunger into him.
I feel like it's more linked to tactical than confidence. In my opinion, I think Lucho is not getting the best out of him because what he asks him to do is not of his strengths, and he's limiting him a lot in his game. Also,
The thing
he's
is,
not technically.
it's
he's
also
not
the teams
technically
we're
a
playing.
midfielder, so.
But it's also
I
the
feel like
teams we're playing, man.
Yeah, and it's also a bit of a confidence thing. So, yeah, I feel like you guys are trying to find reasons why Warren is not doing too well when it's just a simple answer as he right now he's not as technical as Lucho wants, and it's up to Lucho to fix that and find a better role for him. That's why he's playing right back, for example, and not in the midfield. Same thing happened to Mateus Nunes at Manchester City. He was a midfielder that turned into a right back because he wasn't technical enough for Pep. So
Yeah, that's actually a very good comparison. Funny enough.
Well, I mean, both of them. It's more so the reason they were playing at right back is because they didn't have a right back, so it was just the best solution that you could make. They were sort of I don't know what the word is in
I mean,
English.
it's not really a valid point since they had the right back and they let him go out on loan in January. So
Well, but that's also because he's extremely old, and and he also wasn't playing well either. So they didn't really have, as in, if City had a proper decent right back alternative, he wouldn't be playing there.
yeah,
The reason Warren has to play compensate at right back is because we don't have another we literally, apart from Zag, we don't have another right back at the club.
Bro, Zach is not even getting called out in squads, so I don't think he has a future at PSG. Like if you go and search the past 10 squads, Zach is not even in the Coupe de France squad. So
Yeah, I'm not sure why they then signed him to because he got to go to contract extension, or at least signed his first contract. But I don't know. But would you then? Because you were going and saying that would you sell him? I'm not sure if you sell him. I don't think you sell him.
But wait, for who? For Warren. Or
Warren.
Zach? No, not selling him. Of course not. Of course. I don't think he'll ever be good under Enrique because his game just doesn't fit. I feel like
I
he's
disagree.
more.
I disagree.
He's more of a player that.
I think we're forgetting how remember last year how much praise he was giving him, saying I've never seen him
but
Unless you're just
saying
saying that
about
he was saying that
last
for
year.
smoke and mirrors. I just think that he's just not finding quite hitting the form that he necessarily needed to, and that it's going to take something just a moment. And I mean it happens in like Dembele. It took him a while, and then look where he is now. Barcola is even like there's also just dips in form over the course of the season. Like okay, I agree he's not been great, but he also hasn't been like he's not dropping 2 out of 10s. He's just not going up to. He's not doing what we saw out of him from, if you want, the like first 6 months of last year.
Yeah, I don't think it's a valid argument though, because at Lucho's PSG, you're as good as your last game. Because Lucho, like, he will drop you in a second, and there's too much competition. So having a good 6 months last year, where we're basically trying to figure things out as a team, and we're not playing 100% what Lucho wants, that doesn't really translate to this season.
I'm just using that as an example to go and say that like you know what, there's a player in there. It's not just like
obviously, bro. Obviously, I just don't feel like he will reach his potential under Lucho.
I mean, he was the one under his system where he had like. I mean, even after those 6 months, I remember there was good performances when he came on against Barca last year. I thought even in that first leg against Liverpool, I thought he was actually pretty okay. Like,
Yeah,
I mean,
bro, he's a good player. That's why.
For me, the biggest thing is I just think the injury sort of really was just. It was unfortunate the timing of the injury. It was when PSG were starting to really get good and finding a rhythm, and he wasn't there to be able to sort of benefit from that.
Yeah, I mean that's like a good thing that can help him out, but like it's still not a valid excuse for him, playing at the level that he's playing at. Like I like Warren. Why I'm extra harsh on Warren is because I like Warren a lot and I have high expectations on him. It's not you guys. I would say it's more like PSG Twitter. Like most fans around Warren, it's so much sensitivity. You're trying to critique Warren. He's 17. He's from the academy. He's the symbol. Like we have to treat all players the same.
So you think we baby him too much?
100%. 100%. Like
Didn't-
even the
didn't Warren
reports
play
we
well?
just read said, "Oh, he's 19."
But didn't he play well against
I mean,
Stuttgart?
I feel like he's getting the most criticism out of any player. So
Marky today got like
Bro,
Marky
Marky-
since the Villa game has been
Marky
getting.
doesn't
Yeah, Marky's
count.
getting a lot of criticism.
Yeah, Marky
But
doesn't count.
fair
Marky's
so.
a-
You've
in a
seen the
league of
video
his
of
own.
like when they went to the dressing room, all the PSG players were like slightly happy they're through into the semifinal, but obviously not happy with how they performed in the results.
Yeah.
And then there's Marky looking at the camera and screaming. Like he fucking made some last-ditch tackles to save us in that game, man.
No, for me, I think the biggest thing. I mean, I looked at it on what the French press is saying, in that even like other like hard PSG fans, like dedicated, were saying that they're not too impressed. When you look at, for example, Ousmane Dembele's like quick hot interview on Canal Plus, he was like saying that I mean, sure, we're good, we went through, but like we thought we were too nice. We were a bit too comfortable at 2-0, and. But I mean, obviously you're happy with the performance, but that you're not happy with the game, so on and so forth. Vitinha was a bit more, happy. He was like, we're happy we went through, but not our best performance. Marky, the biggest thing what a lot of the French fans were saying is that what he said specifically.
Yo, can y'all hear me?
Now
Yeah,
we
you're
can,
good.
Yeah, what do you say, Junior?
Yeah, he was talking about how we have to celebrate this victory because we've known.
I was gonna say, man. Oh wait, is Junior in here?
Yeah.
Tosin, he's gonna finish something. Wait, can't you hear him, Tosin?
I can't hear Junior.
Can you guys hear me?
No, all of us can hear Junior. Even some people in the chat asked if Tosin heard you, Junior, sometimes because he felt he didn't.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, finish it off.
Yeah, I was just saying that yes, that he was going and saying that we have to celebrate this victory because he's known some like he's been through some difficult moments at PSG. So it's like we can't just go and like, oh yes, of course the performance, like you have to celebrate it. And it rubbed a lot of even like harder and like dedicated like 30-year-old plus PSG fans saying that like it's not, it just shows that even during that game that Marquis had those remontadas, those difficult moments in mind. If he's the first thing after the interview, it's not going and saying, okay, I'm happy with I'm happy we're through, but the performance. No, he had it on his mind. You know, Barca 6-1, Manchester United, Real Madrid in his mind. If that's the first thing he's thinking about, saying that because as a club, I've known, you know, some big disappointment and sort of the mentality of like, surely the psychological aspect of, I mean, if you're thinking about that, if that's the first thing that comes to mind when you're going and you're asked about this, like, you know, 10 minutes after the game, surely you're probably thinking the same thing in the game. Like you compare that to Ousmane Dembele, I guess in fairness should go and say he's the only one, right? If you think of that's lived through all those ones. Obviously, maybe you have Nuno and your Hakimi, who went through the Real Madrid one, but of the one that's been through Barca, you think of United, Real Madrid, all those ones. He's the only one sort of still there. And if that's the first thing he's talking about, like, yeah.
But Tonso, doesn't all of this go in this Junior? Doesn't all of this like go back to the same circle? Why we mostly talk bad about Marquinhos?
No, on that aspect of the psychological.
This is basically having Marquinhos as your captain is like having a whore as your girlfriend. Like she's gone through so much. Like Marquinhos has gone through so much. Like, why should we have that? Like he nearly fucking cusses the game again. Like
so
you can't.
That's a valid like thing, Junior.
Yeah, and honestly,
reaction, but it's a reason why we shouldn't have him left at this club anymore, especially as the captain.
Like, so what you say you could keep him at the club, you can't strip him of the captaincy. You cannot strip him of the captaincy.
No, he has to leave entirely. Because I don't see Marquinhos being able to take a bench role. He just extended. We can't do like a wage reduction. The best thing would just be like to end the relationship. But I understand what you mean, Junior. That, how can I say, he felt they were gonna lose way more than the other PSG players. So he felt way more relief after the game than the other PSG players because of all the battlings he's been through at PSG before. So it does make sense that his reaction is stronger than the other players.
But at 3-2, he was ready to give the game away, man. That's really it's just so disgusting. Like he was ready to give the game away.
Man, what do you mean by giving the game away?
We've already seen the actions, bro. We watched the video.
Okay, I don't want to defend Marquinhos, but could you not also find similar actions with other players on the team? Because I'm sure other players made mistakes during the game. It's just
Vitinho was like trying back heels in the first half. Fabian Ruiz had a suicide pass.
I'm not even trying to dick ride Marquinhos, but like the whole sort of like clipping up a player's mistakes, then posting and to say that's why they're shit. I feel like if you do that, you can do that with any player and just say the player was bad. Then
I mean, you go and you think about it, like
DJ, he's the captain. Yeah. He is like prime age, and he's done this consistently ever since the Madrid year. So again, is the pattern. One pattern, DJ, that we've had this season, for example, is Nuno Mendes. Like Nuno Mendes mistakes in the only thing with Nuno Mendes for me that excuses him a lot from the criticism is how he responds and reacts. Versus Villa, makes the mistake, costs us the goal, scores the third and important goal.
I mean, Marquis not going to be scoring goals, though, is he? Like he's a centre back.
No, but he can not make mistakes. If he makes a mistake and then he doesn't make a mistake,
I disagree because the thing. No, I'm with DJ on this one because you think as a centre back, like unless you go and you make a last ditch tackle, there's no way that you can sort of rectify a mistake.
Yeah, like
especially in that Villa game, there was so many good stuff Marquinhos could have done if he wanted to.
The mistakes Marquinhos
didn't make, bro.
Everything started with Marquinhos just not following what the coach wanted, man.
What did did he fail to follow?
The pressing, like our pressing was so disorganized because the defensive line. Of course, he organizes the defense. Like
the press is the press is on primarily on the strikers and the midfield.
No, if you're saying the defensive line was wrong,
if there's anybody, if there's the biggest culprits, I think in that game, like you look at, for example, you look at both the first two goals they scored, like if you have to blame an attacking line, the first goal that they scored is a loss by Cabarrus. That's an attacker. Then it's can't remember who drives the ball. Is it McGinn or whoever drives the ball? No, it was Tielemans drives the ball for like a good 30 to 40 meters, lays it off to McGinn or Rashford, passes it back to him, and they shoot, comes off Pacho. For me, that's also the midfield. And then, okay, if you want to go and say that, Pacho comes off of him, goes in. The second goal is a loss in the midfield area. McGinn is allowed to go for 40 meters uncontested. Yes, okay, at the end there, I would say that, the defenders probably should step on him eventually, and they do that too late. But it's primarily for me the midfield. Like, you can't just have somebody stroll through the entire midfield, run uncontested for 40 meters, takes a shot, bang, goal. The third goal, you go and think, it's Fabian Ruiz who gets done by Rashford, and it's Vitinha who turns around for him, then cuts it back, and then they score. So, like, if you want to go and say who's most culpable for all three goals, the first, it goes...
You're just talking about the goals, bro. It's not just about the goals. Even when we were 3-2 down, the man was actively working. The man was actively working, bro. The incantations, the everything, man. The witchcraft chants, like everything. He was doing everything to have us get knocked out and humiliated on the European stage that night, bro. He was doing everything. He almost assisted Tielemans. He almost assisted Asensio. Like, this is nuts. That it was genuinely like Madrid
Asensio?
2022. Yeah, like he just heads the ball. He tries to win a header, and then he just heads the ball. The ball deviates from his head onto fucking Asensio's path for a 1v1. Like,
I thought that Asensio. I thought that was most Pacho's poor cover. I mean, I can't remember the action off the top of my head.
Pacho, the initial ball played by Pau Torres, Pacho probably cuts that out if there's no deviation from Marquis' head. And I don't even think that was intentional for Marquis to just play a sense. Obviously, it's not, but it just goes to show, like, this man is cursed. He's Jonah. He's Jonah, man.
Wait, I can't. I have to maybe see that action that Asensio had. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Don't worry, Ant will find it for you, bro. And even in the build-up to the Nuno goal, bro, he plays just a hospital pass into Neves. Just a hospital pass. Like, what are you doing? Bro, Marquis... Oh, man, oh my god.
Oh, okay. It's not. Wait, was it this one? The one-on-one he had.
Pacho.
No, keep playing it, please, because I want to see.
Pacho solos Asensio. Like, why is he not closer to Asensio?
We can't hear you, Mo. We can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. Thanks, Junior. What I think happened was, obviously Marquinhos can't see behind him. I think he doesn't think Asensio will make this run. So he believes like Pacho is alone at the back. So he thinks the best thing to do is head it back to Pacho. But he makes a huge risk. Pacho is obviously not there.
Mark, he played
the ball goes straight to Asensio.
Yo, Marquis is so wild, bro. He's so wild. Oh my god.
One more time, please.
If you want, DJ, I can go and find maybe from another angle.
The
best angle would be like closer.
No, I don't think that's a bad angle. It's tough because I don't.
No one's saying Marquis intended to do that. No one's saying
when it comes to judging the flight of the ball and judging deflections, I'm blind, bro. I can't ever see it, bro. I'll be honest. It took me like 5 years to see the McGinn shot off fucking Pacho's leg.
Yeah.
Are you talking about how much he touched the ball with his head?
No, for some reason I can't ever see deflections like that. I can only notice the deflection when it's obvious.
Okay, no, this one is really hard. This one is really hard.
Okay. I'm not crazy then.
Look, I mean, I think both Marquinhos and Pacho are both somewhat culpable because I think also Pacho should have better awareness of where his runner is.
Wait, you want Patrick to expect Marquinhos to make that mistake?
No. As in, because if you go back to it, I mean, I don't think Patrick checks his shoulder to see where Asensio is. I think he should be facing the ball, or sort of running, and also still have Asensio being aware of where he is. Because I don't think he does. He knows where he is until that ball really goes through.
Okay.
Bro, man, you should be a lawyer for Marquis.
No, like don't know.
Just be a
Marquinhos is also culpable. That's definitely culpable for. I mean, if he's going
Bro,
up,
this is at 3-2. Bro, we just conceded
Bro,
2 goals.
I'm not disagreeing. Marquis is also responsible, but I'm also saying that also Pacho is also part to blame there. Like also as his defender, also when you think percent.
Yeah, how much percent to market? I'm doing like a 95 Marquinhos.
No. No, I say like 60-40 Marquis.
60-40?
Because because the thing is with that, like as a defender, you're also there to be there ready for like slip ups that you're, because we had this discussion last time around, and I mean maybe we're just gonna disagree on disagreeing here. The same thing with in the Liverpool leg on the Harvey Elliott goal. Like yes, of course, the defender goes up and doesn't get the challenge, but beyond that, there's a lot more. There's more that can be done afterwards. Like you don't just defend it. You can't just isolate to a single defensive action and pin the blame singularly on a single person. Like even if to show that it's just not Marquis that I'm defending them for, even on the Nuno Mendes one, yes, of course he loses the ball in a bad idea, but then after that he loses the ball halfway. There's whatchamacallit, is it McGinn takes the ball, drives, is able to go feed the ball over to, if I'm not mistaken, is it Marcus Rashford, who then plays I can't remember.
That goal is 100% Nuno Mendes. Why?
True, but it's not 100% for me. Like there's also other things that the other defensive.
Why? Because the reason Villa scored, shout out to them, it was some good passes, but we were just fully exposed because none of our players were ready that Nuno Mendes was going to lose the ball that stupidly in that position. So there, Nuno Mendes takes 100% of the blame.
No, I can't take 100%. You can't take 100%. Like 100% of the blame is like you fluff a pass, or you score an own goal, you fluff a pass like directly into the keeper's path, and but like even on the ball, like the loss there, like if we're saying that's 100%, that's like Kvaratskhelia, the first goal. Was it the first goal, or the second goal when he lost it? I think the second goal where he lost it. No, it was the first goal. Then you have to say that's 100% on Kvaratskhelia, but you say, oh no, there's still like Kvaratskhelia uses the ball in their half of the pitch.
It's not the same as the Nuno ball chance because.
No, this news is more consequential. I agree, but you can't just solely 100%. Like I think Beraldo should be doing a bit better covering that. You could also perhaps make the case that perhaps Pacho at the second post should anticipate that the ball is getting crossed across the face of the goal as well, to better anticipate that as well. Now, obviously, Nuno is the most responsible for it, but you can't. He can't take the sole responsibility unless he's like, as I said, unless he like literally plays a through ball to the striker and he goes on goal and he slots it.
Yeah, at this point you're just arguing about fine margins. Like at the end of the day, there's someone who gets principal blame, and then others that get
secondary and tertiary blame. Yeah, and I said that Marquis is on that header, if you want, was the primary. Looking at the action, the primary call, like he should be going in and winning the header. And it depends on the action as well. Like whereas I said last time around, I thought that on that Liverpool Harvey Elliott goal, yes, of course, Marquis is in part to blame for keeping Nunez onside and then also not winning his duel. But then also for me, the biggest one there is Nuno, because if Nuno is in a somewhat okay defensive shape, Harvey Elliott is either not able to execute the shot or is in a much more difficult position.
No, I agree. Like Nuno has cost us goals this season. No one's gonna deny that, but Nuno's just 5 times the footballer that Marquis is.
Is that for me? The issue with Mark is he's a mid player impact wise, and then he's making these howlers. Nuno is making howlers, but then also making the best plays of the game. I don't even know what Marquis does that is so beneficial to this team. For me, he's the weakest link in the squad. Even if we remove all of his howlers, just as a player, impact-wise, he has the least impact on the pitch in the team. Every single player has more impact than him.
And it
And that's
sucks,
not
you know,
because
one
he
of
plays as a
Marquis,
centre back. Look at Pacho. Pacho's huge, impactful, especially in the UCL for us.
and the thing is, Marquis, he used to be super fast, man. He used to have the athleticism. He used to be such a threat in the opposition box on set pieces. Remember that? Remember that, Marquis? It ain't there no more, bro. At this point, you got to cut your losses. And, like, I would genuinely consider playing Beraldo at the Emirates.
No. You're not being serious. You're not being serious.
I'm
Never.
I'm dead ass. I'm dead
No.
ass. I'm dead ass, bro. I think Beraldo, he won't have much to deal with. Arsenal, and compared to Liverpool and Aston Villa, their attacking pieces aren't much to deal with. I think Beraldo would be just fine, bro.
All right then.
No, I disagree. I think Marquinhos is a better one-on-one defender.
For Martinelli,
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, you're not wrong. It's just
Like if anything, you could make the case that like Marquinhos is probably the best one-on-one defender in that back line.
What?
Like how
No, he's
one-on-one
not.
in terms of you think of like I've seen Hakimi get mixed up by players. We've seen Nuno get mixed up. We even saw Pacho get mixed up in Ligue 1, get done. How often does Marquis gets like mixed up, sent like put on his rear end?
because Marquis lets everyone
Because
do
Mark
it
does the
for
Van
him.
Dijk stuff. Like
Yeah,
he just backs off. But he's a terrible 1v1 dribbler. I remember when we played Liverpool, sometimes Hakimi was pushing up. And every time, like it was Luis Diaz against Marquinhos, he always cooked him every single time. Because Marquinhos has become so unagile. It's not even an IQ thing, not reading the opponent. He's just his athleticism is gone. Strength,
Rewriting history here.
balance, agility. He's
What do you
so
mean we're
cooked, man.
fighting?
Why do you guys feel the need to defend him so bad? Like,
Because we find your attacks on him like not unjustified. Some of them are, but I'd say disproportionate is what I go and say. Completely disproportionate. Putting things or blaming things on him disproportionately and giving more of the blame, which I don't think are fair. Like on that, like as we talked last time on the pod, that the Harvey Elliott goal, saying that he's the principal culprit in that, when I think there's two other people there who are more to blame than he is.
But again, what I told you, Junior, then was the entire chance got created by Marquinhos. So obviously he takes more of the blame. And
Okay, but then, would you say that?
two
Would you say
negative
that?
actions.
Would you say that Kvaratskhelia is then the principal one to blame on the goal? The first goal they scored.
No, because the opportunity that
Was created by him.
Aston
He
Villa
lost the ball.
got-
He was careless
No,
with the
no,
ball.
But I said the same thing before. The opportunity that Aston Villa got from Kvara losing the ball was nowhere close to the opportunity they got when Marquinhos put Nunes onside and then lost the aerial duel. It's about the chance that you give away. Nuno Mendes, for example, we were completely exposed when he lost the ball. That's why I'm giving him so much blame. Yes, Aston Villa had a 3v3 versus us, but I was still comfortable when I was watching that opportunity. It was Vitinha, it was João Neves not recovering well enough. That chance I would give
it was
Kvara,
more so. It was
Vitinha,
more
and
so.
Neves all blame.
Honestly, it was more so Vitinha not
Hakimi.
caring. It was more so Vitinha letting Rashford play that pass into McGinn, like just not opening up your legs to like stop the pass. He just got played around so easily. Vitinha there.
Oh yeah. And
Yeah,
Junior,
he just got.
we're looking
Yeah.
at that mistake. I remember I brought this up to you, like in the last one where it was me, you, and DJ and Tosa and so on talking about it. We've obviously already looked at this one. You also defended him here, which I don't understand, with how he just lets the ball go between him here straight to Rashford. Like,
Well,
this is
you know what I said.
gigantic
You know what I
mistake.
said. You know what I said there.
You said it was a tough bounce.
No,
It
it
was.
was a spin. It spun. The ball spun.
Okay.
Like I mean, listen.
okay. Like what are the standards of Marquinhos? Like
Bro,
it bounced. Okay,
like-
No,
Marquinhos
no,
gives
that's
away
different
a
to the
big
other
chance.
mistake.
bro.
That's different
like-
to the other mistakes. So like that's not like Marquinhos shitting his pants. That's just an
It's
unfortunate.
that, like yeah.
Okay, no, Marquinhos, man.
No, but Mo, it's
Extend him.
true that that's
The
not
ball
even
was
like
spinning.
if you compare this one
How
to
is
like
this?
the T. No more. If you compare this one to like the Tielemans chance, those are two different
No,
situations.
yeah,
Honestly,
no, I agree. The
and it was
Tillmans,
still 2-1. It was still
this is a
2-1 at
horrendous
that
Yeah,
one.
point.
the Tielemans one is one where you say like, "What, bro? What are you doing? Are you drunk? Like, are you trying to
This is our
back heel the
captain,
ball?"
30-year-old,
Yeah, like that's
450K a week.
yeah, that's questionable.
My man was
Yeah, I
trying to
agree
give
there.
him he was trying to give him the Zlatan assist.
No,
right
he needs
there.
to do better clearing that, but also like he needs to put a better foot through that. But like you can't also just leave it. Like that's him. He's not executed his clearance well. He's definitely not executed his clearance
Junior,
well. He needs to be doing
what
better
I've
there.
noticed now is that you have the standard on Marquinhos as if he
Did
was
I
a
not just say that he's
30-year-old
not
coming through
executed
the
the clearance well?
academy.
Am I speaking English here?
No,
Man,
Junior, you should be saying
Nick, I just said he's
No,
not
no,
executed the clearance well. He
Junior,
needs to clear it better.
this is absolutely disgusting from our captain.
I've literally just
He's
agreed
as
with you.
well.
What are we disagreeing on here?
No. Every time you
Wait,
say
DJ,
something
DJ Tosin, am I
Marquinhos,
speaking a different
there's
language here?
always
I
a
thought you
but.
said he's not clear.
There's-
He's not done well.
Every time you critique Marquinhos, it's always a but. It's always a but to take away criticism from him. That's what I don't understand. Marquinhos is the number one person that should receive the most criticism. Why? Because he's
On
the
this
most
point.
comfortable at the club. He has the highest wage. No, I'm saying overall in the squad. Marquinhos is the one that I have pretty much the highest expectations on, including Osman Dembele and Fabian Ruiz. Because they're the oldest, they're the most experienced. This guy is fucking. We're looking at 3 goal giving away actions from Marquinhos. 3 in one big game. How is this acceptable? But there was a spin on the ball. But Pacho could have done better. But that's what I mean with the buts. Like this is a generational stinker. If we're being 100% honest here, and we are fortunate that we went through, despite Marquinhos doing this. I don't understand why Marquinhos is so defended. Like this guy is by far our worst starting player in the team. Like by far, not even close. Especially now that Donna has a hit form. Like, how is this acceptable, Junior?
When did I say it was acceptable?
If we're
When did
making
I
about form, then
When did I say it was acceptable? Like, Mo, you're putting. I literally just said that he's not done well on his clearance there. I've literally just said he's not done well.
He's not done well.
I've literally just said he's not done. Like, yeah, he's not. As in, he's attempted to clear it and he hasn't succeeded. He's not done well. As in, he needs to do better there. Like, am I misspeaking? I know I'm Kane and whatnot, but I still feel like my English is okay. I said he needs to do. It's a poor clearance on his part. He needs to do better there.
I
We
just
literally
don't know
agree on this point.
what
We're trying to find a
Marquinhos
debate where there's
has to
nothing.
do. Okay, should Marquinhos leave the club?
Marquinhos, I
You
just
can
don't
get
think.
a replacement, yeah, but
Yeah,
it's not
if you can
him.
find if you're telling me that right now you can go and you can get even like a Konate and Pimkana, then
I get you Konate.
I mean, Mo, you're saying that like it's easy. Those players
I
are
will get
easy to
Tabsoba.
get.
I will get Tabsoba. Wait,
Okay,
what
no.
you mean not easy? Not easy what?
to
DJ,
just go like
to get them? Both have 1 year left on their contract, so it's no issue. Like,
I'm
this
not
is
I'm
the
not opposed.
perfect-
I'm not opposed to Marquinhos potentially leaving the club. I'm just saying like we need to be proportionate in like if I said I thought Marquinhos had a really poor performance in that second leg, and I was also, if you want, not really unimpressed with his like I guess the attitude after the game, at least what we saw, what he was saying, publicly to the media, so on and so forth. So like I'll grill Marquinhos when he needs to be grilled, so on and so forth. I have no problem with that. I remember the Newcastle game, I grilled him. I remember what's in the game. Like if he needs to be grilled, he needs to be grilled. But I just feel like at some points we'll also just go and like over analyze. Marquinhos will, slip in something, and we'll go and say, it's Marquinhos. So look at this, he's probably not choosing the right boots. And then if Dembele does it, it's okay.
I mean,
like you have more grace, you're more lenient. Like
he
I
is
feel like we have a
giving
double
his
standard with
mistakes to
Marquinhos.
overanalyze.
You were just saying earlier that everybody at the club deserves the same amount of blame, but now you sort of you say, oh no, but it's slightly different with Marquinhos. Even you just said that, oh no, because he's the captain, because he's been at the club so long, you have to have a different thing. But then with Warren, you say, well, it doesn't matter if you're 17, this and the other. Like I feel like you can't go and once they say, oh, there's mitigating circumstances because Marquinhos is more experienced, you have to be more critical of him. But somebody like a Pacho, oh well, because he's new, he's 23, and so on and so forth. But no, I mean, as in, if you're gonna hold the discourse of you're a player, everybody under Lucho You get grilled, you get grilled. Doesn't matter whether you're 30 years old and you've been at the club for 12, 15 years, or whether you just come. But then on the other hand, well, no, now it's Marquinhos. Now you do. So is it that every player's the same and you have to critique them equally and with the same level of conviction, or is it that based on the stature and how you are at the club, it changes? So a really young Amayulu is not going to get nearly as criticized if he has a bad performance as a Dembele, as a Marquinhos. So which one is it? Is my question. Because I feel like there's been a bit of a code switch on your end.
No. Every single player that plays for Paris Saint-Germain, I have high expectations on. The issue I have with Warren Zaire-Emery is that the expectations are lower because of his age, which I don't believe in. If Warren can cook as a 17-year-old, he can cook as a 19-year-old. And all of the tough stuff that has happened in his life, well, tough for him. Tough stuff happened for every single player in every single person's life. So I don't think that's a valid enough excuse for Warren's terrible form. Second of all, yes, I have high expectations on all PSG players. And when I say I would put expectation on Warren as any other player, I mean by I don't care that he's 17 or 19. I'm not gonna play that as like a victim thing that excuses him from victimization. But on the other hand, Junior, obviously I have different expectations. I have high expectation on every player, but obviously I have high expectation on the three players I mentioned. Marquinhos,
So you don't treat every player equally is my point then.
and
You would
Fabian
agree.
Ruiz.
So you wouldn't treat every single player
all of
equally.
them.
Why would you treat
my only point.
players
That's my only point.
equally? Why would you treat players equally?
No, because that's what he was saying earlier. I just wanted to confirm then, because if that's what it has some sense, and that's fair. And I would have probably actually agree with you. Like I wouldn't treat a Mayulu bad performance in the same way that I would, Marquinhos, a Dembele, somebody like that, or even like a Dembele and a Barcolo, do so on and so forth.
No, yeah, I know. I say that DJ Junior because I feel like Warren gets treated differently from every single player in the squad, despite him being the same age as Due. Like I was harsh on Due in the beginning of the season. Now he's cooking. I'm only praising him. Warren Zaire-Emery, same age. I'm gonna critique him, but there are a lot of PSG fans that will critique Due because his 19 is different. His 19 is different.
The thing with Due, dude, like, bro, if Due becomes a player we expect him to be, offensive number 8 that can give you, a game volume, like with his running, like the average, how much he runs, all over the pitch. If he can still give you that same run volume with the offensive, qualities that he brings, I mean, there's just no point for Warren, dude. I don't see the point in Warren at this point. Like genuinely, I feel like people have been saying like Doué's been someone who's axed like Kang and Lee out the team. I feel like if Doué gets to the point where he can play in his ultimate position as an inside 8, like I don't see the point of Warren. I swear, honestly. No. No, but we do play with a 4-3-3, so he'll be part of the interior 3, like the midfield 3. Eventually, he will be playing there, I feel.
I don't want to interrupt
the,
this session, but no, it doesn't. It's just the report I read out before Warren. There's come like a more detailed version of it. Warren Zaire-Emery, who imagines spending his entire career at PSG, is focusing on the only thing that interests him today: regaining optimal influence and tackling his end-of-season objectives, namely finishing the Ligue and undefeated, winning another Coupe de France, and of course pursuing his dream in the Champions League. The players are well aware of his slight downgrade, so it was about him. He's lost some time with his injury, but he knows that career is made of periods of greater or lesser success and isn't alarmed. He should be fucking alarmed, man. His influence, his time with the French national team, is focusing his performance at club level perspective for one day seeing him make the setup French national team. In turn, there are no concerns. They know potential. Remember that he's only 19. He's only 19. After season of revelation confirmation, he must digest his new status. The same goes for the approach he's received from other clubs in recent days. Spanish press has reported interest from Madrid.
Guys, before you start, I have to go. So I'd like to thank you for having me.
Yo,
and I
pleasure,
wish
Georges.
you and everyone watching a very good night. And to all those who celebrate Easter, have a great Easter with your families, and hope you all have the best. Thank you.
Yo, Georges, man. Pleasure having
Good
you on.
night.
Good night. Take care,
Pleasure
man.
as always.
Peace, peace. Um, honestly, I hope for Warren, man. Because I want him to perform, and like he just hasn't been that player for so long. It hurts. It hurts,
Yeah,
man.
I mean, he's a good player. It's just
Like this is our
if
golden
Due
boy,
becomes
man.
what he, yeah, man. But I just feel like if Due becomes what he's gonna be, I just don't see the point of Warren, man.
I know, but do it
No,
shorter
Warren's
period
had
though.
good games. Warren's had good games this season. Like like Stuttgart, he was good against Stuttgart.
No, but we said Lucha out because he didn't want to make the necessary changes. When he made the necessary changes, well, we haven't lost a single game since then. Warren needs to make some necessary changes in his life because for me, stuff has happened in his life that he has to fix. Because I think it's all a confidence thing because he's not playing as a Warren. No, I would not say that, but what I will say is a woman is the man's biggest distraction. So I definitely think ever since he got that girlfriend has had a negative effect on his career. Yeah. I know, but it's a minority. Majority of the cases, the woman is a distraction for the player. I mean, the best example is Heung-min Son. I mean, his father has forced him to not marry or get a girl until he finishes off his football career because he sees it as a potential distraction. Can you at least agree it's a potential distraction? Especially at such a young age as well. When all Warren should be breathing and eating is football.
Wait, people, can you guys hear Junior?
Yeah, wait, Junior. Sorry to interrupt you. Because Tosin is saying, yeah, these are saying fix the screen and audio. And some people are saying they can't hear you. We can only hear Tosin and PSG. And wait, DJ, just say something so they know if they hear them. Junior's audio is cooked. Oh my days. The the screen for them looks like this. Like this it looks. Tosin has taken over, man. Okay, wait. Let me refresh.
Yo,
Let
Mo.
me refresh.
Yo, I'm heading off, guys. You guys take care.
Where did they go?
Wait, is Junior in?
No, I could only invite you. Did DJ
Yo,
go?
Ninja, pause, man.
No, DJ wasn't talking. Wait, did DJ say he was gonna leave?
Yeah, he did.
Okay. But Junior didn't say that, right? Maybe he refreshed as well?
Mm,
Or
Yeah,
something?
Junior should be back in, I think.
Fuck, man. Justin, tomorrow I need a stat pad session, man.
I
Okay,
agree.
yeah.
I need a 6-7 Miller, dude.
Okay,
If it's
now
not
can everyone
6,
hear me?
yeah. But man, they should
Yeah,
not rotate.
can you hear him,
tomorrow.
Joseph?
Yeah, I can hear Junior. They should not rotate tomorrow, man. This is
Not as much
not.
as the kid predicted. That's too much. I can show you what I went with. And Junior, to end what we were talking about, I think it was you who was gonna say your piece. What was it?
Oh yeah, that like the whole having women. I think you can make both. It depends on the woman first and foremost. Like some people like what they get and it brings stability to their lives, especially if they go and have children, so on and so forth. It stabilized. Like Messi, ever since he got that, wasn't going out, wasn't doing all these things. But then you could go and have the case like Neymar, for example, was the opposite effect. That having all this stuff it potentially cause drama. So as in. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily go into say it like that. If I go and you start hearing that, Warren's going out, constantly going out to doing late nights, so on and so forth. Yeah. From what I've heard, at least and see, he seems to be somebody who's, pretty focused and, professional and, goes about, does his business and so on and so forth. Like, if I'm not mistaken, I think Desiree Doué, I think he has a girlfriend as well. And so does Bradley Barcola. It's just like, I don't think you can go and like, even João Neves got one like relatively recently after his move to PSG.
Bro, Warren isn't shit because he has a girl.
Yes.
So I just think that's
the point.
part of the comfortability. His insane wage as well. Like he's the fourth highest paid player at PSG. That should just not be happening. Like that was a terrible mistake by the club. Way too high of a wage. He didn't deserve it. And futuristically, if this is someone that's going to stay at PSG for his entire career, it's really bad giving such a high wage in the first contract. Because then next extension, and then next extension, and then next one. Especially because his agent is Jorge Mendes as well. But yeah, I mean, the thing is, obviously, there's only 10 games left this season, but it's crucial parts. Second of all, there's a Club World Cup right after it. And there's a Nations League in between it. So... like, hopefully Warren ends the season well.
How are you feeling about Arsenal, Junior? Do you...
No, I
from a
think...
matchup point, do you think it's like a 50-50? Because Opta, they dropped the
I mean, I saw on 433. I mean, I actually wanted to discuss this with you guys. I clicked on 433 and they saw that, like, if I'm not mistaken, Opta, according to them, Barcelona are least likely to win it with 20%. PSG are second with, like, 23 or 24 or something.
Second to last.
Yeah. Then it's Inter. And then it's Arsenal with 28.8%. And so, like, I mean, obviously you guys know my Arsenal agenda. I mean, I think for me, you can't have any team above 26%. For me, it's all like, this is probably one of the most, if you want to go and say even semifinals, like even, as a PSG fan, the bias, I think that Arsenal can definitely beat us, just like we can beat Arsenal, just like Barcelona can beat Inter and Inter can beat Barca. For me, like going and saying, 60-40, for me, it's 55-45 in basically both legs, whichever team you give it to. For me, it's fair. The fact that I think why Arsenal people have opted to have it so high, first and foremost, is, I mean, again, English Premier League glaze, it's just English bias off in all the time whenever there's bookmakers and all this stuff, whether it's international level, club level, English teams just always seem to get, a boost. But then also there's the fact that, they beat Real Madrid and there's always, beating Real Madrid, all that stuff.
5-1.
Yeah, 5-1, smacking like both legs. So in some respects that makes sense. And actually there's this guy called on the club called Boovy. He's sort of like in that like Lawrence McKenna-ish thing. He's on with Rory Jennings and Adam McCullough, he's a Manchester City supporter. Rory Jennings.
I know
them.
Yeah.
So like I saw his meaning to potentially record a reaction video. He dropped like a 10-minute long video, prediction video. and where he said, okay, at first he was going and saying that, oh, like, it's very even, like any team can go through, and he's going and saying like, oh no, Arsenal can like easily go and beat, like should handle PSG and so on and so forth, and like it's like it's just
Junior, I saw he did like those quick predictions, knockout brackets
Yeah,
from
yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
quarterfinals.
Mhm.
He predicted Villa to go through versus us. So
I mean, that's
an
it's just prem PR. I mean, I watched this video and he's the same thing as Lawrence McKenna was going. I think Lawrence. I think he's a lot more rational. Like I spoke to him and he's like, okay, reasonable. This guy, for me, it's just prem PR. For me, it's just prem glaze. He's talking about the same thing, intensity, this, that, and the other. They can't do it. I'm rattled. And like for me, one thing that I mean, as I thought, like I mean, you thought actually differently. I thought we didn't have or hang at a poor game in that second leg. But also still, like, all of a sudden now you have people, like, rewriting history. And, like, oh, Aston Villa were 1 goal away from being... It's like, whoa. You guys are 1 goal from equalizing, first and foremost.
How open PSG's defense was?
Yeah, how open. It's like calm down.
Villa can score 3. Arsenal can score 5. Like,
it's like, well, calm down. Like, people... Yeah, it's just the rewriting. Even you who has, like, the marquee, you don't like marquee. Like, even, like, it's calm down. First and foremost, after the, what? If you want that Tielemans header... And I think the Asensio chance afterwards, I mean, the last like 20, 15 minutes of the game, bar the very end with that Maatsen chance, PSG sort of took back control and then had chances of their own. You think of, the Dembele who could have been Doué going through, Hakimi having that chance. It's like people, I just don't like the fact that now people all of a sudden rewriting history and it's like, oh, now it's and I think the same thing has happened with Barca. In some aspect, I understand that, okay, they've lost and now maybe their stature as favorites. I just find it really crazy that like after those first legs, people are going and saying crazy, clear PSG Barca favorites, nothing. And then all of a sudden now Barca are least favorites to go and win it. PSG second worst. Then it's Inter. Because the thing is, before all this, you would have said that like even after the first leg, Arsenal were probably dead last, if not maybe slightly ahead of Inter or them two battling. But PSG and Barca were top 2, and all of a sudden now everything's flipped. I mean maybe there's some like aspect of like
who are the favorites right now between Arsenal and PSG?
Inter, PSG. Oh, Arsenal.
It's just a rehash of Liverpool. It's a rehash of the Liverpool shit.
Especially when on Twitter, Tosin, when I speak with or interact with Arsenal fans, like they're so arrogant.
Yeah, no. I mean, I'm potentially. Do you guys know the front three? The like goal, DSK, Jawan. You must have surely seen one of their shorts. But anyways, like I've been in contact with them and potentially like wanting to like record a podcast with who's an Arsenal fan to discuss this. I mean, I'll be curious. Like, I don't know.
For that first leg, who's your front three, Junior?
First leg. Because I went back and even like people I know are also going to talk about the first game that when we faced them in the group phase, and like I mean I only looked quickly back at the stats and whatnot. I think Arsenal had an XG of like 0.79 or 0.79 just about PSG.
They were not that good.
Good, bro. I thought like Arsenal. I mean, I remember my reaction. I was like, yeah, Arsenal. I think nobody's gonna. We're not like mincing our words. But Arsenal were the better team that day. Definitely, there's no question. But people are making it seem as though like they just like walked us off the park and everything as it was some easy, stuff. We gave them a much more difficult.
Twice. Don't forget.
Yeah.
Bruno hit the post. Neves hit the crossbar in the second.
Yeah, we should have had a penalty as well with that Calafiori handball as well. That I remember as well. That nobody obviously seems to want to talk about. But like
we were mid. Yeah,
bro. We didn't have like even though the team is pretty similar. I think the only like difference in players is Warren was starting, as well as Kengan Lee. So you think now in terms of like who that could potentially start, obviously Kvara could potentially go in, but like Doué was there, Barcola was there, and then you'd have Fabian instead of Warren and Dembele instead of Kang. So the team was not too dissimilar, but the way, the structure, and how we play is completely different, and the confidence that we've got. So it's like, yes, of course they beat us, etc., so on and so forth. But as I like to say oftentimes, the reality of October, that game was played on October 1st, if I'm not mistaken, and like end of April are completely different. completely different. Like if you're an Arsenal fan, you say like Arsenal are slight favorites. I don't. That's not crazy. Like I think it's tight. Even as PSG fan, I can't go and say like we're gonna smack Arsenal or anything. I think it's gonna be tight. They're a good team, even though I really, as much as it pains me to say, they're a good team. They're really good defensively. I'd it to PSG obviously, but if you go and you say like it's slightly like it's 55 Arsenal, 45 PSG. For me, that's not crazy. If you say 55 PSG, 45 Arsenal, fair. If you go and start giving me, some 70% Arsenal, then no. But yeah, I think
wait. Arsenal. What happened in the Arsenal Liverpool matchups?
they've only played once and they drew. I think it was 2-2. And I think Arsenal. Well, I think I streamed the game. Arsenal versus. I think it was at the Emirates. Yeah, 2-2 in December, 27th of December. Goals by Saka and Moreno. No, so Saka scored in the 9th minute, then Van Dijk equalized in the 18th, then Moreno scored in the 43rd, and Salah scored in the 81st. From what I gather from the game, yeah, Arsenal's XG was 0.92, Liverpool's was 0.81. 55% for Liverpool in terms of possession, 45. It was a pretty even game. I thought Arsenal played probably slightly better. But yeah, it was close.
Well, okay. I mean that's a little surprising. So it's going to be basically like facing Liverpool again.
Except it's going to be facing Liverpool, but a Liverpool that's better defensively but worse offensively is how I put it. Better offensively but worse defensive. Better defensively but worse offensively. That's how I'd say it.
Are you guys worried that we won't score?
No.
Because so far this knockout rounds, like in terms of goals from our attackers, I mean, you have one each. I mean, Barcola probably hasn't scored, but it's brilliance, individual brilliance, and then Dembele scoring into an empty net. You don't think that's worrying? Like for all because our front three is very fluid and all, but do we do enough in terms of weighing on the defense and scoring goals, creating chances? Do we do enough? That's why, man. I'm just this front three that we're gonna have. That's what I'm like, because I really think Barcola should play, but it's just like Doué isn't droppable either. It's just I don't know.
I think listen, you also have to take into consideration the Villa at home and Liverpool at home. You're playing against teams that have 10 men in the box. Second leg at Anfield, I think we focused a lot on defending that game. So we didn't push as much offensively. But no, there is a potential worry about chances created, clinicality, scoring. But like one thing that make Arsenal fans confident is obviously their defense. But what they don't understand is, which at least I hope, is that they will give us space. Because like PSG, they I think at the back of Arsenal fans' heads, they're comparing PSG to Madrid in the sense of both have an amazing attack. But they're forgetting, the main issue, the main difference, midfield. They're still, belittling our midfield, saying, "Oh, Declan Rice dominated the midfield." And we can go back and watch Arsenal PSG. Their midfield didn't dominate our midfield or anything. I mean, fair play to Arsenal. They won that game, deservedly so. But it's a lot of lies from that game, and as you said, Junior, a lot of recency bias. Since the semifinal.
I mean, in some respects, I mean, you gotta go. They knocked out Madrid. So it's like if you go and you have
Junior, it's less about Arsenal stocks going up. It's more about Barca and PSG stocks going down.
Yeah,
too irrelevant. Like both teams were up by 4 goals, and you want to criticize how they're going to be in the semifinal because they conceded some goals after being 4-0 up. I don't really understand that.
I think, the thing is, though, with the Arsenal, I mean, the credit, one of the things that they're probably going to mention is that Arsenal haven't conceded more than 2 goals since like last season. They haven't conceded more
I
than
think
two
it's
goals.
like a 2-year period.
Yeah,
I mean,
something
they've
like
only
that.
faced PSG once, so, and a very bad PSG.
Yeah, but I mean, if you want, like, in terms of that, they don't concede many goals if you want to go and think about it. So, like, it's gonna. I don't think, like, I mean, obviously, football, anything can happen. You get proven wrong. I don't think, like, even like we could definitely go and win both games, etc., so on and so forth. But I'm not. If we go and win by like some 3-0s, 4-1s, I don't see that. I don't see Arsenal conceding crazy goals, but I also don't see them like going and smacking several past you. Like, I mean, even like, yeah, regarding that, like, this is like why I sort of don't like is that it's the rewriting of history. Like, okay, yes, Real Madrid were not good, so on and so forth, etc. Especially for me in that second leg, but like especially in that first leg, you go and you think those two worldy free kicks. Outside of that, it's what, a 1-0 game, and even though they probably should have had at least one more, probably it's a 2-0 game. Someone to speak. It's not like Arsenal went and just like that. Liverpool PSG game should have ended easily, like 3-1, 3-0 potentially in terms of in PSG's favor. In comparison, it's just that they came across an Allison that was just especially in this Easter under the inspiration of the Holy Spirit, just nothing could get past them. Now, as Arsenal, pardon,
bro, I'm just looking. I'm sorry, I don't want to deviate from what you're talking about. I'm just seeing these comments, like this word. It's the most loved word in the world. Physicality.
Yeah, and this, like I need.
Physicality.
Rugby.
I'm sick and tired of this whole. First and foremost, maybe the Premier League is
we come from the most physical league in the world. Like, are people going to pretend like Liga isn't physical?
Like, even if you want to go and even if they want to go and say that the Premier League is more physical, that's okay. I can enter the debate, but it's not like you're making as like Ligue 1 is just some bunch of Care Bear Teletubby stuff where it's some weak stuff. Neymar, I mean, Messi came and said that it was physical. Neymar said it's also extremely physical. All this stuff. It's just, for me, it's, as I've said, and I'm potentially actually wanting to have like this. I've been in contact with Lawrence to have this discussion on what I say is English footballing elitism, both at international and club, especially at club level. Stuff like intensively just scoffing at like the players. Even like I was listening to like ESPN, they did this like best players under 21, etc., so on and so forth. And it's not just okay like rage baiting fans of clubs and what. It's like respected pundits, English ones. They'll go and say like they were talking about like it was João Neves and Warren Zaire-Emery at PSG, and they were high up and whatnot. But they were going and saying, yeah, well, like one of the pundits that we talking about the list was going and saying, but the quality of the league though, like they go and do so in Ligue 1, like can they? How does this translate elsewhere? It's like, well, I mean, you see them week in week out in the Champions League, unless they want to go and tell me that the intensity in the Premier League is bigger than the intensity in the Champions League, unless you're wanting to hold those types of conversations. Like it's just this idea that the Premier League is this divine entity that's untouchable, unconquerable, that nothing is better than it. It's just, for me, stops. Like, for me, people like Rory Jennings, Bouvet, some of these are like starters on Prem Glaze FC.
You can't have a conversation with them. I could never have a conversation with these people.
Yo, Jibril, football is played on the floor, bro. Okay.
No, wait, Tosin.
Rice MLS. He mentions Jude, Camavinga, Tchouaméni, Valverde. Just 4 shin kickers, man. He just spent like 6 shin kickers if you add Rice and MLS.
I got the numbers. First of all, I just want to bring up the super chat quickly for Ultimate Football. Sorry, it was a long time ago. You sent the super chats. It's just that we've been talking a lot. But thanks so much for the super chat. Appreciate it a lot. How are you? I'm doing well. Messi or Ronaldo? Messi. If Tosin and Junior also want to say Messi or Ronaldo?
Messi and Messi, it's not really a debate for me.
And Tosin?
Neither.
Okay, so I've checked up the stats. This is Arsenal in the Champions League. So as you can see, 44 duels won per game, 50%. Ground duels won, 32 per game, 50%. Aerial duels won, 12 per game, 54%. Let's come to Paris Saint-Germain. Duels won per game, 51%. So we win more duels per game and slightly better percentage. Ground duels won 42.7 per game, more than Arsenal and higher percentage. Aerial duels 9.3. So the only thing that Arsenal has above us is they're winning 2 to 3 aerial duels more than us per game with a 4% better winning thingy. So even the numbers doesn't back up. The only thing that backs up this delusional physicality is you look at Joao Neves, he's 5'6". You look at Declan Rice, he's 6'3". It's idiotic. It's stupid. It doesn't make any sense. You can watch the games, you don't see it. You can look at the stats, you won't see it.
I mean, even the sort of physicality, like they go and say, like, for me, I don't understand how, like, especially they go and talk about the intensity of, you know. I mean, am I mistaken? Did PSG just not like play 2 Premier League teams? And sure, obviously now people are going to go and say, oh, look at, you know, Aston Villa, etc., so on and so forth. In that first leg, okay, intensity, well, I didn't see, or we handled it fine. Liverpool, both times around, we wouldn't we didn't have any issues with the midfield. Even in the second leg, in which we were probably struggling a bit more, I still think we won the midfield battle. So this whole and in that Liverpool midfield game, McAllister's not, you know, the tallest, but you have Szoboszlai, who's pretty tall, right, and Gravenberch as well. If I'm not mistaken, they were both there. No problem.
Wait, I just found another funny stat. So this is Declan Rice in the Champions League. He wins 0.7 area duels per game, 47% accuracy. Joao Neves wins 0.9 per game, 50% accuracy. Because we know of Joao Neves, he's such a great aerial dueler. Even better than Declan Rice, who has like 5 inches above him. Like,
what about ground duels? Ground duels
won 5.3, 56%, 1.7, 54%. So Joao Neves like much better. 5.3 per game.
Bro, that tells me that like they don't go into a duel unless they know that he's gonna for sure win it. Like that's pertaining to Declan Rice. Bro,
yeah,
he's
and
gonna
they don't
be
play that many
chasing the
like
ball.
toe games.
Yeah, he's gonna end up just chasing the ball like a dog. Like that's really, bro. We're gonna embarrass these dudes, bro, in midfield. Like in the possession game, it's not even gonna be close.
I mean, they're gonna because you think in that first leg, Partey's injured, so they're gonna have to rock up most likely with the midfield of what Declan Rice, Odegaard, and Jorginho.
It'll be Jorginho. I think they might just bring Marino to the midfield and maybe play Trossard, whatever.
That's a good shout.
With Saka and Martinelli.
Yeah, Junior, you mentioned this Luis Skelly potential inverting if Calafiore comes back, right?
Oh, I didn't mention, but okay, yeah, that's definitely a possibility. Yeah.
No, maybe it was DJ because I heard. Yeah, but that's also a possibility that Luis Skelly inverts and then Calafiore starts as the left back. I mean, I couldn't care less. Party, no party. Rice, no rice. I couldn't care less. All right, like.
No, honestly, the fact that Partey is not playing for them because he's a good press trigger. Like he's in the away game. Oh my God, Partey will make mistake after mistake. Like we'll just hound him. Declan, the thing is in the home game, the Emirates, bro, Arsenal will willingly give us the ball, especially with Partey not playing, because he's their metronome. So they'll just willingly give us the ball, Arsenal, and they'll try to hit us on the counter, which is just sad. That's just going to be a very sad game plan.
No, I hope they go toe to toe. That's what they did last time we faced them. I hope they do it again.
They will not go toe to toe, especially if we score first. I don't know. I'm not sure we'll score first. It seems like we always give up the first goal in these ties for some reason. Like that's been the pattern since the quarter.
I mean, I think against Arsenal, you really do not want to concede first because Arsenal can just sort of lock down shop and play this disgusting 10, people behind the ball, etc., so on and so forth. So we need to stop this. I'm not. Yeah,
I get what you're saying. We have players that can just unlock situations, bring solutions. So. That's the thing. Dembele can come up with a moment. Kvara, Doué.
I'm hearing what Jabril said. He says, I understand you've improved from the last time we played, but realistically, our game versus you guys was one of the easiest games we had controlled. And little bro, you guys, and little bro to you guys. Well, in that game, you said like we're chasing the ball. We had 65% possession, and I remember in my post game reaction said, "Okay, what's the point of having the ball?" And a lot of this was, yes, in the second half, you guys had a 2-0 lead, and so you guys didn't need to necessarily go for it. Fair, but like going and saying as though like this was some walk in a cake park walk, etc., so on and so forth, I think is being dishonest.
The only reason why they say that is because we were very neutral with the ball. Like there were a lot of side to side passes, so because of that, they started gassing up, their defensive shape on the night because we didn't really create much. We didn't,
but so didn't Arsenal didn't create much as well either.
I agree. Arsenal just took their moments, and their moments, to be honest, just came from Donnarumma howlers. That's it. GGO howlers. That's it. That's where their moments came from. And Marquinhos on the first goal a little bit. I don't want to just talk about that. But yeah. Like, they just came from Donnarumma howlers. While with us, we were just... Bro, we came into that game. It was just a weird vibe, bro. Like,
oh, sorry.
Tosin. If you want to downgrade that game, just say, in the same period, we struggled against PSV and Girona and Atletico and Bayern. Arsenal was not the side that made us struggle. We were the ones struggling against everyone in the Champions League in the beginning of the season. That game is completely irrelevant. Shout out to Arsenal. That was the only victory you're going to have against us this Champions League season. But yeah, but no, I think this side would be similar to Liverpool. The Premier League fans, the Arsenal fans would be extremely arrogant. They will bring up irrelevant stuff. They will say, oh, you beat Liverpool on penalties. You barely lost to Villa. You weren't that good in the group stage. You're not that good. So, it's calm. If
I just hope that those Arsenal fans were saying last year. I remember, who was it? Porto? Well, they beat Porto on penalties. I wasn't hearing much then. I was saying, oh, look at Raya mentality getting through on penalties. I wasn't hearing, oh, look, barely getting through Porto, this, that, and the other, etc., so on and so forth.
Bro,
for me, the thing with Arsenal is how weak they are offensively. I said this in my preview, and Arsenal fans got mad at it. But they're not a good offensive side. Their offensive 8, all they got is not good. Saka is good. No, Saka is great. Merino, if he gets a moment, he can score, but he's not a good attacker. And then Martinelli, he hasn't been good for such a long time.
Did you say Saka is great? Saka is a good player. That's he's not. No,
Saka's good. Saka's good. Like, I mean, I actually know if I would be really curious.
Yeah, I said he's good. I didn't say he's not great. Like, he's
like
not,
Buva would say, like, at first I was like, okay, really reactionary. He said that he's probably would be, if we count Dembele as a striker, probably could potentially, you can make a shout, probably the best winger of the teams if we count Dembele as a striker. For me, that's not.
You're saying he's the best. He's the best. So you're saying if Saka was on our team, he'd be the best winger?
As in, of all the wingers on both teams.
You're nuts. You're nuts.
No, I'm not saying. I think as in, for me, it's not the craziest thing take out there saying that. Like,
no, I know. It's the take of a Premtard. No respect to. I'm not saying that you're a Premtard. I'm just saying that's what a Premtard would say. Like Saka is this. No, he's not, dude. Like, bro, when he did that chip at Madrid, that was so disgusting. Like, that's someone trying to pretend like he's never even done that run up before either. Like, that's just someone trying to act like, oh, I'm that guy. I'm a top player, but you proved that you weren't. Van der Vaart said it, I think, on the TV. When he saw that, he was like, yeah, you're not a top player, bro. Like, bro, that's just that was just embarrassing, bro. Like, that whole thing. Like, you're trying to chip someone and you're chipping it to the side. You're not even chipping it down to the side. Like you're that guy. Just embarrassing, man.
I mean, I won't go with, like, it's, even though I don't actually quite like Saka, I think he's a pretty good person, but also pretty good football. I mean, the penalty, he said it on I think it was CBS. Like, if he puts that in, we say he's a genius and he's missed. Like, I was happy he missed the penalty. I'm not gonna go and take that as an indicator. I think he's a very, very good, very, very good winger, and is certainly on the door for being one of the best in the world. And, like, if you go and if you were to leave and you come to PSG, I'd say, yeah, it's a it's a good move to go and make. But like going and saying that he could come on our team if going on the right wing. Like if you do a combined 11, if you go and you put him on our right wing, for me, you can debate it. It's not a crazy take. There's other stuff though that they go and say which like Miles Lewis Skelly over Nuno. Stop. Stop. Partey over Neves. No, stop.
No, they're not
Yeah.
better than the only. If I did a combined 11, only 2 of their players would make and it would just be 2 center backs. It would be Declan Rice and Saliba.
Declan Rice is not a center back.
Declan Rice is a center back
No, he's not.
masquerading as a midfielder.
No, he's definitely not a center back. I don't think ever is Declan Rice. Maybe in like some odd games for West Ham, he's maybe has to play there. He's not a center back. He's a midfielder. If you want to go and say he's a
Honestly,
6,
you know what, the more I think about it, he don't even make. If it was Lucho, he won't even make the team. He'd probably play Calafiori on some shit. Like, bro, I just don't get the Arsenal game. They're not good.
No, if we did a combined
not
11, I would go and say I'd go and put Donnarumma. Honestly, Donnarumma, Raya. I think even though Donnarumma's been really good recently, if you put Raya ahead, for me, it's not the ridiculous thing. And for out of course, let's say give it to them. So Raya, I think fullbacks, there's no question. I don't want to hear Jurgen Timber. Okay, they're good, and Jurgen Timber and Lewis Kelly, good, but like now even English pundits are now saying that we potentially have the best 2 right. Then you go and look in the Champions League. I think it's the first time ever that like you have our fullbacks with the production that they've gotten. Like I think Nuno has 4 goals in the Champions League or something like that.
Yeah.
And and Hakimi has 5 or 6, something crazy like that. I think it's the first time in Champions League history that there's been this type of efficiency and productivity from fullbacks. So I say definitely we've got the best fullbacks in the world. Saliba definitely goes and makes it in for me. If you want to go and say, okay, best on best, like their best ever possible team, I'd probably go and say, perhaps you can go and say Magalhaes and so on and so forth, but based on current form, I'd put Pacho in. So center backs of Saliba and Pacho. Left back Nuno, obviously, as I said, and right back of Hakimi. Midfield, if you want to go and say Rice over Fabian, for me, that's fine. I'm okay with that.
Oh my god! Oh my, Rice over Fabian is crazy, dude.
No, I think Rice is good. Rice is good. For me, Rice is good. For me, Rice is good. Rice is good. So João Neves, Vitinha, Rice.
Yeah, no, Rice is very good. It's a nice carb, you know. Heat it up, you boil it. Like,
and then up front.
Oh my god. Wait. So what's your midfield? Vitinha, Neves, Rice.
Yeah.
You really think that's? Do you think Vitinha, Neves, Rice is a better midfield than Vitinha, Neves, Fabian?
Well, I mean, I don't know. Is in complimentary. I don't know, but you never played.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. I mean, continue.
But I mean, listen. Even though Fabian's been recent, Fabian is I think he's good, but I don't think he's clear of Declan Rice or anything, or Declan Rice is clear of him either.
Bro, Mikel Merino is a comfy start for Arsenal. Fabian is basically a 5.0 version of Mikel Merino, bro. They're on the same national team. Mikel Merino don't even sniff a starting spot.
I don't have Mikel Merino on my team.
I know. I'm just saying Fabian easily walks into Arsenal's 11. Easily. He nays into that shit.
And then, okay, up front, then I'd go with Saka on the right, Dembele through the middle, and then pick your pick of, all our 3 main other wingers, Barcola,
Wait,
Doué,
do you actually think Saka? Do you think Saka is better than Kvaratskhelia?
This season, probably, yeah.
It's not even this season. Just, do you think he's better? Period. Wow,
It's
man,
tight.
this is crazy.
It's tight.
This
For
is
me,
crazy.
I respect Saka. I have no problem with Saka. Saka for me, Saka's good.
This shit is crazy, man.
What you not rate Saka at all then, as a fellow Nigerian?
Bro, I don't care if he was what's it called? I don't care if he was a Martian. It's just strictly about the football. I'm sure he's a good person, I'm sure he's a
He's
great
a good
guy.
footballer. He's a good footballer. Like,
But
I mean,
no, he's not. He's really not, bro.
No,
he
but I
lacks
mean,
technical ability, man.
No,
he
no,
really
no.
does.
I can't. You can't say that. Can't say that. Can't say that. You can't say he lacks technical.
All he does
If
is
if
he
you
steals-
if
he
you
just
if you
steals
want to
the
go and
ball.
say that
He just
Kvara
steals
is more
the-
technical,
he's honestly
yeah.
one of the most he's honestly one of the most disgusting. He's everything I hate in a winger in 2025. Like, he's hard to get off the ball because he's so good at shielding the ball. So he never really loses the ball. But it's not like he ever really gets past his marker consistently.
No, I mean,
either.
no. He
All
completely
he does
washed
is
Alaba. He completely washed Alaba.
he's very good with the movement and stuff. Like, he's a good mover around the final third. That's how he got his goal eventually against Madrid. But like, it's just like there's just nothing extraordinary about his game that you'd be like, man, he's one of them ones, bro. Like, no. This same shit is going on with Rice right now. People acted like Rice is one of them ones. This man is a center back, cosplaying as a midfielder. It's crazy, man. Like, this, what does Ink call it? Disgustingness. This Premier League disgustingness. It's fucking destroying. It's destroying football discourse, man. Destroying it.
Hey, do you have anything to say?
Are you talking about the combined 11, right?
Yeah. Would you say what did you like, or in terms of like the Kvara Saka? Like, who's that? If you want to say like who's had a better season, like for perspective.
No, Saka's had a better season.
Yeah,
Kvara is the better player.
Listen, if for me, if for me, like, but if you go and you say Kvara is better, or you say like, for me, I think it's not like I don't think one is clear of the other. Like, for me, it's if you went and said Kvara, fine. If you said Sayaka, for me, it's fine. It's not like there's no one's clear of the other for me. Like, Saka's been consistently putting up like good numbers. He can go take a man on one. For me, Saka's a good player.
You know, he's a good player. He's not a great player. He's not a world-class player. He's not one of them ones. That's what I'm trying to say. He's not one of them ones, bro.
Okay, who are these ones then that we're talking about?
Unfortunately, most of them seem to be at Paris Saint-Germain. I mean, Barca have a couple. Madrid have a couple.
Wingers
Inter have a couple.
that have been better than Saka.
Oh, and I'm talking about players in general, like players that have the best teams that have the best players in the world. Like, Arsenal don't have players that are amongst the world's elite. They don't.
No, for me, I think Saka is amongst the world's elite. I think he's up there.
You are smoking.
I mean, he's done it in big games.
Which big games?
Last year against Bayern, when he scored against Madrid. He was impactful. He's causing havoc. Like, I can't like. And this is for me. Like, even though I respect that guy, I still do not like Arsenal. So I'm not going in like. But for me, like, I respect Saka. I like him. I think he's a good player. I think you're underrating.
No, good player, bro. Good player, not great. He's not a great. You're saying he's amongst the world's elite. That is wild.
Okay,
he's a good player.
Name players then that you think are clearly better than him. Then
if we strictly go around wing, Tosin, and if we remove Dembouz from that position, because maybe we should stop counting him as a right winger, even though he's still that player but hasn't played there. You got Saka, Yamal, Olise, Salah, right? Are they the top four right wingers?
Olise, I don't even like Olise, but Olise got more to his game than Saka, especially as a playmaker.
Are those top four, or you got someone else? So at least you're saying he's the fourth best right winger in the world.
I don't think I want to even go that far. I don't think he's better than Salah.
I mean, you said Salah was in there. I mentioned Salah.
Oh, you mentioned Salah?
Yamal, Olise, and Saka.
He's not better than Zagrova.
Okay, now we're not being serious.
What do you mean?
No, the funniest thing, Tosin, is you say all of this, and then in the post-match before the game, you'd be like, yo, imagine Saka cooks now.
Exactly.
Imagine Saka.
No, he might have one action or two where he cooks Nuno,
Like I have a
But
comp. I have a
Saka
comp
does,
of
though, all Saka does. Saka's whole game is just foul baiting. He wants the foul. He wants
Yeah,
you
he's like
to
Shea. He's
stick your
like
leg
Shea.
in there. Yeah, he wants you to stick your leg in there so he can tumble. That's it. That's his whole. There's no technical ability. Like zero. He's just a brute that can find. Bro, he's not that nice. He's really not. He don't got footwork either. He don't even got no footwork to his game, bro. Like bro, he got no back. Bro, he not better than Savinho. Real life, he not better
no, stop. No, that's disrespectful. Respect Saka, man.
But
Respect
trust
Saka.
me, you didn't like his 2 games versus Madrid, coming back from an injury as well.
There was nothing there. Like I watched the first. Okay,
Bro, he cooked Alaba. I think he's
that
the one who
first
draws the foul for
that's
the
the
2 free
first
kick
leg
goals.
The first leg tape that I watched, ridiculous. Some of the most nothing actions I've ever seen. Just corners and crosses. That's all I saw in that first leg. And then what's so funny is in this same player comp, they show the Declan Rice free kicks. What the fuck kind of comp is you have a match comp of a player and you're showing free kicks of another player. You're showing the actions of another player in the same fucking match comp. So in the soccer comp, they should have probably put featuring Declan Rice on the shit. Because what the fuck was that? Bro, that shit was like, bro, I really I'm sounding like a hater right now. I'm sounding like a full-fledged
I think it's like,
I don't want to do that.
No,
I don't want to
just
do that, but he's not one of them ones. He's really not one of them ones, bro.
Junior, I don't know if you've seen this clip of Lee Gunner, but I think he was talking about Mohamed Salah. And he was mentioning like better wingers than him, and he mentioned like players majority of people would not think about, because they see football differently. I think Saka.
Lee Gunner I'm assuming he's an Arsenal fan, right? As a Lee Gunner,
he's an Arsenal fan.
Who did he mention? Who is he? What are the types of players?
I don't remember. But I just remember like similarities from this. But okay. Look, we don't have to stay too long for this. But now we know. I rated what Saka did versus Madrid, and he will.
Bro, you didn't rate that shit, bro. Oh my god. Why did you rate it? What was?
No, the thing with Saka.
What moved you? Was it the goal? Was it the goal that moved you?
No. The thing with Saka, Torsten, I would give him some comparisons to Kvara, in the sense of he's so good at standing still with the ball, and then do this, then bam. I saw how he cooked Bellingham. Like he
cooked Bellingham, he cooked Alaba. He was cooked.
Player, but no, Saka was good, Tosin.
Saka was good. You have to be objective here, really.
And he has high IQ, footballing IQ as well.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'll give you that. That's
the issue with Saka is a bit like Yamal. He doesn't have the explosivity.
No, but Yamal has bags and bags of flair and crazy.
I know
footwork.
he can
like
Yamal.
We clown Yamal a lot. but
Saka
not even on that level. Saka.
No one's putting him on his level, on that level.
No, they do. They really do. Like they be like, "Yo, Saka, best winger in the world and shit." Type shit, bro. Like they're even shitting on Rodrigo. They're shitting on Rodrigo. Bro, Saka is not better than Rodrigo. Like, why are we?
That's where I would go and say, like, not even.
It up. Just because Rodrigo stunk it up, sure, he stunk it up. But Saka, just as a standalone player, is not Rodrigo. He's just not.
I don't know. For me, that's a conversation to be had.
That's fine, bro. That's fine. Like, of course, you're one of the Premier League adjacent PSG fans, bro, and that's fine, bro. Like, I am mad at it,
bro. What do you mean Premier? Expand on how I'm a Premier adjacent. I have a Premier League agenda from right now in Europe.
You support Spurs. What the fuck are you talking about? How am I Premier League adjacent? Like what?
I've literally
bro.
I've literally been grilling all these Prem tards out there, Prem Glazers and whatnot. Like, I mean, and this is the club that I despise the most. I'm just going and being objective and saying things as they are. Saka is a good player. Saka is an elite player.
Yeah, he's a good player. I agree. I said he's a good player.
Saka is one of the best wingers in his position, best players in his position.
Oh, that's too far, man.
I think you're just a Saka hater.
That's too far.
Like, dude. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he's from like a rival tribe in Nigeria there that you don't like, but like, I don't know what it is.
Same tribe, bro. Same trial.
Maybe there's some family beef and whatnot, but like, I just think there's.
It's no beef. Bro.
I think you have a Saka agenda. I think you have a Saka agenda. It's like, yeah, I don't know where it comes from. At least you know your Dogmal thing, and so I can understand it's Barca, but like I don't know why
No,
you have
Dogma thing. Is, honestly, bro, I've kind of held back on the Dogma shit, bro. Like,
Yeah, because you want to sign it.
Dogma do be hooping. He do be hooping.
No, Dogmal has more stinkers than mass classes this season. It's just that the stinkers are not talked about enough. That's my job, though. That's my job.
But no, bro. Like, how do you drop a match comp and you show the free kick of another player, bro? Like, I've never seen that shit. Maybe he hooped in the second leg. You guys were saying he was very good in the second leg. My eye more so
No,
on the Inter,
like second leg,
Bayern game.
second leg, it was most like Arsenal compact as a team. Because it was majority of the time it was Madrid having the ball, trying to put in.
Yeah, they were
crosses.
defending a lot.
And whenever Arsenal got the ball, all they did was run it as far as possible, try to win a foul, try to win a throw in, a set piece, and that. It was a very smart tactic by Arsenal. Like I have huge. I got hugely impressed by how Arsenal played at the Bernabeu. Like the second leg performance, in my opinion, was way more like better, and I got impressed by it than their first leg. First leg was Fugazi, 3-0. It was like a 1.5-0. Second leg, though,
the thing is,
very
after their tie with us, though, the thing is, after their tie with us, we'll then understand, like, wow, Madrid are dog shit. That'll be one of our.
I think most people now, even Madrid fans, have realized like they're.
And it'll make Arsenal's feet there just look less and less impressive.
I just think there's always. I think it's just the fact. I mean, you also have to think like, of course, it's not a good Madrid side, etc., and so on and so forth. But you're talking about a Madrid side who are holding champions, and it's Real Madrid as well. Like, even though, like, I mean, I don't like this whole we're gassing up too much. It is still like if this was PSG, we'd go and be gassing it up respectively well. In the same way that we were going and saying, we beat Liverpool. Which you go and say that's an exploit. You beat who were to many people the favorites in the competition to go and win it all. The team that finished first in the group phase. So you got I mean, Arsenal is a good team, and I mean you go and look at you look at PSG is the only team that was in the semifinal last year that's in the semifinal again, is the only team that didn't finish in the top 5 that's in the semifinals, because every other team, Barca, Inter, and Arsenal finished 2, 3, and 4 respectively.
Top 4.
Top 4 didn't finish there, so PSG is the anomaly there as well. PSG, I think now, with this semifinal berth as well, it's like I think they've made it. They're the 5th most regular team at this stage of the competition. So I think it's number 1 is Real. I think at 11 since QSI took over, so since 2011. I think it's Real Madrid with 11. I think Bayern is with 7, then City, PSG, Barca. I think there's potentially one more team, or if I'm mistaken, I've all made it to 4. So
it's huge, man. It's huge. For Barca, it's their first time in 6 years, and it's for Arsenal. It's the first time.
Since 2009.
Close to 20 years for Arsenal.
No, calm down.
No. The thing with Arsenal, I read this as well, because Arsenal fans always want to talk about history. This is Arsenal's 3rd time reaching the Champions League semifinals. This is our 5th
it 4.
time.
5th, 5th. You're right.
Yeah, because when we
forgot the 90s one. The 90s one.
Oh, the 90s one. Yeah. So we've gone to it 5 times, and Arsenal only 3 times.
Damn, Arsenal, y'all some little.
Only 3 times. No, I was
bro. I've said this. I know Jibril.
Y'all some little niggas.
I said this. Jibril. I know he's in the chat. He's much. I said PSG is a bigger club than Arsenal. I said I made the video. He's gone viral. PSG is a bigger club. For me, that's where, and this is where you're going to. For me, the only thing is because people think Arsenal, English, so on and so forth. But I think PSG people, especially in the English-speaking world, represent first and foremost how big PSG is in France. People think, oh, France is something small. PSG is the biggest club in France by far and none. And even outside of France, you think in a lot of parts of French francophone speaking Africa, as well as especially in the the East in Asia, huge. Like, even if you go and you look at, like, I mean, people mocked at me and, like, said, oh, why are you looking at this? You look at Instagram followers, you look at, Twitter, you look at YouTube, all these things. PSG have more followers and more fans than Arsenal on all those platforms, every single one. And people went and told me, oh, it's because of, I don't know, Messi, Neymar, and all this stuff, and it doesn't count. Well, I mean, sure, they were PSG players and they helped build the PSG brand, so it counts. And even now that they've all left, sure, PSG, when these players were leaving, they lost subs and whatnot, but I mean, they're still bigger than Arsenal on all these platforms, every single one of them. PSG in with our trophy, our Coupe de France win last year, we have more. we've won more trophies in how many years has it been now? 50, 54, 55 years of existence, something like that. 55 years of existence than Arsenal have in their entire existence in terms of trophies. We've won more trophies in 55 years than Arsenal is 100 and how many ever it is. And in terms of, if you want to even European pedigree, we've got the same amount. We've got like the equivalent to the Europa League, the Cup Winners' Cup. Both have one, and we both won like an Intertoto Cups, one of those equivalent as well.
Wow, man, I'm actually shocked. We're actually the bigger club.
But just a quick thing to you, Tosin, because you know about him. You remember that Algerian player we talked about before?
Yeah, the one with the short socks.
Yes, sir.
Number
Look
10.
at this beauty. Look at this beauty, man.
Oh wow, he's going to Leverkusen.
Leverkusen, 15. Insane move for him. Insane move for him. And to everyone watching, this guy, keep an eye on him. When I see this Tosin, it looks a bit like a Verts replacement. But he could obviously still play there if Verts is there.
You think Verts wants to come? Where do you think he's going? Because City fans are twerking
I
for
think they're
Verts.
clubs. I think it's City, Bayern, and then
City and Bayern for sure.
A wild shout could be PSG, or it could be like Madrid if Xabi Alonso goes there and he wants to take him with him. But I mean, they have Jude Bellingham there, so I don't really.
But Jude Bellingham traditionally is more so of he's like more of an 8 by formation. Like, if you look back
he's a second striker.
No, that's last season. But like his formation, like you look at him at Dortmund, he was an 8. When he was at Birmingham City, he was an 8. It's just like last year where he was the second striker, 10 advanced midfielder role that he had that position. But by his in his upbringing, he was an 8. That was his position. The thing is, now a lot of people are talking about it though. I think now though he probably wants to be a bit higher now on the pitch though. So maybe he wants to be more of a 10, higher up the pitch, getting more involved and getting more GA.
He just isn't that good. He isn't.
Bro,
that
honestly,
good
the way things are trending, I feel like Nuno's gonna be like. I feel like Nuno's gonna be like the MVP of this Champions League run.
Who?
Because his PR is gonna rise. His PR is gonna shoot up.
Who?
Nuno Mendes.
Nuno Mendes.
Yeah, no. A lot of people are saying like I haven't seen a fullback being this dominant with the ball since like Marcelo, which is definitely the best comparison to Nuno Mendes. It is Marcelo.
And he's way more robust than Marcelo was.
Way better defensively,
as well,
way better athletically as well.
It's probably only technically where Marcelo hasn't beat.
Yeah, and even there, like Nuno is the most technical fullback in the world. I don't think any fullback is more technical than him. Like
Let me
Junior,
think about that.
I think he has
I think he is. Yeah, I think he is.
Second best dribble success rate in the Champions League this season or something. Like I've read he's already had won over 100 duels in the UCL this season. Oh my! And he's gonna Portugal's still through. Yeah, hopefully he cooks a bit in the Nations League. He needs to make that World XI.
Balde is more technical. No.
No. But Balde is very technical.
He's technical. At best, you say they're close to parity.
No, Balde is not way more. The technical ability is just who can play under pressure better. That's really all it is. And Nuno's way better under pressure. Nuno has the composure in the opposition box to pull off some stupid finishes, man.
Although I feel like Balde and Nuno, they're very similar players.
Second leg,
Okay. I found it.
No, but Balde looks up to Nuno, man. There's levels to this shit, man.
Look, this is attempted. And right here is obviously success. So attempted, like Vinicius attempted the most, 33%. Diabolical number. Then have someone like Lamine Yamal, 51%, 70-36. Leao, Barcola, Dembele, Mbappe, Rogers. And then you got Nuno here. 59.5%. Balde, for example, 43.8. They've attempted around the same. Nuno has 59.5.
Can you rank it by that?
Per game?
By success rate.
Oh.
No, but percentage.
Yeah, no. Then they will give you like centre backs that have attempted like 1. You see, it's like Declan Rice has attempted 6, succeeded with 5. But like, if we do most success, he has.
Declan Rice has attempted 6.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9. He has the 9th most successful dribbles in the competition, and 59.5. The highest, obviously, Leao and Lamine is like better because they've attempted nearly double the amount, but 59.5 is insane number. Insane number. And I want to show that 100 duels. No. I saw a tweet by that. Yeah. Nuno Mendes is the only player to have won 100 duels in the UCL this season.
Bro, we're leading like all the stats, man. We're leading most of the underlying stats. I think Data MB not Data MB, Data Foot or whatever, that French.
With like black
account.
Background.
Yeah.
Okay, what numbers would you guys want to look at? Team-oriented numbers in the UCL.
Just compare us with Arsenal, man.
Okay, let's do all the comparisons with Arsenal. Here we got Arsenal. We got PSG. All right. We start with goals per game. Goals per game, Arsenal have 2.42, PSG have 2.03. PSG obviously played 2 more extra games, but it's per 90, so it doesn't matter.
I know, and like, okay, so
XG per game.
Arsenal. Wait, can I just say on that goals thing? Yeah, on that goals thing, Arsenal really padded up against PSV. Man, they padded it up, man.
Yeah, but
man,
so did we against. Okay, no, but so did we against them.
No, they padded up on that in that Madrid game, man. Madrid are so dog shit. We would have padded up ourselves, man. After seeing what Arsenal did, we could have scored 8 across both legs.
No, but the thing is, I had a lot of French Real Madrid fans were going and saying that actually maybe losing to Arsenal was a blessing in disguise, because if they'd gone through and played PSG, they were like, yeah, we're getting cooked, we're getting smoked. Like, we're talking about like some, 6-3, like 6-7 on aggregates type stuff if they played them.
If we played who?
Real, like a lot, like the French-speaking Real fans are going and saying that, maybe losing to Arsenal now in the quarters was a blessing in disguise, because better to lose to Arsenal in the quarters, okay, than lose to gets pumped by PSG in the semi.
Team and everything.
Yeah.
But as you can see, Arsenal have more goals per game, but PSG have higher XG. So we create slightly more chances, but they score more goals. But obviously, you can take into consideration the terrible start we had in the UCL in the beginning. I mean, we only scored. Wait, Girona, PSV, Atletico. Yeah, we scored 3 goals in our first 5 UCL games. So obviously that is still having an effect on the overall stats here. We can look for goal creating actions and shot creating actions. Shot creating actions, PSG is second in the Champions League this season with 34.33. And Arsenal, oh my days, 22.25. Huge difference. But if we look at goal creating actions per 90, Arsenal second, PSG, I don't know where. What this shows is that Arsenal have been way more clinical than us this season, but we create way more chances than them.
Are Liverpool ahead of us in goal creating actions as well?
Yeah,
Yeah, they
right,
are,
like right above us. Yeah,
Oh, around the same. Oh shit.
0.05.
So Arsenal are clinical. Okay, man. Yeah, I'll give them their props for that.
Can take a look at shots per game. PSG take the second most shots in the UCL this season with 19 per game. Arsenal take what the fuck?
12 and
Arsenal
a
take
half.
12.5.
Wow.
Shots on target. PSG takes 6. Okay, so on target, you see, Tosin, we take many more shots that are not on target than Arsenal do. Like they have it's nearly 50%. Whilst for us, it's more 30% of our shots are on target. I don't know what more to look at. I mean, someone's mentioning defensive numbers, so opposition stats, goals. PSG have conceded 13. Arsenal have conceded 7. But PSG have played 2 more games. So if we do that per 90 instead,
I think
if you do that per 90, Arsenal is the 3rd best defense in the UCL this season, and PSG is the 4th. So obviously, it's a big difference, 0.58 to 0.91. But that's something that Arsenal fans, that's another gimmick they've created, is that PSG are a bad defensive side, which we completely are not.
No, we just have Marquinhos. That's all it is.
No friendly fire.
A lot of it is recency bias. I think a lot of teams, Tosin, would have called us a good defensive side after the Liverpool game, but they've seen we conceded 3 to Aston Villa, so now they suddenly think we have a bad defense or something.
Bro, we hadn't conceded 3 the whole season up until that
point.
point.
Thomas was mentioning like set piece can obviously have an effect on Arsenal numbers.
Okay, look at non-penalty goals. Like, how much have they created?
Okay, so if we look at XG, PSG's here, Arsenal's here. Okay, so PSG, yeah, we've only had 1 pen this UCL season. Arsenal, as you can see, it's like a 4 goal difference between their XG and non-penalty XG. Wait, what? Oh, yeah.
What, we scored the same number of goals, 29?
Yeah, it's just that we've played 2 more games. That's why we looked at per 90 before.
Okay, yeah, you're right.
You only had 1 pen? Okay, then I don't understand how it can be that big.
Yeah, I guess the pen.
No,
pen doesn't. It's.
Oh no, this is XG, so it's different. I don't. Wait, what? Oh no, you have attempted 5 penalties. You've missed 3. What?
Wow.
Oh, you think Saka? They missed He also missed. They also missed one against Inter. They've missed a few pens.
Okay. So
they missed a few pens.
5.
Yeah, they've missed. I remember they missed a few pens.
He said we only had 1.
At first I was like, okay, I'll take him on his word, but no, like I remember they missed a few in the group stages as well. Like if I'm thinking, I think Odegaard missed one against Inter when they played.
Okay, you know what? We can We can go deep to see exactly. No. So it says Saka's attempted 2, Trossard 1, Jorginho 1, and Sterling 1. Sterling could maybe be in the recent PSV game, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess I have to check through every single game here because even the Arsenal fans don't know. So either there's
Oh
a
no,
glitch
they missed it. They
tonight-
missed the penalty against Atalanta. I know that one's for sure. I remember them. They missed the penalty against Atalanta.
No, Atalanta missed a pen.
Oh, yeah, I'm missing. Whatever. Yeah, oh
Okay.
yeah, I remember his. Graham made a really good save.
Obviously, they didn't have a pen against us. Okay, so Trossard missed one versus Shakhtar.
Probably got one here, maybe.
No.
No.
Yo, was that a stat pad game just there?
The Sporting
Nah.
one, yeah.
Oh wait, what happened in the Monaco game when Arsenal played Monaco? Was 3-0?
Yeah.
Okay, Sterling missed one versus Girona.
I'm gonna watch those Arsenal Monaco highlights, see how they
Obviously,
fare.
okay, we're only sitting at 3 pens now. When did Jorginho take a pen? No, and Saka scored one. When did Jorginho take a pen? Jorginho.
The
He
29th,
missed,
so probably
he missed versus Girona. Wait, why did it say Sterling before? Okay. Now we at least know. Yeah, they had a bunch of pens, but I mean, it's irrelevant at the end of the day. Progressive passes, PSG much more. Progressive Look at that. Progressive passes and carries. 1-2. Bayern as well. Like Bayern having all these underlining numbers means if they get a little bit of better players, they can be very good next season.
yeah, Bayern are just missing top players.
Yeah.
And Musiala injury cooked them as well.
Musiala injury, Alfonso Davies injury as well.
Upamecano.
Yeah, and I even
Yeah,
had Tosin, you said you watched that game. Like I've seen a lot of people once again they're overhyping Inter. I watched Inter versus Bayern. Like
No,
Inter,
yeah,
they
like
survived really well. They scored fucking 2 corner goals as well to get back into the game.
but the thing with Inter though is what I could see in terms of their mentality was they weren't fussed when Kane scored that goal, and it was a very good goal. But they weren't fussed. Inter didn't care. They didn't care. Like, did you see how Barella reacted? Like, all right, whatever, let's get on with the game.
Okay.
And then immediately after that goal, they do another kickoff glitch, and Marcus Thuram has a chance. You remember that? Like, dude, like Inter didn't give a fuck about.
I think Inter
like
being slept on.
mentally, psychologically, they had something over Bayern that time. Like Bayern they couldn't compete, man, on the mental side. Even though they were better, maybe on the balance of play, you could argue they were better, but I don't know. I felt like if Inter wanted to slice through them, they would have done it. Psychologically, they just fucked them.
I know. I mean, also you have to like. I mean, first like in Bayern, like I think Bayern should have scored more goals. They played better. I guess you'll go and say I think Inter, because a lot of people like comparing Inter. You think defense really good. They like to compare them to Atletico. I think it's different. Atletico is some like hard.
No, but Inter were bro. Lautaro was embarrassing that double pivot. Kimmich and Goretzka. Every time they came up to him, bro, he tossed them like rag dolls, man. Like, bro, dude, like Bayern were cooked, man. They couldn't compete mentally. They were bullied, to be honest.
I mean, you think they're one goal away from potential? Like, I think it's a tight affair. I said it's for me. It's probably going to be the tightest affair, of the quarterfinals, and I think it was. For me, it was tight. I give the edge. I said Inter would go through,
but I think Inter.
Injuries.
Why I think Inter are cooked though, is because they have so many games that they'll be playing, and they have so many 30-plus-year-olds on the team. They have so many senior citizens, bro. So I think that's gonna affect them against like Barca. I think Barca honestly. I think Barca cut them open. I'm not gonna lie.
Couldn't you make the same argument though that Barca's youth and inexperience could cause them worries? I mean, you have to say Inter have been like we go and say PSG have been here recently. Like Inter have been not bad. I mean, they were in the final 2 years ago. They're here again.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Like and people go and say like Arsenal gassing up their defense. Inter literally have the best defense in Europe. Like I think they concede. They conceded.
I don't think they do. No, I don't think
in the European competition, like in the Champions League for sure. I mean, they can they conceded more goals. They conceded more goals in the round of 16 in this quarterfinal than they did in the entirety of the rest of the Champions League. I think they conceded once in the 8 games. A penalty when they lost to, I think it was Leipzig. They conceded another penalty to was it, who did they play afterwards? Whoever they played last round in the round of 16, and that was basically it. Like Inter have it's control. It's just their typical Italian, catenaccio, really solid defensively, like elegant. I mean, just hard nosed lock up. They know
their build up play. Their build up play is so good too. Like. Yeah. In one touch, the 2-touch passing.
It was
within like a sequence of like 3-4 passes, they get to the final third. Very quick build up, man. Fast pass. Like we also have that as well, but it's not as systematic. Like Inter a system team, Arsenal system team, PSG.
You could argue
sure they have like a system, but there's a lot of individuals. Think kind of the same thing with Barca.
All right, I got this comment. Ali here says PSG can't defend as well as Arsenal do. All right, I think that's fair. And can't create more chances like they would. And can't be creating more chances like they would like. I don't get the grammar there. Then in midfield, PSG still can't match Arsenal midfield. I mean, in that game that we played against them, I thought PSG midfield was better. It's just Arsenal scored, they locked up, and didn't really play in the second half afterwards. But like in the midfield battle, I think we win. Up front, we win. And it's only really defensively. And defensively, it's realistically only the center back pairing or center back pairing overall as a whole where you can say it's better than, and maybe the keeper as well.
I hear you, man, but there's just too much Arsenal disgustingness, man.
This is why we need we need to smack this club. I feel like you're gonna by the end of it, you're gonna hate Arsenal fans. You're gonna hate.
No. Look, we already faced them in the group stage, so I know. Plus, we recently had the Liverpool one, so actually, I'm so calm. I'm so calm, man.
No,
this team, Junior. Before, especially in the group stage, I had to talk shit for this team because we were ass. Now I don't have to say anything because I know on the 27th of April at the Emirates, this PSG team will prove why it's going to win the Champions League, why it's the best team in the world, and why it's a level above Arsenal. But until then, Junior, despite us getting a lot of positive stuff said towards us, we're still a villain. People will still talk bad about us. And even Arsenal, Junior. Arsenal are extremely hated in England and in the Premier League. But majority of the Premier League fans will be rooting for Arsenal against us.
Actually, I'm not sure about that. I am not sure about that. It's really am not sure.
Spurs fans.
No. United fans as well. Chelsea fans as well. every London team is going to be supporting, well, running. Or I'm not sure if like go and say that
I don't
they're
know.
necessarily supporting
You know that
PSG, but they
Rory Jennings,
yeah,
he's
Jennings,
a Premier
yeah.
League fan before he's a Chelsea fan. There are many of them in the Premier League. I've noticed they are Premier League fan first, then they support their club. Which is
No, I don't
absolutely
think so. I don't
disgusting.
think so. I think no. I think if anything, Premier League fans are a lot more club but like divisive than anything. For example, like when I spoke with Lawrence after the PSG game. He was going and saying, "Oh, why is that PSG not game getting postponed? Like it's not fair, so on and so forth." Because they see in the Premier League, like, why are you postponing a game? Like for them in France, even like a Lyon or something, well, okay, maybe not Marseille, but like other like Ligue 1 teams, Lille, so on and so forth, they realize that if the further PSG go in the Champions League, it's a good thing for the league. It means potentially like better spots. More of our teams can make it to the next rounds in European competitions. In England, they don't see that,
Yeah.
so they would never postpone a game. But like specifically on Rory Jennings, though. But no, I mean, I watched his video talking about Arsenal. Even though I would disagree, he said like in his video that Arsenal can win the Champions League. He did say that with all the fibers being, he doesn't want them to do so, but I think they can win. So I think he'll be supporting. Like he won't want. I'm not saying he's like going to be supporting PSG, but he'll be wanting Arsenal to lose. Like they'll be hate watching Arsenal, United, Chelsea, obviously Spurs, Liverpool as well. Like a lot of people they're supporting Madrid fans even now. Or like I think it's gonna be not necessarily supporting PSG, but hate watching. A lot of them are gonna be hate watching Arsenal. I think Arsenal is probably one of the, maybe after United, is the most hated fan base in the UK. So all of those other fan bases are going to be like, and you think of United, the biggest club in England, everyone's going to be wanting Arsenal to lose, because you have to think Arsenal is
Look,
sort of
man,
like PSG.
honestly, we shouldn't be caring about all that anyway. But in terms of what we do know, though, is that we're back in the same place we were in the Liverpool tie. We are the underdogs. We get no fucking respect. Last season, we were at this same stage. You know, this season, it's like that never happened. It's like PSG didn't make last season's semifinal.
I just don't.
It's
I
even
mean,
about last year, Tosin. The past 6 years, we've been in the semi-final. The past 4 years, 4 out of 6.
in the only
Like
2
we've been one of
years,
the best, most consistent teams in the Champions League.
there's one common denominator in the 2 years that we didn't make it.
Pesci, obviously,
Pesci.
Pesci.
Even though we obviously all respect Pesci and whatnot, but just to let this
No,
one
we
know.
don't respect him. No.
But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Even like last year, people, I don't know. I feel maybe it's just me, but people even last year, people have been rewriting, people saying, "Oh, last season, wasn't all that impressive by PSG, etc."
Yo, look at this, man. What the fuck?
Yeah, this is what I'm going saying. Like Arsenal fans,
Lewis Kelly, Copa Trophy winner.
is the
Tribalism be killing niggas, man. Like this is the depths they go to, bro. Just to hype up your player from the academy. Like he's a good player.
he's good. He's a good player. For me, that
He's a
this
good
stuff like
player,
this is
but
disgusting. This is
it's
prem
just-
tard.
yeah,
This
it's
is number
too
one
far,
prem tard
man.
nonsense. Like low key.
Honestly, he was good. Maybe he would get. Honestly, all the top 5s I've seen are disgusting. Like they put players like Warren and Arda Güler there. All I know is Due is number 1 and Kobarsi is number 2. Apart from that, I don't really know what else. Obviously, Joao Neves is not in contention because of his age. Like, what other players are there? Okay, City, no one. Bayern, no one. Madrid, no one. Barca, only Kobarsi. Liverpool, no one. Arsenal, you could say this Miles Lewis Kelly. United, no one. Like there isn't that much competition for Do It.
So
Balde?
Miles Lewis
I think
Kelly,
Balde's
Pau
too old.
Grabarsi, Ethan Wanyeri, another Arsenal guy.
Maneri, yeah. No, Balde's too old.
Dean Hoyson, Kenan
Dean Huijsen.
Yildiz,
Yeah,
Endrick.
Yildiz.
Kobe
Okay, you know what?
Mainu.
That's okay. Top 5 is like Due, Kobarsi, this my Lewis Skelly dude, Yildiz and Huijsen. I think that's a good top 5 for Golden Boy. But obviously, Skelly is not number 1.
I mean, yeah, I'm seeing
No,
like there's
Nero
just
doesn't
I
play
just saw a list of like a Give Me Sport going and talking about their power rankings for 2025. This was published the 11th, so 8 days
What
ago.
teams?
No, power rankings of like Golden Boy winners for the Golden Boy. So who's most likely to win? So they have number 1, MLS Miles Lewis Kelly, 2 Pau Corbassi, 3 Desiree Doué, 4 Ethan
Wait, who made
Wanieri.
this?
Give Me Sport. I can link it in the. I mean, I'll
Give
send
Me
you guys the
Sports.
link.
Oh
It's
my
probably-
goodness!
Is it
Like,
Premier
please,
League tabloid?
I have no idea.
just another Zionist publication.
I put
bro. That's all it is.
I put it in the chat if you want to open it. So yeah, MLS Miles Lewis Kelly number 1.
I've seen Give Me Sports. See, like, no, it's a disgusting British. It's a disgusting British.
Oh, I put it in the
Zionist,
Streamlabs chat if you want to like link it.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, and Juno, I just recently saw you sent another thing. I saw that.
yeah, that Bovey one. Oh, I mean,
Yeah, I think I
Yeah,
will do
this one.
an early Champions League prediction reaction to that garbage, man.
oh yeah. There's the list. So
Okay. Let's
so
take a look.
Miles is. Yeah,
Miles-
how is he's number 1 is crazy. Like this is Prem PR. Listen, I'm going insane. I'm gonna need to start.
Wanieri 4th. I know that this Bischoff guy has had a very good season. Biner after him. Hato, Echeverri, Kobimaino, Quenda. How is Guler higher than Quenda? What is Warren doing in 6th position, man? Yeah. No. What would your guys' top 5 be? No, either ranking or no ranking.
I mean, some of these teams I don't watch often. So
Is
I put,
Cherky eligible for this?
no, he's too old. Turkey's my age.
Wait, hey Junior, someone in the chat is asking about tickets. He's an Arsenal fan. Because I've gone to the park once, but it was my friends who booked the tickets. So if you could give him, like, tell him, I think it's a website. I don't know for away tickets.
Yeah, I've never tried to do away. Like, I mean, I know if you're an Arsenal fan and you want to go, you have to be, ideal. If you want, like, you have to be a member, obviously. If not, you have to get like secondhand tickets. And like, I was talking about like seeing some, like, you know how people do like AFETV, they're doing like fan reactions. Like, some people are spending like £1,000 for tickets. Like, it's going to be expensive, really ridiculously, if you want to watch the game. I mean, if I could get tickets to the game, I'd be crazy. I obviously like to go, but I'd have to go in the away end, you know, because I probably genuinely get mugged if I went there. But that also mean that I'd be with the ultras, which I know Mo probably doesn't really like.
No, shout out to in big Champions League games. At least the ultras do their job. It's the rest of the time the shenanigans. Okay, but back. What's your top 5 then?
Dewey number 1, Kurbasi number 2.
That's the
I put
top
Dean
5 is too much. It's just 3. You should just whittle it down to 3.
Okay, top 3. I
No,
think it's Due Kobarsi and then maybe Dean Huysen.
Yeah, Dean Huysen, I say he's good. Kenan Yildiz has been good. I mean, I don't watch. The thing is, I don't watch like Hoffenheim, so I can't Tom on Thomas Biscoff, and I don't watch the City out like that either. Andrick doesn't play enough. Ardrigo obviously not there. Kobe Mainoo's been injured for a lot of it, so he shouldn't be in the conversation. But I probably put like Miles Lewis Kelly probably gets into the top 5, but he's not number 1, or at least not yet.
Honestly, I think the top 3 is the top 3. It should just be 3 to 1. It should just be changed up. That's all. So 3 should be at 1, 2 should stay where it is, and 1 and 3 should switch. That's all it is.
So you have Miles Lewis Kelly in the top 3 still.
Yeah, I mean,
Like, it's irrelevant.
yeah. He's been a starter. He's been a starter at that Arsenal team all season, or for most of it. He was even like benching Calafiori on the.
And And someone's mentioning here Joao Neves. So Joao Neves will be 21 years of age when this award is given out, and you can only be 20 and younger for this award. So that's why.
It's strictly under 21. So like 20, yeah.
But is it the same for both? Because there's Golden Boy and there is Copa Trophy.
Well, I
both-
didn't know.
I mean, usually the player that wins one wins the other one as well. Lamine Yamal did the same. Jude Bellingham did the same. Under the age of 21 is Copa Trophy, and then Golden Boy. I think both are the same. The age of 21. All nominees must be under the age of 21. Yeah, so both of them the same.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see.
No. So players that have won it again cannot win it again.
Yeah, they can't.
So Yamal can't win it. Otherwise, like Mbappe would have stat padded a bunch. Yamal would have won this one, and so on. But I like that they do it only one. It makes it special.
What do you think of the Inter Barca tie? Like in percentages, I think it's still really tight.
Yeah, I give PSG and Barca.
Which
similar
game
numbers.
is tighter?
60%.
Pause. Which game is tighter to you? Pause. Like PSG Arsenal or Inter Barca?
Honest, I think they're equally as tight. Like, I think this is probably one of the closest set of semifinals to go through. I would say.
It's fun, but it's so nuts how everyone's giving Arsenal this respect now, just because they beat a fucking garbage Madrid team, a Madrid team that got dominated by Getafe.
But think about it, Joseph. Atletico Madrid, who have been a very great
Getafe
side
don't
this
even want
season,
to play.
they couldn't beat Madrid.
No, Atleti are fucking. You know what they are? They're cucks. That's what they are. Atleti are cucks. Unfortunately,
I mean, they beat
Simeone
us.
made bad decisions. Cholo made, yeah, but come on, bro. Even Simeone admitted they were
Yeah,
second
true,
best on the night.
But then we can't just go and
They
completely
beat us.
disregard. Like if we're because then if we go and you mention then they beat Man City, Real Madrid beat Man City. We can't just start just
away from being better. Just to respond to Int saying that this is one of the best Atleti teams. No, it's not. It's really not.
You don't think they're one of the best in the world, like top 6?
teams in the world.
Yeah, this season, like Atletico were one of the
They're
best.
probably they're
Top
10.
six.
They're not-
No,
top six
no.
is crazy.
Definitely not top six. Definitely not top six. I mean, the 4 teams in the semifinal are all better than them. All of them. Real Madrid, even as bad as they are still better than them.
I don't think. Honestly, I'm gonna lie. An Arsenal Atleti matchup is like 50-50.
The who?
An Arsenal Atleti matchup.
No, I mean,
That's
no,
like a
no.
50-50 thing.
No, Arsenal's better. Arsenal's better.
No,
Arsenal's better.
yes,
No.
bro. Like,
I mean,
it's
wait.
so funny.
Do you think
Arsenal
Atleti's
can
better
go
than
to the
Real?
league. Arsenal can go to the league. Wait, they can go to the same Premier League, draw 1-1, but just because they beat fucking Madrid 3-0 off of lightning striking twice, okay? Right scoring, a brace of free kicks. Like that's all not good. They're really not good.
I mean, they won. Even if you take those 2 goals out, there's still 3-1 on aggregate that they won.
No, yeah, like
I mean,
I'm saying Madrid are that bad, bro. They're that bad.
But then how do you think Arsenal's not is on like parity with Atleti that Madrid beat? Yes, and granted on penalties, etc., but they beat them.
Yeah, styles make fights. Styles make
Arsenal could comfortably
Arsenal-
beat Madrid. Arsenal comfortably beat Madrid, and Madrid beat Atleti across what 2 in the league. They
But
drew
they
them
beat
both times.
Atleti-
No, but they beat.
Atleti. Yeah, They beat Atleti. Come on, bro. Like it was some shit. That's really
No, but
all
okay,
it
but
was.
as in,
It was such a close.
if you want to go and say that if you want to go and say that, well, Real and Atleti are like level, fine. But then Arsenal beat Real. Obviously, football doesn't necessarily always work. Like if I beat you, then they beat you. But like in this sense, if you want to go and say, like, I mean, Real Madrid in 4 encounters with the Atletico Madrid this time around, they beat them once, lost to them once in the game, drew them twice, and then beat them on penalties. So they're like a level with them, and then Arsenal smacked Madrid across 2 legs.
The thing
So
is, no, but there's just there's just a different psychologically Atleti have when they face Madrid because they've always lost to Madrid in the Champions League. It's a historical thing. Like they just always.
Then that would make Madrid better than them. Then that would make Madrid better than them. Like if they have a couple to get, then that would make them worse than them.
Yeah, they're better than them. Yeah, they're probably better than them. It's like, but that's different though. It's a city rival thing. That.
Okay, but I mean, you said that they're top 6 in the world. I've just said that. Okay, I think so Arsenal beat Real Madrid convincingly. I mean, if you sort of extrapolate that back, they probably could have beaten Atleti.
Arsenal probably top 6 in the world.
No, but you said Atleti.
I just think there's a real gap. I just think there's a real gap from, 1, 2, and then the rest of Europe. Like everyone's at similar level.
No, I think this top 4 is probably at least currently on form the best 4 teams in the world. Like I think football's been respected this year in the Champions League.
But it's always going to be quote unquote on form. But
no, I mean even like last year when Dortmund went through, like I wouldn't say Dortmund was one of the best teams in the world then. It's just like PSG sort of shot themselves in the foot. Like this year,
what's so funny? That's not what people were saying when we lost the first leg. People were saying this Dortmund team is so great. They're better than the Holland prime Sancho Dortmund that we faced in 2020, which is a lie. But they came up and said that. So it's just people just switch up their narrative when it's convenient. And that's what's really happening with Arsenal. When you see them in the league, they're not spectacular. They're in the midst of drawing games to who do they draw with?
Brentford.
Like their run in the Premier League has not been good, right? Their recent run. It could be like a Chelsea thing for them if they don't actually pick shit up and beat Ipswich.
No, I think they're already guaranteed, like almost at least winning the champion. I mean, getting Champions League spots, and they basically got second place locked up.
I mean, okay. I haven't really seen the table.
Like, I mean, for me, Arsenal is definitely like. I mean, I got the biggest.
You don't necessarily see Arsenal as a top 4 side. You never talked about them all season. It was Liverpool. It was always Liverpool are still the class of England. They're still better than Arsenal.
No,
and they're not.
I mean, you could say that they're battling each other, but like I don't think they're clearly better. Like. I mean, they've played each other once they drew. We'll have to wait and see when they play each other again. But like, I think all like Liverpool, they've ever since we faced them have gone in a serious dip of form. They lost again in the Premier League.
Their season. I just don't see how they're as good as Arsenal.
But this all stems from the fact that you said Atleti was top 6. Like I said, I think the 4 teams that are in the current semifinals are better than them. Real Madrid is better than them because I mean they beat them, and I'd even say Liverpool are probably still better than them, and Bayern as well are better than them. So there's 6 teams that are better than Atletico.
No, I agree. Ultimately, I agree. It's just. If Arsenal were to face off Atleti in a tie, like it's a different tie. I don't think Arsenal win that tie. I don't think Arsenal are that good. I really don't. I think in a lot of matchups they can be got at.
Okay, what do you give them? What
came at the perfect time? Madrid has just been a joke all season.
So what do you think? What do you give in terms of odds? I actually would like to hear both you and Int of PSG going through against Arsenal, percentage-wise.
60-40.
Like 70-30. 75-25.
Mo, you know this guy's the funniest guy, because wasn't he the one that was going and saying we're losing to Aston Villa away? getting a draw at home at the Park when these predictions afterwards.
Truth be told, Junior, Aston Villa have a way scarier attack than Arsenal.
I would say
Real
way
shit.
scarier.
Real
Scarier, sure, but no, I'm not.
No,
like,
way scarier. Rashford would be Arsenal's best attacker.
Yeah, no. Saka's better than him.
He's not.
Yes, he is.
He's
Yes,
really
he is.
not.
Yes, he is. Yes,
As
he
a
is. That's
defender,
fucking...
you're shaking with a full flow Rashford. You're not shaking at the prospect of a full flow fucking Saka, dude. You're just not.
No. Rashford looked kind of overrated. Not gonna lie. I mean, this guy got shipped out by his club. Like, they don't want him there anymore.
But yeah, man.
Saka's played what 10 games less than Marcus Rashford and has more goals, better GA.
Bro, obviously, I don't care about GA, man. I'm just talking player for player. Like, that's all I'm talking about. Like, I just feel ultimately Villa were scarier than Arsenal could ever beat us offensively. I really feel that way.
No, I don't think so. I disagree.
So, like, who do you think poses a threat individually, like, in that attack?
For
PSG.
To PSG from Arsenal.
Yeah.
Saka. As in comparison to Aston Villa, I would go and say Saka's, I think, poses a bigger threat than who would have been. I think it was Jacob Ramsey. Sure, okay, Rashford poses a more bigger threat than Moreno, but then Martinelli, I think, poses a bigger threat than Morgan Rogers. Even though probably Morgan Rogers is probably having a better season than Martinelli.
Ultimately, you just have to rack your brain, bro. Like, it just goes to show how Arsenal are actually just not good enough to compete.
So, okay, what's your honest, actual percentage chance of Arsenal going through, or PSG Arsenal, like the percentage game?
Arsenal,
like, no,
I'll say,
serious.
Yeah, I'll give them 25%. Because it's two-legged too. Like, let's say we even fuck up at the Emirates. At the Park, they're not gonna be able to hack it, to be honest. When that crowd descends on them, they're not gonna be able to handle it.
Right, no, don't stop making as though it seemed the Parc des Princes is some fortress. Me, even Mo agrees.
No,
not
it's
anymore.
You seen what we did against the Villa? It's bad,
bro. No, calm down. Even I can't go and gas this up. No.
That shit is bad, bro.
No. The Parc des Princes is no
longer.
We're
gonna wear our winged kits, okay? Same colors as the Israel flag, the Israeli flag, white and blue, okay? And we're gonna go into the Emirates, and we're actually gonna take a massive dump on these dudes, bro. It's gonna be fucking heartbreak in London. Terrorism not seen since the 2005 attacks. 20 years ago, 20th anniversary. We pulling up for the 20th anniversary, bro.
Someone even asking, are you guys confident enough to bet that PSG will have more possession than Arsenal, both home and away? 100%.
Yeah, I think that I'm pretty confident in that.
Yeah, in terms of possession, the Park game, it's gonna be as high as like 75-25 in terms of possession.
I don't think that high.
Yeah, it will be at the Park for sure.
No.
at
Close
the
70%.
Emirates though,
70%.
Emirates, I'm gonna say we have like 62% possession at Emirates. Like,
I think it's gonna be
actually,
six.
I'm gonna say 54. Like,
I mean,
'cause
for
Arsenal
reference,
have
we had
their
60.
spells.
We had 65 in the group phase game, the one we lost. 65.
Oh wow.
But I don't 75. No, 75 is crazy, but
No, we can have 75 at the park for sure. They're not gonna touch the ball. Like this is actually what I envisioned when before the group stage game.
so you think they're gonna have as little
Dembele
possession?
was in good form too. Remember, Dembele was in good form. We were the only believer on that time, bro. Like Dembele started the season off hot, like 4 goals, 4 assists, and like what 6 or that's why people saying that his run has only been recent. That's not true because he had a very good start to the season. So just before that Arsenal game, we were like, yo, he's gonna fucking cook. He's gonna fucking cook.
Oh, Calafiore.
Calafiore got absolutely embarrassed by Hakimi on a straight line run, bro. Like Hakimi was behind him by like 5 yards, and Hakimi just fucking absolutely toasted him, bro. Calafiore better not even suit up. Actually, but they playing Kiwior. Dembele was absolutely twisting Kiwior inside out this past summer against France-Poland. Twisting him inside out. Like, what are we like, bro?
But if I'm not mistaken, maybe I'm remembering it wrong. Is Kiwior the one who gave it the penalty in that Poland game?
Yeah.
I think it might have been him.
Bro, Dembele was twisting him in and out, bro. That whole game. Like, dude, like their deep quote unquote defense is overrated, bro. They're gonna get absolutely embarrassed, G. They're gonna get absolutely embarrassed. Because Partey is missing the first game. Partey or no Partey, it's cooked. Because Partey makes a lot of bozo. He does a lot of bozo stuff, like concentration levels aren't all the way there. So even in the away game, where you'll definitely need him, because he sets the tempo for you guys. But even at the park, bro, if he's isolated and he's trying to make a play, oh my god. I hope our press isn't dead, like in terms of pressing, intensity, all that. Arsenal are not on our level. They won't be able to match our intensity. That's the issue. The ball's gonna be moving way too fast. Like we're actually a more intense side. Would you not agree, Junior? At least, like in terms of intensity, pressing,
Than Arsenal.
we bring more. Yeah, than Arsenal. It's not even close. We're probably the best pressing side in Europe.
Yeah.
Next to Barca. So I don't see, bro. Once we swarm the ball, and they can't, work off of their counterattacking game plan. Like it's gonna be a mismatch essentially. Tosin, bro, respect Arsenal. I'm sorry, it's just hard to respect Arsenal, man.
The thing is,
Like,
you're saying
even
this.
with Liverpool, European champions. Like, fuck it, you gotta hold your hands up. Aston Villa, wild card, crazy wild card of a team.
Also, former European champion. If you want.
Yeah, don't care about that. But yeah, just a crazy wild card, of a team. Whereas Arsenal is just, bro, it's fucking Arsenal. Like, dude, no disrespect, bro. It's Arsenal, G. Like, there's no way they're gonna get there over us. There's no way. They're too drunk off of the Madrid tie.
All right, so I just hope then that Mo and Morgan can hold him accountable to this when he does his, when we do the match predictions and he actually predicts the score. None of this fugazi draw away, loss away like he did, saying that we're gonna. You said we're gonna lose away.
No,
You
we're gonna
caused us
lose
some
away.
juju.
We're gonna lose away. We're gonna lose away. We're gonna leave food on the table. It's never easy. Have you noticed that? Like we've made things hard this whole Champions League run. It's just gonna be that way. We have to just accept it. At the start, we were terrible. Then we picked up form, group stages. Then we got some rest against Brest, right? And then back to back, Liverpool and Aston Villa. We nearly just whittled under the pressure, bro. Like we've been through it this whole run, bro. Like we nearly fucked it, man. This Villa shit, bro. This Villa second leg, I'm just so grateful to God, bro. I know there's a God. After we went through that Villa shit, bro. And then Liverpool, I mean, when that went into extra time and penalties, and the fact that we came out of that, I just knew, this team, there's something in store for us, bro. It's destiny at this point.
No, this team, Tosin, it's so much chaos. But the thing that's common is that we always manage to survive. And it's not just this season. It's UCL with Lucho. Last season, survived the UCL group stage. This season, survived the UCL group stage. Survived at Anfield. Survived versus Barca at Mandzukic. So, this team is very good at surviving. But they're also good at putting themselves in an uncomfortable position.
I really think we'll be super dominant, though. Now, we're so battle-tested. We've seen everything now. Liverpool, toughest opposite opponents thus far in terms of quality. We got through that. Then we went to Villa, and we were just at that point, like we were tooting our own horn, as they say. Like we thought we were too good. And almost let overconfidence destroy us. That was self-destructive. We were self-destructive on that night. And we overcame that. There's nothing more that we can overcome. We've done comebacks. We've made a bunch of comebacks. We've dominated games. We've, defended under pressure when we needed to. So I think we've seen everything now. That's why this semifinal is where we're just gonna play our football, and the difference in class is just gonna be apparent from the first 5 minutes of the game. Even the Arsenal fans, they'll be like, "Shit, man, this is what." Watch how their tone is gonna change after we slap them in the semis. They're gonna be like, "Man, Arteta, man, is this really the way we want to go? Playing 8 center backs week to week? Is this really what we want to do with our lives? Look at the way PSG just outplayed us. They were so good. They were so good on the night. It was insane. Like, they were so good on the night." Oh, Dembele with the he's ambipedal, like.
What?
I know somebody. Doué in French means gifted. But honestly, bro, that's genuinely how I see this going, bro. Like, I just see us slapping up another Premier League team, this time taking them with full seriousness with the same application from the Liverpool tie, bro. They're going to get absolutely dominated. Liverpool are better than Arsenal in my estimation, so that's why I don't see this tie as daunting or anything. And Villa too. I'm scared of. I'm actually more scared of Liverpool and Villa than I am of Arsenal, because it's fucking Arsenal. Like, no disrespect, dude. Like, it's fucking Arsenal, dude.
Newcastle.
Wait, am I too overconfident?
I think so. Yeah.
No.
I think
No,
75.
Tosin. The only thing I hope is what Junior also mentioned before, that you stick to this, Tosin.
Yeah.
All right, this is your argument. Just stick to it. Just stick to it.
Yeah, when we hear the
Yeah.
match predictions, I better not be hearing 3-1 Arsenal. That's the stupid Fugazi nonsense stuff. Go and say, you think PSG are going to smack them both times? Go and say that we're going to win. None of this. Nah, we lose or draw.
Okay, but look, regardless of what happens in this tie, because anything can happen in football. We all know this, right? We're still the best club side in the world. We're still the best offensive side, like, in the world. Like, that's not even debatable.
Wow, I mean, you could be
It's
between
not
us and
debatable. We
Barca.
have so many counterattacking weapons.
Yeah, but no, but I can't go and like even you got to go and respect what Barca have been doing and whatnot. Barca, the most goals in the Champions League, most goals in Europe. Like if you go and you say, oh, we're ahead, yeah, sure, but you can't just minimize Barca's like that.
Yeah, no, Barca have been great. It's just they're a product of Flick's system. Ferran Torres is scoring. He scored close to 20 goals this season. That's strictly Flick. They're a product.
But then you could say the same thing that Dembele scoring 25 goals is strictly a thing of Lucho that is repositioning. Like,
no, I disagree. Because Dembele's played as a center forward many times.
Okay, nobody like him playing as this sort of false 9-10 hybrid role is definitely it was definitely a Lucho thing. Even if you want to go like even last season, it was his idea.
No, but he's played as striker before. At Barca, Coleman played him as a striker, so he's played it.
Not in the same area as this. Like even if you ask him, he says like this is a slightly different role, and not over the long duration like it has been here.
But you can't look, man. That's just an uber talented player being repositioned.
I disagree. You can't just go and when it like, it helps for PC go and say that it's Dembele doing his own type thing. But then for Barca, it's just Flick. Like Rafinha going and scoring ridiculous amounts of goals.
But Rafinha is just not like that. We know deep down he's not like that. Like he's a good player, but he's not one of them ones. It's really simple. Are you one of them ones? Are you a chosen? Are you one of the chosens at what you do in this craft? Like, are you? And Rafinha is not that. Rafinha is a very good team player that's having a great season. But he's not one of them ones, bro. It's really that simple. Dembele is one of them ones. We have two, probably three one of them ones, like Due, Dembele, Kvaratskhelia. Like, that's the thing. Like, we actually like reconfigured our whole vibe, man. From like the superstar thing to like just budding present stars or future superstars. Like, we switched it up. It's still bling bling, just in a different way.
What do you guys think?
That's why I can't fear what's it called? Like Arsenal, dude. Like, I'm sorry. Like that mistake Saliba made, man.
Oh, I mean, are we not going to be on the other side? Don't you fear the same thing for Marquinhos?
Beraldo will play.
There you go. Okay, I was saying, well done to dodge the question.
Yeah, no, Marquinhos, honestly, the game he should play is the second leg at home. At the Emirates, he should not play. Beraldo should play. I know that sounds wild, but that's what I would do personally. I mean, Lucho knows best at the end of the day. But yeah, I'm not being overconfident. Arsenal are not on our level. I don't know why you're scared to say that, though, Junior. Like, you were happy to say that against Villa. At the start of the season, you were glazing Liverpool, dude. Like Liverpool's the best in the world. Liverpool's the best in the world.
Yeah, at the time, because at the time they were like, at the time they when facts change opinion, like I can't
where
go.
were you? Where were you though when we was like holding down the fort? When we was saying, bro, it's PSG that's the best team in the world. When we saw that run,
Because
that
we
started
weren't at the time. We were, but
after
in
the
like October, November, we
the
were not the best team
after
in
the
the world.
Auxerre game, after the fucking Auxerre game. Where were you from
We
that
were
point?
not the best team in the world then. We were on the up. We were on the up. We were on the up.
Honestly, after the Trophée des Champions, I knew we were the best team in the world.
Okay.
I knew we were gonna fucking smoke City.
I feel like
Smoke
you're way more reactionary than I am. I don't like. I know you were Lucha out way earlier than I was. I still remember you were going and saying Due out. Like, I mean, if you want to go and talk with stuff, I was you were Due out. You were saying a waste of 50 million. If we need, we got the receipts back. If we need, we can go back and watch the video. You were Due out. You were saying waste of 50 million, etc. So on and so forth. You wanted him gone already. You can't be switching up on that. Like, you were Luce out really early, really early on.
I don't know why you're just trying to get a moment. Like, yo, you said this, like, you were wrong here. You were wrong.
No, but I said just to show, like, okay, if you want to go and tell me, oh, wow, where were you when, after that Auxerre game, so on and so forth, well, I'll go and likewise go and say that. Like, you didn't have that same energy with Due at the beginning.
I'm asking you to believe in the team. You're talking about, like, one moment with a single
No,
player.
this was over a couple games. This was over a couple games, I remember, first and foremost. And in regards to the team, I'm going and being objective. At that time, or in late October, early November, that period, we were not the best team in the world. Like, I mean, I said even after the Liverpool game, yes, even though I had Liverpool probably the best, I said, well, after we beat them, well, then we were the best. When facts change, opinions change. That's how things work. Like, we can't be rewriting history, though, and saying now PSG have been the best team since September and the entire time have been the best. No, I mean, things up and flows. We start the season off slow, and then we pick up and we find form and at the right time. And that's what's happening. Like, with this Arsenal, I'm not saying Arsenal's... I think we're better than Arsenal. I think it's tight. You going saying 75-25 is crazy. And the thing is, afterwards, you're going to go and say that, well, we lose away at the Emirates. I'm going to go and say, I think we can win.
Bro, that thing, we play with our food. Like, we should not have lost to Liverpool, but we lost to Liverpool. And then we beat them at Anfield. So I can see us losing at the Emirates, but that doesn't mean anything. They'll just end up crumbling at the park.
Oh my goodness, holy. Arsenal's top scorer this season is Kai Havertz with 9 goals in the Premier League. Yikes.
Wait, who?
Kai Havertz, who's been injured with 9 goals. That's their top scorer in the Premier League.
Who's their top scorer in all comps? So counting domestic cups, Champions Leagues, all that.
It's gonna be difficult. Squad. I'm on fault mode. I can't see I can only see per Premier League season. You can't get the other things.
But yeah, man. Anyway, they don't have a center forward. And if you've noticed, like, we haven't faced a team with a center forward this whole knockout run. I mean, Brest had Ludovic Ajorc, I guess, but other than that, I mean, when we faced Liverpool, it was Jota. When we faced Villa, it was Rashford. And when we face Arsenal, it's going to be Merino or Trossard. Like, gee, that's the worst. That's the worst one. That's the worst player. Like, Like, yo, Arsenal have no quality in attack, dude. But nah, Junior, for real, man. Like, you wasn't believing in the team, bro. Like, from that point.
From when?
From
The Liverpool ties.
before the Liverpool tie, yeah. Like, you really thought Liverpool were better than us as a team.
I thought Liverpool were favorites, yeah, going into the game. If I was as
No,
a
not
neutral.
thinking they were favorites. You were thinking like they were. Yeah, you thought they were probably the superior team, the superior outfit.
Yeah, at the time, yeah.
That's crazy. That's just crazy, dude.
I mean,
Especially with what you were watching. Especially with what you were watching.
At the time, Liverpool were good. I mean, you're going and rewriting history here. Liverpool at the time were good. We went and we beat them. I'm like, and also like, it's not like I was going and saying that like we're like super inferior to them.
But just from going off of that to then sucking Arsenal is just gross.
I'm not
not good. Like.
No, you're underrating our chat. What am I ranking Arsenal? Listen. I think if anything, I think like there was Arsenal fans are going and saying they've had an underrated season. I don't think so. First and foremost, they're second in the Premier League in one of probably the weakest Premier Leagues in the last like couple of years or so on and so forth. They got knocked out of the FA Cup earlier on. They got knocked out in the EFL Cup to Newcastle in a pretty distasteful manner. Sure, they got injuries, etc., so on and so forth. They've had like an okay season, and if they lose to PSG now, they're potentially going trophyless again. So like, I'm not going saying, but you going and saying like 75-25. I'm also like respecting Arsenal here. Like, I mean, I don't think you quite realize how much I hate Arsenal. Like, I want us to smack them as much as possible, but I also gotta be objective here and saying that they're a good team.
They're not a good team. They're a good defensive team.
They're a good team.
But they're not a good overall.
They're a good team. Mo, am I being crazy here, or do you think I'm just thinking they're a good team? I still think PSG are better than them, and that we probably go through, but not to the point of like 75-25. Like going and saying that that they're a worse team than Aston Villa is crazy.
I think for European football,
no, even that is crazy. As much as I'd love that has to be the case to use that against them, but even I can't. Having a deep prem agenda, I can't say that. I mean, Arsenal agenda and prem agenda now as well.
No, Arsenal are just not a good team. Like the players they have are getting so overrated. So overrated, man. And we're just that's the thing. When you beat a Barca or Real Madrid, actually it's kind of like a curse. At least it's been for us in this competition. When we beat Barca last season, it cursed us in the following round. You know? When you beat a European giant, you just get way too gassed. Happened to Ajax.
I mean, you think City they beat Real Madrid. They went on to win it afterwards. So Liverpool beat Barcelona in that remontada. They went on to win it afterwards. Like, who?
Yeah, you're mentioning cases from like 6-7 years ago.
City was 2 years ago. And well, Real have won 2 then. Chelsea beat Real. They went on to win it as well. So I don't necessarily get like at best you go and say it's parody.
Yeah, possibly.
I mean, for me, and Mo said it previously, I just hope that you're holding this thing when we go on to if we do the pre-match podcast, that when it comes to your prediction, that you're holding that same energy and not saying we lose first leg. And I want to hear, we're playing with our food.
What if we do?
Serious.
If we lose first leg while dominating them, what are we saying?
Whether we lost the first leg while dominating. But the thing is, like, you're going and saying that, like, I mean, it looked bad on you. You're saying that we're beating them 75-25. Like 75-25 is like you're beating them, fairly comfortably. Like 75-25 is how I go into Well, maybe not. It's like when I go
Because
in
I'm
to face
thinking of it over. I'm thinking of it over 2 legs. Yeah, over 2 legs. Yeah, I think.
No, but then you're
We'll
gonna come
prove
and go
I-
and say 3-1 to Arsenal in the first leg, and stuff like that.
No, I never said that. No, 3-1 is.
Bro-
We're not losing 3-1. No way. If we lose, it'll be a.
Wasn't your
1-goal
prediction for
scoring.
the Aston Villa game 4-2, or something like that? I know the
Did I
first leg for
predict us
sure.
to- I- did I
For
predict
sure,
us
you
to
predicted the
lose
first leg
4-2?
would draw. You said 2-2 draw was your prediction for
Yeah,
the first leg.
yeah.
And second leg,
No, I was genuinely very wary of Villa.
I mean, bro, I don't understand how you can seriously go and say like, even though like again, that Villa is a better match, is better team than Arsenal. Is a crazy take. They are like unserious.
I don't
Like,
think
can't-
maybe they're not a better team in the Premier League, but I feel like for Europe,
No, better team overall. They're not. As in player for player, whatever you call squad construction, all this stuff. Even though I don't think Arsenal's crazy or anything, it's no.
Fair enough. Villa beat Arsenal all the time. Facts. They ended their title run last season with the Ollie Watkins goal or whatever. So yeah, that's but I'm probably about to head out right now. I think we've talked enough.
Yeah, probably. Need to
Yeah. I was thinking that. Great discussion you guys had. I might clip this into a video.
Okay.
I might title it "Spurs fan versus PSG fan."
no.
No, because that would be insane. Like this.
I
wouldn't do that.
never mentioned Spurs in any of this. Never mentioned Spurs in any of this.
No, but
But yeah.
yeah, good conversations we've had. Obviously, the Arsenal game, it's a little bit far away, but it's still very close. So we'll keep talking and discussing that. Obviously.
Did Les Parisiens, did they come out with the 11? This is one of the early games, right?
Is it 3 p.m.
Yeah,
tomorrow?
it's 5, so it's 11 your time, Tosin, I think.
Oh, shit.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Okay.
Hold on, let me check something.
All right, man. I'll catch y'all later.
Yo, Tosino.
Probably
Take care,
gonna have to get head
Peace
out
out,
as
Tosin.
well.
Yo, Junior, man.
Yeah.
As always.
Yeah. I'm planning on having a proper like recorded thing with Lawrence McKenna. So if you want me to bring up some points, send me over to the to grill them on, I'll happily do so.
No. Like I remember when I reacted to his videos, Junior. I think I clicked off the video after like 3 minutes, just because of the stuff he was saying. Like it just felt, it was like it was just a waste of my time. Like he basically said when we beat like Rennes midweek between the two Liverpool games, he was like, oh, they had their training session against Rennes. And they did. They rotated their entire team and all of that. I was like, come on, man, you can't talk like this.
He's being disrespectful because he was going and saying that like, because I think even you mentioned in your video how like oftentimes previously when PSG couldn't win the Champions League, it was always because Ligue is not all that intense and they never have to go beyond 80%. That when it comes to the Champions League, that's where they struggle because then they're not used to playing at 100%, so on and so forth. And now he's going and saying, oh no, the fact that Ligue is not intense is actually a benefit to them because they're rested and whatnot, and they can go and face rested against Liverpool, this, that, and the other, and can they maintain this intensity, etc., so on and so forth. So that was sort of like, wait, what's the difference? And he tried to come up with the excuse of, oh no, well, it's different, the different teams and whatnot is based on the different teams. I'm like, when I go and think about it, even like in our bad era, when PSG would get knocked out, was it a thing of like an issue of intensity? I think it was just an issue of like collapsing mentality in terms of psychological aspect. You just collapsed. You think of the Real remontada against Barca, even the United as well. It's just bad games. I don't want to say, oh, it was some huge intensity thing or anything. And also like, we're going to sell this intensity thing. PSG play the Champions League every single year and play against top quality opposition routinely. So like we know what a Champions League game, a Champions League semifinal game is all the time. And if you want to use this intensity thing, then Or are you going to go and say what La Liga is that? Because I mean, even as disrespect as PSG gets, I think if you want in terms of how quick the game is, people would probably say that in the league it's probably even slower. It's more technical, but it's even slower than even in Ligue 1 and so on and so forth. Yet, are we going to go and say the same? But he also then made the same thing about Real Madrid and what is it, Real Valladolid and whatnot. And I was like, okay, when Liverpool play Southampton and whatnot, are they really getting tested as well?
Just agenda, man. Just agenda. But enjoy it, Junior. Hopefully you can enjoy it. Hopefully you can, I don't know, open up his mind. Remove a tiny bit of ignorance.
The prem bias. For sure. All right, well, pleasure as always. Definitely we'll hopefully be seeing each other soon.
Junior. My man.
Bye. Cheers.
Take care, Junior. Peace out, man. Take care. All right, then, people. That's been it from boy PSG Int. Hopefully, you guys have enjoyed this pre-match podcast. Obviously, we talked a lot about Arsenal, which we will be doing in all the upcoming podcasts. I mean, the only thing that we care about in the league is going unbeaten and, scoring some goals, having a bit of fun and so on. But yeah, apart from that, appreciate it, Shema. Apart from that, as I've said, just shout out to what the fuck? Okay, so shout out to all of you guys. As I've always said, the growth in 2025 has been absolutely surreal. Continue to work hard. We have pretty much 2 months left. April, May, June. Yeah, June as well. Maybe 3 months. So I will continue working hard. The growth has been amazing. The support has been amazing. Take care, Vanch. Take care. Appreciate the Shimon. Bonne nuit, Orléans. And yeah, hopefully you guys are enjoying the content. Hopefully you guys are enjoying everything. That's been it from boy PSG. See you guys tomorrow for the live watching of Paris Saint-Germain versus Le Havre. And as usual, allez.